Chapter 1, Entering the Police Station. Longhua, Jiangcheng. In an interrogation room, two figures are sitting. One of them is wearing a pair of silver bracelets on his wrist. Officer, I am really innocent. Please listen to my explanation. Name. My name is Lin Yu. Gender. Do you believe that I am a girl? What do you think? Speak up. Male. I am a man. Age. 18. Do you know why you were arrested? No. You are suspected of violating Article 108 of the Public Security Management Law for operating an unlicensed stall. Do you understand now? Hearing this, Lin Yu became aggrieved. No, I've told you many times, that stall really wasn't mine. Policewoman, you have to believe me. It turned out that not long ago, Lin Yu saw that stinky tofu was being sold on the roadside, so he was tempted and went up to buy a copy. It so happened that the stall owner suddenly had a stomachache and wanted Lin Yu to look after the stall for a while. As a young person with 4 good qualities under the red flag, he felt that he should help and so he agreed. Before the stall owner had left for less than 3 minutes, the urban management officers arrived. The other stall owners either ran away or produced their business licenses. Lin Yu, however, sat on the stall owner's chair and nonchalantly played on his mobile phone. As you can imagine, the urban management officers took him directly for the stall owner. Seeing that he could not produce a business license, they had to take him and his cart directly to the police station. The young police officer saw that he refused to admit his crime and her face suddenly turned cold. You look like you're still at school, don't you? Is this what your teacher taught you? You dare to do it but not to take responsibility? Seeing that the young police officer still refused to believe him, Lin Yu was about to split in two. Just as he was about to argue some more, the door to the interrogation room suddenly opened and a young, good-looking police officer walked in. Comrade Lin Yu, you can go. Hearing this, Lin Yu and the young policewoman couldn't help but flinch. Lin Yu then stood up with a smirk and strode out of the interrogation room. And as soon as he walked out, he happened to see the stall owner again, and suddenly he knew everything. Uncle, you've really screwed me over. Lin Yu walked up to him and patted the stall owner on the shoulder. Seeing this, the stall owner subconsciously turned around and saw Lin Yu. Oh, little brother, I'm really sorry for causing you to suffer this unjustified disaster. Uncle really feels a bit bad about it. How about this, next time you come to eat stinky tofu at my place, I'll give you a free meal. Okay. Lin Yu replied nonchalantly, turned around and left the police station, walking straight towards home. He was actually not a person from this world, and not long ago, he accidentally traveled to this world. This world is not very different from his previous world, and even the history is almost the same. However, 20 years ago, something strange happened all over the world. The aura on the entire blue star suddenly recovered. Then it was discovered that some people began to awaken their superpowers, and what followed was the abnormal changes of animals all over the world. Originally, a tiger was about 2 or 3 meters big, but after the recovery of the aura, its size soared directly to 10 meters, and its spiritual intelligence was also on par with humans. As a result, an unprecedented wave of beasts was unleashed, led by some fierce beasts, which caused many cities to be destroyed completely, and humans also suffered heavy casualties in this wave of beasts. Fortunately, the awakened people took the initiative to assume the mission of defending humanity and fought to the death to kill the leading beasts, which ended the war. Humans have since entered the era of cultivation. After familiarizing himself with this world, Lin Yu suddenly regretted it. This world is really dangerous. Not only are there awakeners, but there are also monsters. One careless moment and you could be gone. Soon, Lin Yu arrived at the original owner's house. He took out the key and prepared to insert it into the lock, when the door suddenly opened. The moment he opened the door, a petite figure suddenly pounced into his arms. The person who came was the original owner's younger sister, named Tang Xinyan. Of course, she was not a real younger sister. She is the daughter of the original owner's father's comrade in arms. The original owner's parents were both soldiers and also awakened beings. 10 years ago, the beast tide showed signs of resurgence, so the original owner's parents resolutely went to the battlefield and have not returned since. So Tang Xinyan's mother took the initiative to take in the original owner. It just so happened that she had no son, so she raised the original owner as her own son. She adopted him for 10 years, and he had long regarded her as his mother. Unfortunately, the original owner suddenly died suddenly, and Lin Yu came back in time. Looking at the petite and exquisite body in his arms, Lin Yu was a little overwhelmed for a moment. Although Tang Xinyan was 2 years younger than him, her proud figure really made him want to daydream. Xinyan, get up quickly, what a sight. Lin Yu snapped back to reality and scolded. Hee, I don't want to. Brother, have you been eating stinky tofu? Tang Xinyan laughed, refusing to let go. Yes, I ate some stinky tofu today and got myself arrested. Lin Yu touched his nose awkwardly. Ha! Tang Xinyan was suddenly dumbfounded, then laughed loudly. Ha, brother, you're really awesome. Seeing this, Lin Yu suddenly felt a black line all over his head. If he had known, he would not have told her. He had originally wanted her to comfort his fragile heart. But he never expected to be mocked. Alas, the world is really going downhill and people's hearts are not as they once were. Lin Yu really wanted to take her heart out and see if it was black. Okay, stop laughing. Has Auntie Lin not come back yet? Oh, my mom hasn't come back yet. I guess it will be a while before she gets back, Tang Xinyan replied after thinking about it. Okay, I'll go take a shower first, and Auntie Lin can wake me up when she gets back. Lin Yu said. Okay, no problem. Tang Xinyan gave an okay sign, but then she remembered what Lin Yu had just said, and couldn't help but laugh again. Seeing this, Lin Yu walked back to his room without looking back. He only left a silly Tang Xinyan in the living room. As night fell, Lin Yushan hurried home, greeting acquaintances on the way. Soon, she arrived at the front door and promptly took out the key to unlock and enter. She found Tang Xinyan sitting on the sofa watching TV, but she didn't see Lin Yu's figure. She couldn't help but ask, Xinyan, where's Xiaoyu? Didn't he come back? Oh, he's in his room. Mom, let me tell you, today, my brother. Tang Xinyan did not hesitate to tell Lin Yushan about Lin Yu's arrest. After listening, Lin Yushan could not help but frown, but she soon let go, as long as Lin Yu did not go to jail for a crime. Okay, I know, you go get you, I'll go prepare dinner. Lin Yushan gave the order and then walked into the kitchen to prepare dinner. After a while, delicious dishes were served on the table, and the three of them ate heartily. Suddenly, Lin Yushan looked at Lin Yu. Tomorrow is the day of awakening, right? Lin Yu gave a soft affirmative. Don't be nervous, just follow your teacher's arrangements. Even if you can't awaken, we can still work in the logistics department. Although you can't go to war, you can still make a name for yourself. Lin Yushan knew that deep down he always wanted to go to war. After all, his parents had died in the beast tide back then, so he knew very well that he wanted to go to war to avenge his parents. However, awakening could only be determined by fate. Although the recovery of spiritual energy had been 20 years ago, everyone's physical fitness had greatly improved. However, the number of people who could awaken was still pitifully low. It would be very good if 100 or 200 people could come out of a high school, not to mention those with high talent, which were practically rare. Lin Yushan said this mainly because she didn't want to put pressure on Lin Yu, but she firmly believed that Lin Yu would awaken. After all, his parents were both awakened, and logically, he should also have a good chance of awakening. I understand, Auntie Lin, don't worry, no matter if I can awaken or not, I can accept it, you don't have to worry that I will be upset. Lin Yu said. Well, I'm glad you know, so I won't go on and on about it. Let's eat. Lin Yushan heard Lin Yu's words and immediately felt relieved. She was really worried that Lin Yu would feel down if he couldn't awaken, but seeing Lin Yu's determined eyes, she felt relieved. The three of them finished eating in no time, and Lin Yu volunteered to wash the dishes, so Lin Yushan didn't stop him. Afterwards, Lin Yu bid the two goodbye and went into the room. Chapter 2, Awakening Ceremony. The next day, Lin Yu, who was still dreaming, suddenly felt something tickling his nose. He couldn't help scratching, but it still itched. In a fit of anger, he decisively opened his eyes and found that Tang Xinyan had entered the room at some point. What's more, she was teasing him with a feather duster. Hey, what are you doing? Are you trying to do something to me? I'm warning you, we're brother and sister, you can't have any thoughts about me. Tang Xinyan was startled by his voice and stumbled, immediately glaring at him angrily. Who wants to plot against you? Get up, lazybones, today is the day of awakening, why don't you hurry up and get up? Seeing this, Lin Yu took out his phone and looked at the time, and found that it was already 7:30, and class was in half an hour. Damn it, why didn't you wake me up earlier? Lin Yu grumbled while getting dressed. As a result, she attracted a big, white stare from Tang Xinyan. I've been calling for ages, and you're only reacting now. What can I do? People who don't know would think you're hung up. Tang Xinyan shrugged, with a wicked smile on her face. But Lin Yu didn't see this scene, otherwise she would have to teach this girl a lesson. Soon, Lin Yu finished washing up quickly and went out the door. Tang Xinyan was left alone at home, silently. In fact, she originally went to the same school as Lin Yu, but due to her somewhat introverted personality, she eventually dropped out of school and stayed at home. The original owner tried to persuade her many times, but it ended in failure. Although she didn't go to school, she taught herself all the knowledge in high school at home. Now she just needs to wait until she turns 18 and becomes an adult, then she can go to Awakening. Once she succeeds, she will be directly admitted to the Awakener Academy. Lin Yu, on the other hand, was seen hurrying towards Jiangnan Middle School. As he was about to enter the school gate, a voice suddenly stopped him. "Hey, Lin Yu, why are you running so fast? Wait for me." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu looked back and saw that the person was the original owner's best friend, no, good friend, Zhou Pangzi, pronounced Z 3 times, but everyone liked to call him Zhou the Fat. "Fatty, why are you even later than me? Don't you usually like to arrive early in the classroom to look at girls? Why aren't you looking today?" Lin Yu asked. "Oh, forget it, as soon as I thought about Awakening today, I didn't sleep last night, so I'm not late." Zhou Pangzi scratched his head a little embarrassed. But this is normal. After all, he is not the only one who didn't sleep well, and Lin Yu did the same last night. "By the way, brother Yu, what kind of supernatural power do you think you will awaken today?" The two men were chatting as they walked, and suddenly Zhou Pangzi asked Lin Yu. Upon hearing Zhou Pangzi's question, Lin Yu thought for a moment and spoke his mind. "I hope to awaken the fire element power, so that I can burn those beasts to death." Although Lin Yu had just crossed over not long ago, after fusing with the original owner's memories, he had an obsession in his heart, and there was no way he could help the original owner complete this obsession. Zhou Pangzi was not surprised to hear Lin Yu's words. After all, he knew that Lin Yu's parents were killed by the beast tide. "Alas, I just hope to awaken an ice element power." "Oh, why?" Lin Yu was a little puzzled. "If you awaken the ice element, won't I not be hot in the summer?" Lin Yu was suddenly speechless at his novel idea. What the hell, using supernormal abilities as an air conditioner? Just as the two were discussing what supernormal abilities they would awaken in the future, suddenly, a slightly mocking voice suddenly sounded behind them. "Yo, you two losers want to awaken supernormal abilities, you're dreaming." Zhou Pangzi heard someone mocking him, so he turned around and saw that it was Li Feiyu from their class. "Li Feiyu, what did you just bark at? Did Master Fat offend you? Are you looking for a beating? If a teacher hadn't appeared last time, Master Fat would have beaten the shit out of you." Zhou Pangzi rudely snapped. Li Feiyu gritted his teeth. Fat guy Zhou, I don't even want to bother with you. When I awaken my superpowers, I'll teach you a good lesson." As soon as these words came out, Zhou Pangzi went straight up and slapped him, sending Li Feiyu reeling. "Bah, you piece of shit, I've given you face, waiting for you to awaken, but I'll beat the shit out of you now." Zhou Pangzi spat out, and then wanted to continue beating Li Feiyu. Suddenly, Lin Yu stepped in to stop him. "Okay, fatty, if you keep hitting him, something's going to happen." "Okay, brother Yu, I'll listen to you and let him go." Seeing Lin Yu step in to stop him, Zhou Pangzi wisely refrained from doing anything else. The two of them then patted their bottoms and walked into the school. They left behind Li Feiyu, who was writhing on the ground in pain and wailing. When he walked into the classroom, pairs of eyes looked over at him. Lin Yu suddenly felt like he had entered a den of wolves. The original body had a somewhat bad reputation in the class. Every day, he either got into fights or snored during class, which made the whole class lose interest in studying. However, Lin Yu didn't care about this. After all, he wasn't the original body. "Brother Yu, I think everyone seems to hold a grudge against you. What have you done?" Zhou Pangzi poked Lin Yu in the back. Seeing this, Lin Yu shrugged helplessly. "I don't know, maybe they're jealous of my good looks." This is true. The original body is handsome. Not only is he good looking, but he is also tall, a full 1.8 meters, tall and handsome, just poor, a commoner. Zhou Pangzi heard Lin Yu's words and immediately looked down on him. "Brother Yu, do you still have some face? Although you look okay, you are still a bit inferior compared to me. Fatty, I've noticed that your face has become a bit thicker recently, a full 10 centimeters thicker. I guess even an armor-piercing bullet can't pierce your face," Lin Yu said with a smile. Just as the two were bantering with each other, the broadcast suddenly sounded. All of you third-year students, hurry up and gather in the playground, the awakening will begin soon. I repeat, third-year students. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu and Zhou Pangzi glanced at each other and immediately walked out of the classroom and headed towards the playground. At the same time, all the students and teachers who heard the broadcast rushed to the playground. The crowd of people all walked towards the playground, and those who didn't know would think that they were going to war. Soon, Lin Yu quickly found his class's location. At the moment, some students from class 15 were already sitting there, chatting with each other. Lin Yu immediately dragged Zhou Pangzi to find a place to sit down. Fatty, how many people do you think will awaken this time? Zhou Pangzi scratched his head, not knowing. He estimated that there would be only about 100 people, which was almost always the case in previous years. Oh, by the way, Fatty, do you know if anyone has awakened early? Lin Yu thoughtfully asked. Upon hearing this, Zhou Pangzi fell into deep thought, and suddenly thought of someone. You're not wrong, I heard before that Li Hanshuang in class 1 seems to have detected an SS-class ice-type ability. But I don't know if it's true. Why are you suddenly asking about this? Lin Yu heard Zhou Pangzi's confusion and hastily came up with a lie. Oh, I see. Zhou Pangzi answered nonchalantly. Just as Lin Yu was about to ask Zhou Pangzi some other questions, the voice of the headmaster Wang Fujuan suddenly rang out. Classmates, the awakening ceremony is about to begin, please be quiet. Whenever I call out a student's name, they will come up and awaken, and those who are not called will continue to sit down. Now, please ask Zhang San to come up and awaken. After the words fell, a boy with a menacing expression walked up. Zhang San, please place your hand on the instrument. Yes, headmaster, said the student Zhang San, and placed his hand on the instrument. Soon the instrument started, and a burst of energy passed through his arm and entered Zhang San's body, circulated around his body, and then flowed out of his arm again. The next second, a line of words appeared on the instrument's display. Level B Earth Elemental Ability. Congratulations, Zhang San, for awakening your Earth Elemental ability. As soon as the subtitles appeared, the voice of the school principal Wang Fujuan spread throughout the playground. The crowd immediately became agitated, discussing amongst themselves what had happened, and the scene became noisy for a moment. Quiet, now call the next student, Li Si. As the voice fell, another boy walked up. Time passed little by little. One after the other, students went up to awaken, and the number of awakenings had reached 90, but more than half of the students had already participated. Brother Yu, when do you think it will be our turn? Zhou Pangzi was a little anxious. After all, there are nearly 700 third-year students in the whole school, and there are already more than 400 people participating in the awakening. Lin Yu didn't care. Anyway, it will be his turn. Come on, Fatty, what's the rush? Our class 15 is at the end of the line, so we'll be there at the end anyway. Okay. Zhou Pangzi was a little disappointed. Chapter 3, Awakening of Supernatural Powers, Shocking the Audience. Next student, Li Hanshuang. Wang Fujuan's voice sounded again. The whole audience immediately became agitated again, because many people had heard of this Li Hanshuang. After all, she was the recognized school beauty. Hey, did you guys hear? It is said that Li Hanshuang, the school beauty, has been detected to have an SS-level ice-type supernatural power. Is that true? No way, there aren't many SS-level people in our entire Longhua, right? Of course it's true. I heard that the Longhua high-level officials were shocked at the time. Holy cow, did the Longhua high-level officials notice? Buddy, you're not joking with me, are you? How could I? It is said that at that time, a high-level Dragon State official wanted to take Li Xiao as his disciple, but she refused. The crowd below discussed the news they had heard from somewhere, and the scene was very lively for a while. Li Hanshuang, the person involved, had no expression on her face, and she walked straight to the awakening device. She reached up with one hand, and soon a burst of energy flowed into her body. Then the display showed SS-level ice-based superpower. Wang Fujuan gasped in shock when he saw what was displayed on the monitor. He didn't believe it at first. Li Hanshuang has an SS-class ice-type supernatural power. Wang Fujuan shouted out the last few words with all his strength. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire audience erupted in uproar. See, I told you my goddess has an SS-class power. Ah, goddess, let me hug your thighs. Go away. Goddess Li is mine. Wife. Bastards, don't fight over her, Li Xiao is my girlfriend. A group of lustful male students scrambled to shout and scream, completely disregarding their image. Wang Fujuan was instantly enraged, exasperated at what kind of person was teaching in such a place and still daring to shout and scream. Lin Yu and Lin Yu, who were in the crowd, quietly watched the scene. "Brother Yu, it seems that the information I heard is true." Zhou Pangzi was very pleased. Lin Yu remained silent in response. He was not in the mood to understand others' intentions. He just wanted to know if he would awaken. After all, there was no telling. Although it was said that every time traveler was destined to be extraordinary, what if he just pulled the plug when it was his turn? Up to now, he had not felt any golden finger. He had tried to call out to the system, but there was no response. "Brother Yu, what's wrong with you? Why aren't you saying anything? Are you attracted to Li Xiaohua? Be realistic, there is no way that Li Xiao, the school beauty, would look at someone like us." Zhou Pangzi saw that Lin Yu was silent and thought that he had been charmed by Li Hanshuang. Lin Yu couldn't help but retort, "Fatty, have you heard the saying, how daring a person is, how productive the land will be? What if Li Hanshuang likes someone like me?" Zhou Pangzi's mouth opened wide when he heard Lin Yu's words, wide enough to stick an egg in. "No, brother Yu, didn't you take your medicine today? Go away, what medicine? With my looks, I can't even get a little Li Hanshuang, really." Zhou Pangzi was suddenly very contemptuous and secretly raised his middle finger in his heart. The awakening continued, and soon it came to class 15. During this time, there were no more people with extraordinary talent, except for the 3 A-level students. Basically, everyone else was a B-level student or below. Of course, there were the most C-level students, followed by D-level students. As for E-level and F-level students, there were relatively few of them. In class 15, Zhou Pangzi came up to the awakening platform. Just as Zhou Pangzi was still arguing with Lin Yu, Wang Fujuan's voice suddenly sounded. "Brother Yu, I'll go first." Zhou Pangzi then walked towards the awakening platform with unrecognizable steps. In no time, he arrived in front of the instrument. "Just put your hand on it," Wang Fujuan instructed. Zhou Pangzi saw this and without hesitation, he put his hand on it. The next second, he felt a warm current rush into his body. Soon, the monitor displayed a scene that shocked Wang Fujuan. S-class, Earth Elemental Ability. Congratulations to Zhou Pangzi for awakening the S-class Earth-based superpower. Suddenly, exclamations of surprise once again came from the originally silent playground. "Holy shit, who is this guy, who has awakened the S-class Earth-based superpower? It seems to be that fat guy Zhou from class 15. What, is he the fat guy Zhou who peeps on girls going to the bathroom?" The originally puzzled crowd exploded when they heard this, especially the students in class 15, who were numb. Zhou Pangzi, who had always been second to last, had unexpectedly awakened an S-class Earth Elemental ability. How could they accept this? Li Feiyu in particular had mocked Zhou Pangzi this morning for not being able to awaken, and now his face was reddening. He now just wanted to find a place to hide himself, in case Zhou Pangzi came looking for him, he would probably be finished. Zhou Pangzi then walked down the stairs in the envious gazes of the crowd and continued to walk back to Lin Yu at a pace that ignored everyone else. "Alas, what a pity, brother Yu, why can't I awaken the ice attribute? I want an ice attribute so badly." Zhou Pangzi stood up in front of Lin Yu. Immediately, Lin Yu gave him a big dirty look. "This guy is so annoying. I'll awaken the ice element later and kill him." Just as Lin Yu was thinking this, the principal Wang Fujuan's voice sounded again. "The last student, Lin Yu from class 15, hurry up and come up to awaken." Seeing this, Lin Yu suddenly felt happy. It was finally his turn. "Fatty, have you heard of a saying?" "What saying?" "The protagonist always makes his appearance at the end. Look, I'll show you an SS-class fire attribute." Without waiting for Zhou Pangzi to spit out his words, Lin Yu strode towards the awakening platform. At the same time, he was praying in his heart, "Damn it, if I can already travel through time, you have to give me a more powerful supernatural power." While thinking, Lin Yu had already arrived at the awakening platform and, following their example, placed his hands on it. Soon, a warm current flowed into his body, and just as he was about to feel it, suddenly, a mechanical voice sounded. "Ding! Energy fluctuations detected. System starting up. Startup successful. Ding! System is binding with host. Ding! Currently loading 10%. Currently loading 30%. 60%. 100% system binding successful. This system is called the Invincible Emotion Collection System. Ding, the system has detected that the host is awakening, and has specially issued a novice gift package for the host. A series of sounds exploded in Lin Yu's mind, which made him a little dazed. Wang Fujuan, who was standing next to him, saw that he was in a daze and kindly reminded him. Lin Yu, you are awakening now, so pay attention and feel the energy in your body. Try to transmit this energy back to the instrument. Oh, okay, principal, right away. Lin Yu ignored the system in his mind and directly controlled the energy in his body to be transmitted back to the instrument. In a short while, 2 lines of text appeared on the instrument, which instantly made Wang Fujuan nearly drop his jaw. SSS Space Department Supernatural Ability. SS Fire Department Supernatural Ability. Suddenly, Wang Fujuan rubbed his eyes hard, unable to believe what he was seeing. Lin Yu, can you put it back on? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu looked at the content displayed on the monitor. He was also stunned. He had dual abilities, and both were above level S. However, he soon felt relieved. The space ability should be a system reward, and the fire ability was something that the original body came with. Lin Yu? Wang Fujuan couldn't help but urge him when he saw him staring at the monitor in a daze. Lin Yu saw this and put his hand back on the monitor. The result was still the same. Wang Fujuan completely believed that this was the superpower that Lin Yu had awakened, a double superpower. Just as Wang Fujuan was extremely surprised inside, the voice of the system once again sounded in Lin Yu's mind. Ding Wang Fujuan's emotional value plus 999. Ding Zhang San's emotional value plus 10. Lin Yu listened to the system's report and suddenly felt numb. This inexplicable increase in emotional value, Wang Fujuan he could still understand. After all, he was really amazing. As for what the hell Zhang San and Li Si are, why would they add emotional values to themselves? Chapter 4, the system is here, so get out of the way. Just as Lin Yu was still wondering, Wang Fujuan's voice resounded throughout the playground. Let us congratulate Lin Yu on awakening the SSS level spatial ability and the SS level fire ability. When the words fell, the whole audience was shocked into silence. They couldn't believe what Wang Fujuan had said. So far, only 5 people in the world had awakened the spatial ability, and there was only one in the Dragon Kingdom. Now, someone else had also awakened the spatial ability, and what's more, it was an SSS level talent. How could they believe it? The problem was that Lin Yu had also fucking awakened an SSS level fire ability, which made those students who hadn't awakened feel ashamed. Just after 10 seconds of silence on the scene, a loud noise echoed throughout the playground. Suddenly, the scene fell into chaos. The students in class 15, in particular, were all dumbfounded. They thought about how they had often isolated Lin Yu before. Now they regretted it to death. Why had they isolated him in the first place? Why hadn't they let him copy their homework? In short, they now regretted it as much as they could. There was of course one exception, and that was Zhou Pangzi. Although he was stunned when he heard that Lin Yu was an awakened user with dual abilities, he soon let go. This was his good friend Zhou Pangzi. From now on, he could completely relax. With such a powerful brother, why should he still work hard? At the same time, a cold system prompt sounded endlessly in Lin Yu's mind. Ding! Li Hanshuang's emotional value plus 999. Ding! Zhou Pangzi's emotional value plus 999. In response, Lin Yu's mouth couldn't help but rise, although he still didn't know what the so-called emotional value was for now. But before the journey, he had read a lot of system documents and guessed that the emotional value should be very useful. Suddenly, Lin Yu's eyes twinkled, as if he had a crooked idea. That, principal, can I borrow your microphone to say something? Upon hearing this, Wang Fujuan was first stunned, and then without hesitation, he handed the microphone in his hand to Lin Yu. The crowd below looked at this scene and felt curious. Hey, is he going to say something? I guess so, after all, this is an unprecedented genius. I don't know what he's going to say, I'm quite looking forward to it. Hey, whatever, all we have to do is remember to cheer loudly. The crowd below discussed various things, but they were all curious about what Lin Yu would say next. Lin Yu cleared his throat before shouting into the microphone. Ahem, everyone, quiet down. After these words, the entire audience fell silent, waiting to hear what he would say next. The next second. Li Hanshuang, may I court you? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire audience erupted. Some who had a secret crush on Li Hanshuang immediately rolled up their sleeves and walked towards Lin Yu, but they were all stopped by the people in front of them. Wang Fujuan's face turned black with anger. He never expected Lin Yu to say such a thing. He originally thought Lin Yu would say something to encourage the students, but he never expected him to make a public confession. He immediately snatched the microphone from Lin Yu's hands and tried to calm the students, but there was no response. The crowd was still in an uproar. Ding Zhongsan's emotional value plus 999. Ding Li Hanshuang's emotional value plus 999. Lin Yu listened to the voice of the system in his head ringing non-stop, and suddenly felt happy. He then quickly jumped off the awakening platform and ran in the other direction. As for Li Hanshuang, she was standing there in a daze. Originally, she felt that she should be one of the most talented. After all, there were less than 10 people in the entire country with an SSS level, and now there was another SSS level demon, and what's more, he had awakened the space and fire systems. This caused a huge impact on her previously unruffled heart. Lin Yu, the sixth child, was unaware of any of this, and the confession he had just made to Li Hanshuang had just been a passing whim. Very quickly, Lin Yu fled to a small grove of trees, and seeing that there was no one around, he immediately summoned the system. System, are you there? Ding. What can I do for you, host? Wow, it seems that you are quite user-friendly, system. Tell me what you can do. Ding. This system is an emotion collection system. As long as the host makes the other person feel emotions, it can increase the emotion value. What is the use of this emotion value? Lin Yu is a little confused. Ding. The emotion value can be used to enter a lucky draw or to purchase goods in the system mall. Oh, I see. It seems to be similar to the system text I saw in my previous life. By the way, did you bring me to this world, system? After listening to System's explanation, Lin Yu suddenly understood, but he still had doubts in his heart. Ding, the host has already died in the original world. This system has used up all its energy to bring the host's soul to this world. Okay, by the way, does this so-called emotion of the system refer to the emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness? Ding, yes, as long as the host makes others feel these emotions, the emotion value can be increased. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's eyes lit up. This is much better than the systems in those trashy system texts he read in his previous life. System, open the panel. As he finished speaking, a blue interface suddenly appeared in front of Lin Yu. System, this thing can only be seen by me, right? Ding. Yes, this system exists in the host's mind. To call this system, just silently recite it in your heart. Having to get an answer from the system, Lin Yu understood in his heart and then looked at the system interface. So he clicked on the Personal Information button curiously. Host, Lin Yu. Age, 19. Level, Bronze 1 star. Personal belongings, none yet. Abilities, SSS level Spatial ability, SS level Fire ability. Skills, none yet. Techniques, none yet. Weapons, none yet. Emotion points, 2222222. Lin Yu couldn't help but frown as he looked at the information displayed above. This is really too little. System, the newbie package can't just have a spatial ability, right? Ding. Due to the urgency of the situation, the novice gift pack has not been fully opened. Does the host need it to be fully opened? Nonsense, of course. Hurry up and open it, don't even think about keeping all the good stuff for yourself. Lin Yu was overjoyed when he heard that his gift pack had not been fully opened. Who didn't know that the system's gift packs were always generous? Soon, the system's voice sounded again. Ding. The novice gift pack has been fully opened. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Golden Treasure Chest X1. Ding. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Marrow Cleansing Pill X1. Ding. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the SpongeBob SquarePants Underwear X1. Lin Yu was overjoyed as he watched the personal information panel change, but when he saw the SpongeBob SquarePants underwear, he felt numb. Is this system serious? How can you get underwear from a novice gift pack? Besides, I don't even like SpongeBob SquarePants. Isn't Patrick Star cute? After logging out of the personal information interface, Lin Yu clicked into the lucky draw interface again. A large wheel appeared in front of him, displaying all kinds of items, including pills and eggs, but not ordinary eggs, but eggs of monsters. System, how many emotional points does this lucky draw cost? Ding, each lucky draw costs 10,000 emotional points. Lin Yu looked at the emotional points, which were still increasing, and said directly to the system. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained Patrick Star Underwear X3. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained SpongeBob Underwear X2. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained Thank You for Your Business X5. Lin Yu looked at the 5 pairs of underwear he had won in 10 consecutive draws, and immediately went dumb. He had seen people being cheated before, but never to this extent. System, explain to me why I got nothing in 10 consecutive draws. Ding, this is all due to the luck of the host, the system is not rigged. Ha, you think I'll believe you? Lin Yu didn't give it any face at all. After all, he had read so many system texts in his previous life, how could he not know how much of a scam the system was? Joke. System, I'll leave you some face, I'll draw again, if you can give it, fine, if not, forget it. Saying this, Lin Yu pressed his finger on the lottery button, and the turntable spun crazily, but soon stopped. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have won Patrick Star Underwear X3. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have won Purgative X2. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have won Common Dagger X1. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have won SpongeBob SquarePants Socks X3. Chapter 5, A Tragic Backstabbing. Lin Yu looked at these items and felt like he was going to vomit. Damn it, 2 Dan pills of marrow cleansing appeared after 10 consecutive draws. System, draw again for me. I don't believe I won't get something good today. As he said this, his finger pressed down again, and a white light flashed as the turntable stopped. Ding, the host has obtained Dan pills of marrow cleansing X3. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Magical Potion X2. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Starry Starry Night Underwear X3. System, what the hell is this magical potion? Lin Yu looked at the newly drawn magical potion and was a little confused. Ding. Magical potion, as the name suggests, is a very magical potion. Just drink it and you will obtain magical abilities that last for half an hour. System, do you want to hear what you just said, and what are these magical powers? Lin Yu was speechless. Ding, magic powers include invisibility, teleportation, flight, and water avoidance. The host will obtain one of these powers after drinking the magic potion. In other words, this thing is random? It's all a matter of luck what power you'll get. After listening to the system's explanation, Lin Yu immediately made his own judgment. Ding, yes, and you can only drink 1 bottle at a time, more is ineffective. Lin Yu originally wanted to find a bug, but was left speechless by the system's words. Damn, this thing is completely useless. Never mind, it's better to have it than not to have it. Just in case it comes in handy one day. By the way, system, help me open that golden treasure chest. Ding, request acknowledged. Golden treasure chest opening. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the S-class Long Yuan sword. This sword can cut through iron like it was mud, and it is incredibly sharp for chopping wood and killing monsters. It is a must-have artifact for home and travel. As Lin Yu listened to the voice coming from the system, he felt like he had 2 heads. This system seems a bit inappropriate. Forget it, it's better than nothing, so I'll just have to make do with it. System, can this Zueshwadin pill make a person's essence and marrow wash away? Ding, yes, the main function of the marrow cleansing pill is to temper the flesh. This system recommends that the host wait until he gets home to take it. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu looked around. Although he was now in the small forest, there were still scattered students passing by, so he gave up the plan to eat here. Alas, he probably couldn't go back to the classroom now. By the way, let's ask Fatty. Lin Yu pondered for a moment and decided to send a text message to Zhou Pangzi. Fatty, are you there? Brother you finally contacted me. You don't know that Li Hanshuang just came to the class looking for you, and her eyes looked like she wanted to eat people. You didn't betray me, did you? Of course not, I don't even know where you are, how could I betray you? By the way, brother you, where are you now? I'll come find you. You little brat, I hope you're not fishing for a law enforcement, tell me, is Li Hanshuang next to you? This made Lin Yu wary. He didn't want to run into Li Hanshuang, the ice cube. If Li Hanshuang was next to Zhou Pangzi, he was sure that the next person to arrive wouldn't be Zhou Pangzi. Soon, Zhou Pangzi sent a text message. Brother you're my best friend. How could I betray you? Even if you gave me the guts, I wouldn't dare betray you. Lin Yu looked at the message he had sent and for a moment didn't know whether to believe his words. After thinking about it, he sent his own address to Zhou Pangzi. I'm over here in the small forest, hurry over, and remember to sneak up on me. Okay, I got it. Zhou Pangzi looked at the text message Lin Yu had sent and then looked at Li Hanshuang next to him. Cough. That Li school flower, you saw it all, right? You can let me off the hook now. Humph. Li Hanshuang snorted, turned around and walked out of the classroom of class 15, heading straight for the small forest. Zhou Pangzi let out a breath as soon as she was out of sight, mumbling to himself, Brother Yu, this time it's not that I'm not a good friend, it's mainly that this girl is too fierce, I had to submit to her power. Besides, you're the one who started this, you can't blame it on me. At the moment, Lin Yu still didn't know that Zhou Pangzi had already betrayed him. Just then, the system prompt sounded again. Ding. Zhou Pangzi's emotional value plus 666. Ding. Li Hanshuang's emotional value plus 999. Damn it, Zhou Pangzi definitely betrayed me. Damn, no, I have to leave school quickly. Upon hearing the system prompt, Lin Yu instantly understood, and then looked around, taking advantage of the sparse crowd to quickly escape from school. Meanwhile, the internet was already abuzz, and some students who didn't mind stirring up trouble posted Lin Yu's awakening of dual abilities online today. A passerby, a looker, saw the post titled shocked. My classmate is an awakened dual ability user. Appear on a post bar and, out of curiosity, clicked on it. The next second, he said, holy shit, is this for real? Longboy has awakened a dual system ability. As a result, the post quickly spread across the internet, and anyone who read it was undoubtedly shocked. In particular, they learned that the other person had awakened the spatial system, and the shock was no less than a sow going up a tree. This side. After leaving school, Lin Yu headed straight for home. He was going to give that little girl Tang Xinyan a nice surprise and try out the effects of the purging pill. 10 minutes or so. Lin Yu arrived at the front door, suppressed his excitement, and opened the door. He saw Tang Xinyan lying on the sofa watching TV, and when she saw Lin Yu return, she stood up excitedly. Brother, why did you come back? Isn't it awakening day? Hey, the awakening ceremony is over, so I ran back. Lin Yu flashed a big white smile. Upon hearing this, Tang Xinyan was a little curious. She really wanted to know if her brother had awakened. Brother, did you fail to awaken successfully and come back sad? What are you talking about? Who do you think your brother is? How could he fail to awaken? I'm telling you, don't get excited later. Pfft, what's there to get excited about? Are you trying to awaken dual lineage supernatural powers? Tang Xinyan looked at Lin Yu disdainfully, not at all concerned about what he had just said. But soon she froze in place. Hey, brother, I've awakened my dual system superpower, and one of them is even a spatial system, aren't you excited and happy? Lin Yu immediately told him about the superpower he had awakened. What? You're not the one who awakened with dual system superpowers as mentioned on the internet. What internet? Here, take a look. Tang Xinyan then showed Lin Yu the post she had just read online. After reading it, Lin Yu let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his name was not mentioned, or else he would be in big trouble. He then returned the phone to Tang Xinyan and said sternly, don't you dare spread my information online. Ding. Tang Xinyan's emotional value plus 999. At this moment, the voice of the system suddenly sounded in Lin Yu's head. Humph, what are you so smug about? It's just a double line ability, I can do it too. When I turn 18, I'll awaken it too. Tang Xinyan looked cute with her arrogant expression, but Lin Yu didn't care about it. Fine, take your time getting angry, I'm going back to my room. After saying that, Lin Yu flashed into the room without waiting for Tang Xinyan to react. Then came the roaring voice of Tang Xinyan. Lin Yu, you bastard, it's just the awakening of dual lineage supernatural powers, what's the big deal? Lin Yu. System, give me my marrow cleansing pill. System, give me the purging pill. The system responded, purging pill issued, please check. A golden pill fell from the sky and smashed onto Lin Yu's head. Lin Yu was a little exasperated, but there was nothing he could do. Chapter 6, is this pill past its expiration date? But the next second, Lin Yu's attention was drawn to the pill in front of him. Without another word, he swallowed the pill. Gee, nothing happened. Is this pill past its expiration date? System, come out here and tell me, is the pill you gave me past its expiration date, and why haven't I had any reaction at all? Ding. System products, no cheating, please the host to wait patiently. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu let go of his doubts and sat quietly on the ground, waiting for the medicine to take effect. After a while, he vaguely felt his stomach begin to burn, and then his limbs began to feel weak. Damn it, system, why does it hurt so much? Lin Yu only felt like he had been hit by a truck, and his whole body was in excruciating pain. 1 minute. 3 minutes. 10 minutes. Damn you, system, are you trying to trick me? Why is it so painful? Lin Yu cursed at the moment. Ding forgot to tell the host, the first time you take the marrow cleansing pill, only half a pill is needed. The system's voice came out. Lin Yu's whole body cracked open. This damned system actually hid it from him. I want to uninstall it, I don't want it anymore. Damn you, system, you tricked me, phew. A mouthful of old blood nearly spurted out of Lin Yu's mouth. Ah, it hurts. Immediately afterwards, the effect of the Zueshwadin pill suddenly exploded, and Lin Yu curled up into a ball, clenching his fists tightly. Outside the house, Tang Xinyan couldn't help but run to the door and knock on it as she listened to Lin Yu's painful wailing. Knock, knock, knock. Brother, what's wrong? What happened? Tang Xinyan looked extremely anxious. It's nothing, I was just experimenting with spatial power and accidentally bumped into something. I'm fine now. Oh, that's good. Just take it easy and don't hurt yourself. Tang Xinyan let out a sigh of relief. She had thought that someone had broken into the house and was beating Lin Yu up. Inside the room, Lin Yu didn't know that Tang Xinyan was thinking ill of him. Ding. Tang Xinyan's emotional value plus 555. The system opens the personal information panel. Ding. Personal information panel opening. Soon, a panel with his personal information appeared in front of him. Host, Lin Yu. Age, 19. Level, Bronze 3 stars. Personal items, S-class Long Yuan sword, magic potion, purging pill, SpongeBob SquarePants underwear, Patrick Star underwear. Abilities, SSS level spatial ability, SS level fire ability. Skills, none. Weapons, none. Pet, none. Emotion value, 333,222. System, why is there a question mark after this level? Lin Yu looked at his personal information panel and was overjoyed. He had never imagined that just taking a pill would increase his level by 2 stars. Suddenly, he noticed that there was a question mark after the level, which had not been there before. Ding. The host may click to view. The system's voice sounded, and Lin Yu was furious. Okay, system, you can. Saying this, Lin Yu no longer hesitated and immediately pressed the question mark. The next second, a pop-up window appeared. Strength, 80 average person, 50. Stamina, 88 average person, 50. Intelligence, 53 average person, 50. Spiritual strength, 98 average person, 50. Speed, 56 average person, 50. Is this my attribute value? Why is my wisdom only 3 points higher than the average person? Is it difficult to become a system? Can this attribute point be improved? Ding, it can be improved. The host can take the marrow cleansing pill to improve his own attribute points, or he can improve them through exercise. After getting the answer, Lin Yu nodded with satisfaction. Suddenly, he seemed to smell something stinky. Shit, is someone's toilet blocked, and the stench has spread to my house? No, this is the fucking stench coming from me, damn, it stinks. Realizing that the stench was coming from his own body, he immediately took a few clothes from the closet and hurriedly ran out the door towards the bathroom. Meanwhile, Tang Xinyan, who was watching TV in the living room, saw Lin Yu come out and was about to call out to him when a stench hit her face. Lin Yu, did you fall into a cesspool? Tang Xinyan felt sick to her stomach and almost threw up what she had eaten last night. Lin Yu ignored her and walked towards the bathroom on his own. Under the washing of the water, the foul smell on his body was finally cleaned. Looking at his toned body in the mirror, Lin Yu felt like he was going to smile crookedly. In 2 lives, this was the first time he had such a perfect body. Gee, I didn't realize that a pill of bone marrow rejuvenation could have such a good effect. The system doesn't lie to me, ha ha ha. Alas, it's a pity that I'm the only one who can enjoy this perfect body. Lin Yu sighed while admiring himself in the mirror. After a while, Lin Yu was getting dressed to go out, but he realized that he hadn't brought any underwear. He felt a little embarrassed about asking Tang Xinyan to get them for him. Suddenly, he remembered that he seemed to have won some underwear in a lucky draw. System, distribute the underwear of Pat Star to me. Ding! The underwear of Pat Star is being distributed. Please check. After saying this, in the next second, a pair of underwear with the image of Pat Star printed on it smashed onto Lin Yu's head. System, can't you just put it directly in my hands? Ding! The host has not specified where to distribute it, so the system can only distribute it on the host's head. Lin Yu pointed at the system and said, "Damn, why didn't you say so earlier, really?" However, the system did not respond in any way, so he had to give up. At this time, the system prompt sounded again. Ding Li Hanshuang's emotional value plus 999. Ding Zhou Pangzi's emotional value plus 999. Lin Yu looked at this inexplicable emotional value and was a little stunned. Is this Li Hanshuang's girl angry with me because she couldn't find me, and taking it out on the fat guy? On the other side, Li Hanshuang arrived at the small forest according to the address Lin Yu sent, but after searching for a long time, she didn't find him. After some inquiries, she learned that Lin Yu had secretly left school a long time ago. She was furious and felt that it must be Zhou Pangzi who had reported him behind his back. So Li Hanshuang returned to class 15 with a lot of anger. Zhou Pangzi, who was bragging to his classmates, couldn't help exclaiming when he saw Li Hanshuang come back alone, "Hey, Li Flower Girl, you didn't find brother Yu? He left school." Li Hanshuang replied in a cold tone. At the same time, she stared at Zhou Pangzi with a deathly stare. In an instant, he felt like he was falling into an ice cave. Zhou Pangzi said with a shiver, "Li Flower Girl, why are you looking at me like that? Was it you?" "What do you mean was it me, Li Flower Girl? Just say what you want to ask me. Was it you who secretly told Lin Yu to leave school after I left?" Li Hanshuang stared at Zhou Pangzi without blinking. Upon hearing this, Zhou Pangzi felt even more aggrieved than Doi. "Li, you can't frame an innocent man. Although I like to spy on girls, no, I like to be inappropriate, I would never betray a beauty for a friend. I swear, I definitely didn't tell Lin Yu about this, you can check my chat history if you don't believe me." Saying this, he handed his phone to Li Hanshuang, who took it without any hesitation and started checking it. When the message was still stuck on the text message sent by Lin Yu, Li Hanshuang believed what Zhou Pangzi said and left without looking back. Phew, that was a close call. I don't know why brother you provoked Li School Flower. It's okay now, forget it. This is between them, I'd better stay out of it. Chapter 7, I'd never drink that. Evening. Lin Yushan hurried back from work, anxious to find out if Lin Yu had awakened. When she opened the door, she found Lin Yu playing with Tang Xinyan. The scene was very heartwarming, and watching it, tears flowed uncontrollably. "Hey, Auntie Lin, you're back." Lin Yu suddenly glanced and saw Lin Yushan standing in the doorway, and couldn't help but let out a soft exclamation. Seeing this, Tang Xinyan looked towards the door and discovered Lin Yushan looking at her with a smile on her face. Tang Xinyan blushed and called out, "Mom, why are you back so early? What, did I interrupt you and Xiaoyu's good time?" Lin Yushan teased the two of them with a smile. Upon hearing this, Tang Xinyan blushed and was a little afraid to look at Lin Yu, before running back to her room with bare feet. Lin Yushan was not surprised by her reaction and immediately looked at Lin Yu and asked in a soft tone, "Xiaoyu, how is it, have you awakened?" "Well, I have awakened a SSS-class space attribute and an SS-class fire attribute," Lin Yu said indifferently about what happened today. However, Lin Yushan was no longer indifferent. "What? Xiaoyu, you're not joking with Auntie Lin, are you?" Seeing that she was a little disbelieving, Lin Yu had to show her in front of her. "Auntie Lin, how could I lie to you? Look." With that, a ball of flame the size of a pigeon's egg appeared in his hand. Lin Yushan looked at the ball of flame and for a moment, she fell into deep thought. Back then, Lin Yu's father was also a fire elemental awakened being, so it seems that Lin Yu should have inherited his father's fire elemental superpower. "Auntie Lin, do you believe me now?" Lin Yu was very proud, playing with the flames in front of Lin Yushan. Lin Yushan was curious and asked, "What about your spatial ability? Can you show it to me?" "Well, I can't use my spatial ability right now," Lin Yu said, scratching his head awkwardly. Lin Yushan wasn't too disappointed to see that he couldn't use his spatial ability. After all, the spatial ability was recognized as the most powerful ability in the world, except for time, of course. After all, no one had been heard to have awakened the temporal ability so far. Okay, Auntie knows, you must be hungry now, Auntie will go cook for you. Lin Yushan comforted Lin Yu a little, and then walked towards the kitchen. Auntie Lin, you make more later. Lin Yu shouted towards Lin Yushan. Lin Yushan happily responded, knowing that Lin Yu knew that the food needed for awakening was a bit more than normal, so she was not surprised by Lin Yu's request. At this time, the system's prompt sounded in Lin Yu's mind. Ding Lin Yushan's emotional value plus 666. Ding Lin Yushan's emotional value plus 999. System, draw. Ding, the host's request has been detected and the wheel is being activated. Ding, the draw is over. Congratulations, host, you have drawn, thank you for participating. Congratulations, host, you have drawn Xue Shui Dan X2. Congratulations, host, you have drawn Magical Potion X2. Congratulations, host, you have drawn SpongeBob Socks X1. Congratulations, host, you have drawn Dolly Dan X2. Lin Yujian drew something new and was curious, so he clicked to open the item. He immediately checked out the Dolly Dan. System, what is the use of this Dolly Dan? Ding, Dolly Dan, as the name suggests, gives the user superhuman strength for 1 hour, after which they will fall into a state of weakness. Shit, there are after effects? No, system, does the magical potion also have after effects? After hearing the explanation from the system, Lin Yu couldn't help but sit up straight. If there are after effects to this, then there must be after effects to the magical potion as well. Ding, yes, after using the magical potion, there will be corresponding after effects depending on the ability obtained. For example, after obtaining the ability to become invisible, one's hair will fall out. After obtaining the ability to be lucky, one will be unlucky for a period of time, for example. Lin Yu suddenly felt numb when he heard this, and immediately interrupted the system, saying, okay, stop talking. In short, I will never drink this stuff no matter what. Yuck. Lin Yu spat at the system, saying, what a piece of junk system, what kind of crap does this kind of cheating thing produce? He thought that as long as he had a system, he could walk sideways, but he never expected to end up lying down sideways. Just as Lin Yu was still angry with the system, Lin Yushan's voice sounded. Xiao Yu, get ready for dinner. Go and wake up Xin Yan. Oh, okay, Auntie Lin. Lin Yu got up and knocked on Tang Xinyan's door. At that moment, Lin Yu heard Tang Xinyan's pleasant voice from inside. Who is it? What do you want? It's your brother. Hurry up and come out to eat. If you don't come out, I'll finish all the food. As soon as Lin Yu finished speaking, the door opened and Tang Xinyan came out with a pout on her lips. Humph. No, what are you humming? What have I done to offend you? Lin Yu looked at Tang Xinyan, who held a hostile attitude towards him, feeling puzzled. Has this girl reached puberty? It doesn't seem like it. Could it be that she is in love? Impossible. Oh no, it's coming at me. Quickly slip away. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yu walked away without looking back, leaving a flustered Tang Xinyan, who didn't know what to do, standing in the same place. She had originally wanted to question Lin Yu about why he had confessed his love to Li Hanshuang. Yes, she had just been in her room and had read about what had happened at Jiangnan Middle School today. Apart from the news about Lin Yu awakening his dual abilities, it was about Lin Yu confessing his love to Li Hanshuang in public. However, what Tang Xinyan didn't know was that Lin Yu had done all this deliberately, and the purpose was self-evident, to boost his emotional value. Tang Xinyan stood in the same place for a while, and then came to the living room with an unhappy face. She found Lin Yushan buried in her rice, and when she saw Tang Xinyan coming over, she hurriedly urged her, Xinyan, come and eat. Okay, Mom, Tang Xinyan replied, and then found a seat to sit down. However, her eyes kept looking at Lin Yushan from time to time, as if she had sensed something. Lin Yu looked at Tang Xinyan and asked, Xinyan, what's wrong? Why are you looking at me? Do I have food on my face? No. Then why are you looking at me? Can't I just look at you if there's nothing wrong? Ugh, you've put me in a difficult situation. For a moment, Lin Yu just felt his head ache. Suddenly, Tang Xinyan began to question him, Brother, did you do something at school today? Why were so many people scolding you? Huh? What the hell? Someone cursed me, who was it? This is looking for a beating. Hearing Tang Xinyan's words, Lin Yushan frowned and said angrily. Lin Yushan, who was standing next to him, just wanted to say something to comfort Lin Yushan. But he only heard Tang Xinyan speak again. Brother, I heard that you confessed to Li Hanshuang in front of the whole school today? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was suddenly embarrassed and at a loss for words. He couldn't explain this, and he couldn't explain this after all, because it involved the system. Just as he was trying to find a way to explain it, Lin Yushan spoke up, "Good, I didn't think that our little Yu had someone he loved. I've always worried that you wouldn't find a girlfriend. Don't worry about it, Auntie won't stop you. I think your parents would be happy to see you get married and have children." Seeing this, Lin Yu immediately coughed twice, ahem. "Auntie Lin, it's not what you think." "Oh, it's not what I think?" "Well, at the time, I made a bet with Chubby Zhou that whoever awakened their talent the most would confess to Li Hanshuang. But that guy didn't deliver, and he only awakened an S-class Earth-type ability, while I, as you should know. So I was forced to go on stage and confess my love for Li Hanshuang in front of the whole school." Lin Yu immediately used Zhou Pangzi as a scapegoat, and he deserved it for betraying him. After listening to Lin Yu's explanation, Lin Yushan and her mother each showed a different expression. Of course, Tang Xinyan's expression was the most changeable. After listening to Lin Yu's explanation, she suddenly changed from being displeased before to being in a happy mood. Chapter 8, It's So Dark. After dinner, Lin Yu went straight back to his room. He had wanted to offer to wash the dishes for Lin Yushan, but she had refused. System, bring up the system panel. Ding, system panel loading. Loading successful. Lin Yu looked at the system panel in front of him, and then his gaze fell on the system mall module. So he clicked in curiously. The next second, a brand new interface appeared in front of Lin Yu. It displayed many items. "System, do you sell supernatural powers?" Lin Yu asked curiously. Ding, yes, the system not only has supernatural powers, but also weapons, pills, skills, and everything else you could want. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a lewd look. "So what, system, do you have that?" Ding, the host's thoughts are impure, this system refuses to answer. "Hey, system, you're pretty smart. And you even went so far as to eavesdrop on my thoughts without my permission. Can you give me a reasonable explanation?" Hearing the system's response, Lin Yu was a little surprised at the system's intelligence. He didn't expect it to be able to read his thoughts. Ding. System refuses to answer. The system's cold voice sounded again. Lin Yu immediately fell into deep thought. Could it be that the system is impersonated by someone? That shouldn't be the case. How could that be? If it really is impersonated, then it would be an unimaginable existence. Besides, he is a social animal, and there is no need for the other party to waste time on him. He couldn't figure it out, so Lin Yu simply stopped thinking about it. System, help me find some products related to supernormal abilities. Ding has detected the host's needs. The system mall is checking all supernormal abilities. The search was successful. Please check it out. After the voice fell, he saw that the product interface, which had originally looked a bit dazzling, suddenly became full of supernormal abilities. It was displayed with all kinds of superpowers, such as ice, earth, space, fire, summoning, beast transformation, etc., almost 100 kinds of superpowers. Damn, are you planning to rob me, system? The prices are marked so high? One superpower costs 999,999,999,999 emotion points. When will I be able to afford it? Lin Yu looked at the superpowers in the mall and was shocked beyond words. They were so damn expensive. Given that he earned 500,000 emotions a day, it would take him years to afford them. Ding detected that the host was a bit decadent, so the system specially rewarded the host with a 20% discount coupon for the mall. Using the coupon, the host can enjoy a 20% discount when purchasing any item. Note that the coupon is a one-time item, so please use it with caution. After saying that, Lin Yu felt slightly better inside. Although it was only a 20% discount, it saved a lot of emotional points. That's more like it. Forget it, I'll give up on superpowers for now. By the way, can I draw superpowers from this lottery pool? Lin Yu asked. Ding, you can draw anything from the lottery pool, but you need luck. Lin Yu's eyes lit up again when he received the system's affirmation. System, I want to draw. Ding, the request has been received. The wheel starts spinning. Ding, congratulations, you have obtained Ultraman Zero Underwear X3. Ding, congratulations, you have obtained Ultraman Tiga Underwear X2. Ding, congratulations, you have obtained Magic Potion X2. Ding, congratulations, you have obtained Beginner Chef Skill Book, which has been automatically learned successfully. Ding, congratulations, you have obtained Beginner Driving Skills, which has been automatically learned successfully. Soon, the system's prompt sounded. Lin Yu looked at the two skills that appeared in the skills section of his personal information and became excited. Finally, something new has come out. Although it is not a superpower, it is still good to obtain a few skills. Looking at the remaining emotional value of a few 100,000, Lin Yu made up his mind and directly drew. System, draw all the remaining 200,000 for me. Ding, the request of the host has been detected, and the lottery is being drawn for you, please wait a moment. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning. Thank you for your patronage. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning. SpongeBob SquarePants Full Bodysuit X1. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning. Patrick Star Full Bodysuit X1. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning. Purity Elixir X3. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning. Vigor Elixir X4. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning. Speed Elixir X4. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning. Beginner's Massage Skill Book. Successfully learned for the host automatically. Lin Yu saw that he had drawn a new good thing, so he hurriedly checked it up. System, what is the use of this extreme speed pill? Ding, extreme speed pill, as the name suggests, the host will gain speed after taking it. Note that after use, the thighs will be temporarily paralyzed. After listening to the system's introduction, Lin Yu couldn't help but twitch his mouth corners. Indeed, the system's things all have some kind of after effects. No dog would eat this stuff. But I can try giving it to that guy Zhou Pangzi. Who let him sell himself out, he has to pay back. Afterwards, Lin Yu began to count today's harvest. An SSS-class spatial ability, AS-class Long Yuan sword, some scattered pills, and some inexplicable underwear. Overall, today's harvest was quite fruitful. Soon, Lin Yu fell asleep. Meanwhile, in a vast mountain range, an old man with rosy cheeks and white hair was looking at the message on his phone, his brows furrowed. Interesting, I didn't expect another space-related awakened person to appear in Longhua, and he's even a dual ability awakened person. I'm keeping this kid, no one can take him away, I said so. As he spoke, the old man vanished with a flash. This person was precisely the only space-related awakened person in Longhua, Lu Hongba. No, it should be the only two, and now there is another Lin Yu. Moreover, Lin Yu's talent is still an SSS rank, one rank higher than Lu Hongba's, but don't underestimate this one rank, the difference is huge. From everyone's attitude towards Zhou Pangzi and Li Hanshuang, we know that one is an S-class earth element and the other is an SSS-class ice element. But obviously everyone is more optimistic about Li Hanshuang. Of course, her stunning appearance accounts for a lot, but more importantly, it is her talent. After the recovery of the aura, various countries began research, and after several years of exploration, the final level divisions were determined: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, king, transcendental realm, and destiny realm. Each of these realms is further divided into 1 to 9 stars. At the 3, 6, and 9 star levels, the awakened person needs to absorb an animal core in order to comprehend new abilities. Those with high talent often break through more easily and encounter fewer bottlenecks. Chapter 9, Beating Up Zhou Pangzi. The next day, Lin Yu packed up a little and left for school. He didn't know if he would run into Li Hanshuang today. To be honest, he felt a little bad towards her. He had gone out of his way to confess in public just to earn emotional points, causing her to be criticized by others. Sigh, never mind, I'll find an opportunity to apologize to her some other day, or at the very least give her a pill to improve her body. Thinking this, he arrived at the school gate without knowing it. At that moment, Zhou Pangzi's voice sounded behind him. Brother Lin Yu, wait for me. Hearing this, Lin Yu subconsciously stopped, and then turned his head to look at Zhou Pangzi. He was instantly outraged. Fatty, you still have the face to appear in front of me? I have been like brothers with you, and you actually betrayed me behind my back. Zhou Pangzi heard Lin Yu's words and his heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect the other person to know about it. So he quickly smiled and said, Brother Yu, let me explain. Fine, you explain. If I'm not satisfied, we'll be no longer friends. Lin Yu looked at Zhou Pangzi with a condescending look on his face. Although the words no longer friends were false, he still had to give the fat guy a good beating. Otherwise, he would be betrayed again next time. Zhou Pangzi heard Lin Yu say that he would break off his friendship with him, and he immediately became anxious. This is the future big boss. If he doesn't hug his thigh at this time, when else? Immediately, he trotted over to Lin Yu and whispered in explanation. Brother Yu, this really wasn't me betraying you, it was mainly because Li Daxiokia threatened me, and I didn't dare disobey. Besides, didn't you provoke this yourself? How can you blame me? As soon as he finished speaking, a system prompt sounded in Lin Yu's mind. Ding Zhou Pangzi emotion value plus 999. Hearing this prompt, Lin Yu's look at Zhou Pangzi changed. This is nothing more than a living emotion generating machine, capable of generating a lot of emotion value with just a little stimulation. Lin Yu gave a smile and patted Zhou Pangzi on the back, reassuring him, "It's fine, I know about this. Don't worry, we're still good brothers." Zhou Pangzi heard what he said and was instantly relieved. Ding Zhou Pangzi's emotional value plus 666. Hearing the prompt tone, Lin Yu only felt a lot happier. It seems that he will have to keep the fat guy's emotions changing a lot. Let's go back to class. By the way, Fatty, what are we awakening individuals going to do now? Well, according to past years, the school will gather all the awakening individuals together and start teaching them some knowledge about their supernatural powers. Upon hearing Lin Yu's question, Zhou Pangzi thought for a moment before giving his answer. The main reason Lin Yu asked Zhou Pangzi was that his memories in this regard were very vague. As a result, he was a little lost as to what to do next. In fact, this world is very similar to the Earth where Lin Yu was from before, and there is also a college entrance examination. However, after the recovery of spiritual energy 20 years ago, the country readjusted its policies, and anyone who awakens at the age of 18 will enter one of the 9 universities to study. After that, those who wish to join the military will join the military, those who wish to become a police officer will become a police officer, and it is more convenient than for ordinary people, with almost no obstacles, of course, if there is the thought of treason. Then they will definitely be hunted down by the awakened people of the country. Over the years, many people have felt that the moon is rounder abroad, and their downfall has been miserable. The grass on their graves is already more than 3 meters high. Lin Yu and the other walked into the classroom, and suddenly everyone's attention was focused on them. However, this time it was not full of contempt and disdain, as it had been yesterday, but instead full of envy and excitement. Those looks were as if they were looking at a beautiful girl who had stripped naked. Ding Wan Wu emotion value plus 666. Ding Zhaoxi emotion value plus 666. Lin Yu listened to the system's prompt tone, and the corner of his mouth nearly reached the base of his ears. Sure enough, it is still the fastest way to earn emotion points at school. Good morning, everyone. So, Lin Yu took the initiative to greet everyone, and Zhou Pangzi's eyes on the side suddenly opened wide. He looked incredulous. The rest of the students were also very surprised. You have to know that Lin Yu never greeted them before. Is this the sun rising in the west? Or is Lin Yu up to no good? Ding Wangwu's emotional value plus 999. Ding Wangsui's emotional value plus 999. Ding Li Tinio's emotional value plus 999. Suddenly, the system prompt sounded again in Lin Yu's head. Lin Yu only felt that this emotional value came really easily, and he made up his mind that he would cause trouble later. With these thoughts, Lin Yu arrived at his seat, and behind him, Zhou Pangzi looked at him with something on his mind. Fatty, what's wrong with you? I don't know what's wrong with you. Lin Yu said curiously. Zhou Pangzi looked at Lin Yu blankly and said, Brother Yu, you've changed. Lin Yu's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Could it be that this fat idiot has noticed something? No way, this fat idiot's IQ shouldn't be able to tell. Could it be that he's bluffing me? Just as Lin Yu was thinking all kinds of nonsense, Zhou Pangzi's voice sounded again. Brother Yu, don't you usually ignore them? Why are you so nice to greet them today? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu let out a sigh of relief. He had thought that the fat guy had noticed the differences between him and his original self. You're right, Brother Yu, you're very thoughtful. If I had known, I would have shown off too. Zhou Pangzi heard Lin Yu say this and suddenly realized. He immediately smiled lewdly. Just as the two of them were chatting happily, the beautiful homeroom teacher Ouyang Qian arrived in the classroom. As soon as she entered, many students sat up straight at once and didn't dare to speak loudly. The reason for this was mainly because Ouyang Qian was also an awakened being, and her strength was not low. Is Lin Yu here? Ouyang Qian suddenly shouted. Lin Yu was taken aback at first, but then he raised his hand and said, "I'm here." Ouyang Qian saw Lin Yu raise his hand before she saw him. "Lin Yu, come out with me for a moment. The rest of you stay in the classroom and study. Students who have awakened their supernatural powers, get ready to follow me." After saying this, Ouyang Qian left the classroom without looking back. Lin Yu, who was confused, had no choice but to follow her. After the two left, the classroom began to discuss. "Hey, do you know what the teacher told Lin Yu to go do?" "I don't know, I guess it's about Lin Yu's awakened superpowers." "Have you heard? Now the whole internet knows that Zhongnan High School has produced a peerless demon. I heard that even our country's Mr. Lu Hongba is said to know about it." "Really?" "That's the existence of the transcendent 9 stars, one step away from entering the realm of destiny." The scene was very lively, while Zhou Pangzi, who was sitting in the back row, had a face of disdain. "A bunch of little scum, just you want to discuss my brother Yu. I don't know who isolated my brother Yu every day at the beginning, and now it's good, right? Before you ignored me, and now I'm too good for you." Zhou Pangzi kept muttering to himself, his eyes full of mockery. Chapter 10, Lin, the Unworthy Son. Meanwhile, Lin Yu followed Ouyang Qian to a corner of the corridor and stopped. She looked at Lin Yu for a while, and then slowly said, "Lin Yu, congratulations, you have awakened the dual abilities of the space and fire elements." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Heck, it was all a fluke." As soon as he finished speaking, a system prompt sounded in his head. Ding! Ouyang Qian's emotional value plus 666. Ding! Ouyang Qian's emotional value plus 888. As he listened to the system prompts, Lin Yu felt an overwhelming sense of joy. You have to go crazy to succeed, charge ahead recklessly, fight to become rich in 3 generations, and work hard to avoid failure. Seeing that he had fleeced her, Lin Yu quickly gave a sheepish smile. "Ha, just kidding." Ouyang Qian couldn't help but glare at him, then said with a serious expression, "Lin Yu, may I ask where you plan to go to school?" "Well, I haven't decided yet." "Why don't you recommend one for me?" Lin Yu looked at Ouyang Qian with big eyes and a smile. Seeing Lin Yu say this, Ouyang Qian was suddenly delighted. She had originally just asked tentatively, but she didn't expect Lin Yu to let her help with the recommendation. Ouyang Qian was definitely going to do some publicity for her alma mater. After all, she had also come from one of the 9 great academies. After a moment's thought, Ouyang Qian spoke, "I'll introduce you to each of the 9 academies. First is the Capital University, which accepts people with supernatural abilities from any department, but most of them are the children of officials and are not to be messed with. Next is the Sea of Monsters Academy, which also accepts people with supernatural abilities from any department, and basically all of them are students with natural talents." Speaking of which, Lin Yu suddenly interrupted, "Shenjia, which academy are you from?" "Me? I'm from the Demon Sea Academy." "Oh, I see. Go on." "Well, next is the Beast Taming Academy, which mainly recruits students from the Summoning Department and the Beast Transformation Department. Of course, other departments also recruit, but these 2 departments are the most popular." Lin Yu was lost in thought for a while. Seeing this, Ouyang Qian didn't continue, but just quietly looked at him. After a while, Lin Yu spoke up, "Sister Qian, I'm sorry, I was distracted." "It's okay, so I continue?" "Go ahead." "Okay, the rest of the Tsangyan Academy, Tianlang Academy, Jinzhi Academy, Zhenshan Academy, and Qingling Academy belong to the Elemental Department. As you can tell from their names, they mainly accept people with the 5 elemental attributes, although they also accept students from other departments." "That's already 8. Where's the last academy?" Lin Yu counted on his fingers and realized that one was missing. "The last one is the Spirit Weapon Academy, they accept everyone, even ordinary students." Hearing Ouyang Qian say that the Spirit Weapon Academy accepts everyone, Lin Yu became interested for a moment. "Sister Qian, you said that the Spirit Weapon Academy accepts ordinary people?" "I know what you're thinking, but it's not that easy for ordinary students to enter the Spirit Weapon Academy. You have to be evil enough to get in. And the Spirit Weapon Academy doesn't focus on cultivation, they mainly engage in weapons research and development." After listening to Ouyang Qian's introduction to the 9 academies, Lin Yu suddenly had a general understanding. He then asked, "Shenjia, which academy do you think I should go to?" Lin Yushan heard his question and said without hesitation, "I suggest you go to the Demon Sea Academy." "Oh, why?" First, the Demon Sea Academy is the second-ranked academy in Dragon Country, with relatively abundant resources. You can have a good development there. Second, Lu Lao is at the Demon Sea Academy, which will be of great help to you in developing your spatial abilities. Lu Lao? Oh, I forgot to tell you, Lu Lao is the old master Lu Hongba. He is the first spatial awakener in Dragon Country, and he is also an SS-class talent. His current strength has reached the extraordinary 9 stars, and he is only one step away from entering the realm of destiny. Upon hearing Ouyang Qian's words, Lin Yu's mind suddenly flashed with the image of an old man, which he had looked up online last night. Lin Yu quickly got an idea, so he spoke to Ouyang Qian, saying, "Zhenjie, I understand. I'm going to choose the Demon Sea School. Can you introduce me to Lu Lao? Don't worry, even if you don't go to him, Lu Lao will come to you." Okay. After getting Ouyang Qian's reply, Lin Yu was very satisfied. Although he had the system, having someone to guide him in cultivation would save him a lot of detours. Ouyang Qian saw that he was no longer speaking, and that her purpose had been achieved, so she led Lin Yu towards class 15. As soon as they arrived at the door, they heard all kinds of discussions coming from inside, but none of them were about Lin Yu. When Ouyang Qian appeared at the classroom door again, many students immediately shut up. What's all the noise about? You don't know how to study, all you know is to discuss nonsense. If you work hard, you might all be able to enter the Spirit Equipment Academy. That's enough, I've said all I need to say. All the awakened students, follow me. After saying that, Ouyang Qian walked out of the classroom on her own, and at that time, several students who had awakened their supernatural powers immediately followed her. There were about 7 or 8 of them, including of course Zhou Pangzi. Although Zhou Pangzi had awakened his S-class Earth Elemental supernatural power, the others didn't pay much attention to him. After all, with the existence of a demon like Lin Yu, no matter how talented the others were, they would eventually be ignored. Even Li Hanshuang, who was an SS-class student, had recently attracted less attention. If she wasn't so pretty, she would probably end up like Zhou Pangzi. Soon, in other classes, some awakened students gradually appeared, and some of them got together and started discussing. Hey, classmate, are you from class 15? Is Lin Yu in your class? Hello, classmate, I'm Li Si from class 7. Can we be friends? Classmate. A group of students with awakened supernatural powers marched towards the gymnasium in a mighty procession. Meanwhile, Lin Yu quietly followed Ouyang Qian, constantly asking her about cultivation. Ouyang Qian was naturally happy to answer his questions. Although she was an awakened user of the water element, she was still very knowledgeable about cultivation since she was teaching it. At this time, the students behind looked at Lin Yu and Ouyang Qian chatting and laughing, and they couldn't help but feel annoyed. But there was nothing they could do. After all, Lin Yu was a dual system mutant, and he had also awakened the spatial system. Ding Zhengsan's emotional value plus 555. Ding Li Si's emotional value plus 555. Ding Wang Wu's emotional value plus 555. Dozens of system prompts sounded in Lin Yu's mind, which suddenly made Lin Yu a little confused. What's going on? Why do these idiots have so much emotional value for me? Could it be that they are jealous when they see me chatting with Chen? Hey, this is a rare opportunity, I must take advantage of it. Thinking this, Lin Yu suddenly put his arm around Ouyang Qian's shoulders. What are you doing? Ouyang Qian was about to let out a surprised exclamation at his action, but fortunately she quickly suppressed it. It's fine, Zhenjie, thank you for explaining so much to me today, how about I treat you to dinner some other time? Lin Yu saw her reaction and quickly changed the subject. Chapter 11, Stabbing a Man in the Back for the Sake of a Woman. You need to let go of my hand first. This is not a good look. Ouyang Qian saw that he was reluctant to let go, so she hurriedly urged him. However, Lin Yu was not afraid of losing face in order to earn his classmates' emotional points. Hey, what's the big deal? Our teacher and student, doesn't this make us seem closer? Closer my ass, get it out of my way, don't make me do it. Fine, I was going to visit your alma mater, but now. Forget it, do whatever you want, but you can't lay a hand on your teacher, or I'll break your arm. Ouyang Qian was instantly intimidated by Lin Yu and had no choice but to give in. Lin Yu saw this and smacked her shoulder with glee. At this moment, the system's voice rang in his head again. Ding 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 ding. Ding Li Hanshuang's emotional value plus 999. Ding Li Hanshuang's emotional value plus 999. Hearing the system's report, Lin Yu felt numb. What the hell, is Li Hanshuang, the ice cube, here too? And why is her emotional value so high? This is not a good sign. No, this ice cube is not to be trifled with. Lin Yu immediately took his hand off Ouyang Qian's shoulder. Then, his gaze slowly looked behind him, and he saw hundreds of people looking at him with the same gaze. The looks in their eyes were a mixture of surprise, confusion, and jealousy. Lin Yu was so scared that he quickly looked back, afraid to look behind him again. Soon, the group arrived at the gymnasium, where the principal Wang Fujuan was watching them arrive with a smile on his face. When he saw Lin Yu at the front of the group, his eyes lit up. He had planned to talk to Lin Yu yesterday, but the boy had simply left the school. Wang Fujuan was about to go to his house to look for him. Ding! Wang Fujuan's emotional value plus 999. A system prompt suddenly sounded in Lin Yu's mind, leaving him confused for a moment. He then looked at Wang Fujuan in the distance and saw that he was looking at him and smiling, but the expression was a bit lewd no matter how you looked at it. Lin Yu felt goosebumps all over his body. He didn't dare to look at him anymore, and had to look at the beautiful female class teacher Ouyang Qian next to him. When Ouyang Qian saw that he was looking at her again, she was suddenly a bit confused. Before long, everyone arrived at the entrance to the gymnasium. Seeing this, Wang Fujuan revealed a self-satisfied look and said, "Welcome everyone to Jiangnan Middle School. You are all the hope and future of our school. I believe you all understand, so I won't go into too much detail. I will call out your names and prepare to assign you to classes. This time, there are more students who have awakened than in previous years, a total of 225. I have decided to divide them into 5 awakening classes. I will now begin calling the roll. Lin Yu, Li Hanshuang." Lin Yu was the first to hear his name called, and he was taken aback, but soon he let go of it. This should be according to talent. He had awakened to the SSS level spatial ability and the SS fire ability, so naturally he was ranked first, while Li Hanshuang had awakened to the SS ice ability, so she was ranked last. Once he understood this, Lin Yu no longer hesitated and walked straight out, at which point Zhou Pangzi came up next to him. Suddenly, he saw him sneak up to Lin Yu's ear and ask in a low voice, "Brother Yu, what are you going to do about Li Flower Girl?" "What do you mean, what am I going to do?" "Just leave it alone." Lin Yu gave him a blank look and said nonchalantly. Ding Zhou Pangzi emotion value plus 666. At this time, Li Hanshuang, who seemed to have noticed something, turned his head and looked at the two of them. He saw that they were discussing something he didn't know about, but felt that they were talking about himself. Suddenly, an unknown fire burned in Li Hanshuang's heart. Ding Li Hanshuang's emotional value plus 999. Ding Li Hanshuang's emotional value plus 1000. Lin Yu heard the system's prompt tone and was momentarily stunned. This was the first time he had received an emotional value of over 1000. Immediately, his gaze could not help but fall on Li Hanshuang, who was staring at him deadpan. It didn't matter if he didn't look, but when he did, he was shocked to see that she was looking at him with a murderous glare. Zhou Pangzi, who was standing nearby, saw that Lin Yu was not responding for a long time, so he immediately followed his gaze and nearly let out a cry of alarm. "Brother Yu, let's run, Li Xiu's glare is clearly going to kill us 1,000 cuts. Cough cough, fatty, look at your timid appearance, how dare she do anything to us, just rest assured." Although he said that, in fact, Lin Yu had no confidence at all. If he had known, he would not have provoked this ice cube. Li Hanshuang saw the two of them constantly avoiding eye contact, and knew that they were feeling guilty. It seems that he was right to guess, these two were indeed talking about him. At the same time, the system's prompt kept ringing in Lin Yu's head. Ding! Li Hanshuang's emotional value plus 555. Ding! Li Hanshuang's emotional value plus 666. Ding! Li Hanshuang's emotional value plus 777. Hearing this sound like a death knell, Lin Yu just felt a little overwhelmed. Although he really wanted emotional points, he wasn't going to catch someone if they weren't doing anything wrong. If one day he were to get a bald patch, then what? So he was about to go up and apologize to Li Hanshuang. Just then, Wang Fujuan spoke, "Classmates, you have just been called on your names, as students of the first class of the Awakened. Teacher Ouyang Qian will be your homeroom teacher. Those of you whose names have been called, please follow Teacher Ouyang to select a venue." As soon as the words fell, Ouyang Qian walked towards the gymnasium. Seeing this, Lin Yu and Zhou Pangzi glanced at each other and hurriedly followed. The others reacted and followed immediately. Zhou Pangzi said to Lin Yu with relief, "Brother Yu, just now, Li Shue's eyes were really scary, fortunately." "Fortunately what?" Suddenly, an icy voice came from behind Zhou Pangzi. He turned his head mechanically and saw a pair of murderous eyes. It was Li Hanshuang. For a moment, Zhou Pangzi wanted to spit out what he had wanted to say, but he swallowed it back. At the same time, his expression was as ugly as if he had eaten shit. After a while, he pulled out a smile and said to Li Hanshuang, "Good morning, Li Shui." "Li Hanshuang, have you had breakfast?" "No, how about I treat you?" "Humph." Upon hearing this, Li Hanshuang merely snorted in contempt and did not say anything, her gaze shifting from Zhou Pangzi to Lin Yu. In an instant, Lin Yu felt a chill rising from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Ding! Li Hanshuang's emotional value plus 999. The system's prompt sounded again. Lin Yu immediately quickened his pace and walked over to Ouyang Qian's side. Zhou Pangzi was left alone to face the cold chill of Li Hanshuang. Suddenly, Zhou Pangzi kept thinking to himself, "Damn it, brother Yu, you shouldn't have done this to me. You're the one who got into this mess, so why make me suffer?" Lin Yu didn't care about this, however. After all, it was normal to stick up for your brother and stab your brother in the back for a woman. Chapter 12, Drawing a Treasure Chest. After a while, Ouyang Qian led everyone to an open space and then commanded, "Classmates, sit down." Seeing this, everyone sat down, regardless of whether the ground was clean or not. However, Lin Yu, the sixth child, did not immediately sit down, but looked around and found two small stools not far away. So while Ouyang Qian was not paying attention, he took them all directly. He also gave one to Ouyang Qian, who didn't say anything and just sat down. But the rest of the students who saw this scene suddenly felt bad, wondering why they didn't dare to take them themselves. Ding Zhangsan's emotional value plus 999. Ding Li Si's emotional value plus 999. Ding Wang Wu's emotional value plus 999. Ding Li Hanshuang's emotional value plus 1. Ding Zhou Pangzi's emotional value plus 666. The system prompt sounded in Lin Yu's mind, and he suddenly felt great. But when he heard that Li Hanshuang's emotional value only increased by 1, he couldn't help but become a little curious. System, what the hell is this 1-point increase in Li Hanshuang's emotional value? Is this a bug in your system? Ding, there is no bug in the system. This is only because Li Hanshuang's emotions are not very strong, so it only increased by 1. Hearing the system's explanation, Lin Yu didn't quite believe it, but there was nothing he could do. Fine, I'll reluctantly believe you. By the way, open my personal information panel for me. Ding, personal information panel is being activated. As soon as the words fell, a transparent blue panel appeared in front of Lin Yu. Host, Lin Yu. Age, 19. Level, Bronze 3 stars. Personal belongings, S-Class Longyuan Sword, Magic Potion, Marrow Cleansing Pill, Great Strength Pill, Speed Pill, SpongeBob SquarePants Underwear, Patrick Star Underwear, Ultraman Underwear. Special abilities, SSS-class Spatial Ability, SS-class Fire Ability. Skills, Beginner Chef, Beginner Driver, Beginner Massage. Weapon, S-Class Longyuan Sword. Pet, None. Emotion value, 666,666. Lin Yu looked at the emotion value, which had reached 600,000, and immediately said to the system, "System, I want to draw prizes, starting with 10 consecutive draws." Ding, the system has detected the host's request and is starting the draw. Ding, congratulations to the host on obtaining 2 bronze treasure chests. Ding, congratulations to the host on obtaining 1 silver treasure chest. Ding, congratulations to the host on obtaining 3 kidney strengthening pills. Congratulations to the host on obtaining thank you for your patronage. Lin Yu couldn't stop smiling when he saw the treasure chest drawn. You have to know that the golden treasure chest that the system rewarded earlier opened to reveal the S-Class Dragon Abyss sword, and now there are 2 bronze and 1 silver. I guess it can also open something good this time. At the same time, Ouyang Qian saw Lin Yu giggling non-stop and was full of question marks. Did I just say something funny? This is impossible, right? Lin Yu, was what I just said really funny? However, Lin Yu was so immersed in his joy that he didn't hear it at all. Zhou Pangzi, who was standing nearby, saw this and hurriedly pulled Lin Yu's clothes. Feeling someone pulling him, Lin Yu came back to his senses and looked at Zhou Pangzi, who was still pulling him. Fatty, why are you pulling me? Brother Yu, Teacher Ouyang is calling you. What? When? Teacher Ouyang is looking at you. Hearing this, Lin Yu hurriedly looked at Ouyang Qian, who was not far in front of him. He noticed that she was staring at him. Cough, cough, Qian Jia, why did you call me? So Lin Yu immediately coughed twice. Was what I just said funny? Ouyang Qian said coldly. Hearing this, Lin Yu suddenly realized that he had just laughed at the scene of drawing the treasure chest, which happened to be seen by Ouyang Qian. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond, but then a sudden flash of inspiration came to him, and he said, "No, it's not. It's just that what you just said was really good, and I was so enthralled that I couldn't help but laugh." You can't blame me for that. Ouyang Qian knew that he was just flattering her, but with so many people watching, she couldn't condemn him, so she just let it go. Okay, listen carefully, don't daydream, there will be an assessment at the end. If you can't pass it, the 9 great academies won't care if you're talented or not. Of course, these words were ostensibly directed at Lin Yu, but they were actually meant for everyone else to hear. After all, a SSS-level genius is a presence that the 9 universities will fight over, so how could they not accept him just because of a small assessment? Some students who didn't know the situation really believed it. After all, they weren't highly talented, and there were so many people, so it was really possible that they would be rejected. Ouyang Qian watched the expressions of the other people change, and a barely perceptible smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. However, there was one exception, and that was Lin Yu. As a man in 2 lives, how could he not see what Ouyang Qian was thinking? However, he didn't expose it. After all, Ouyang Qian was also doing it for the good of everyone, wasn't she? Classmate Lin Yu, sit down, next time pay attention, don't get lost again. After scanning the crowd, Ouyang Qian shouted at Lin Yu, who was still standing. Seeing this, Lin Yu sat down on the small bench with a thud. Ouyang Qian then continued. Everyone, today we will continue. First, every time you reach the 3rd, 6th, or 9th star, you need to absorb a beast core, feel the energy it contains, and then perceive your own supernatural abilities and gain new abilities. Just like the teacher said, Ouyang Qian condensed a ball of water in her hands, and then, under her control, the ball of water turned into an ice cone. She then threw it into the air, accompanied by a chant from Ouyang Qian. Ice heaven and snow. The ice cone instantly shattered into pieces of ice the size of silver needles, which struck the ground. In just a flash, the ground was covered in frost. The next second, the frost melted back into water. All the students were left speechless by this display of power. At that moment, Ouyang Qian's voice once again entered everyone's ears. This is a power I realized when I was at the silver 9 stars level, the ability to control my own water into ice. This ability will gradually improve as your strength increases. I am currently a golden 2 star, and the range I can cause is only 10 square meters, but when I break through to golden 9 stars, the range can reach 30 square meters. After these words, the scene suddenly erupted into an uproar. Damn, is Teacher Ouyang that powerful? I thought it was going to snow from the temperature just now. Is this the ability of an awakened person? It's really terrifying. At the top of the immortal realm, I am the pride of the world. Heaven did not give birth to me, Zhao Laolu, and the vulgar way will last forever like the long night. As he listened to the full of pretension words of the crowd, Lin Yu laughed disdainfully. What the hell, there's not even a system, just idle chatter. Isn't this like looking for shit in the toilet with a flashlight? Ouyang Qian couldn't help but shout out when she saw that everyone's mood was high. Everyone, quiet down, let's continue with the explanation. Seeing that Ouyang Qian had spoken, everyone else also quieted down, and then fixed their gaze on her. Seeing this, Ouyang Qian cleared her throat, and then continued to explain to everyone. Chapter 13's level breathing technique mixed Yuan Gong. Seeing this, everyone quieted down, but their hearts were still unable to calm down. After all, Jiangchang was only a small county, and most of the students had never seen much of the world. Therefore, Ouyang Qian's revelation was enough to shock them for an entire year. Of course, there were 3 exceptions: Li Hanshuang, Lin Yu, and Zhou Pangzi. Li Hanshuang's family, the Li family, is one of the top families in Jiangcheng. Since she was young, she has seen many awakened people, so Ouyang Qian's technique did not have a big impact on her. As for Zhou Pangzi, his father is a real estate developer, and he grew up in a big city, so he has seen and heard more than other people. As for Lin Yu, he is a time traveler, and nothing can be more shocking than time travel. My fellow students, I will now impart to you a set of training mantras. I hope you can all practice diligently. Seeing that everyone had gradually quieted down, Ouyang Qian spoke again. Hearing that they could start training, everyone present was excited. Soon, Ouyang Qian dictated a breathing technique to everyone, and they immediately began practicing in place. Lin Yu looked around and saw that all of his classmates had closed their eyes and were breathing in the energy of the world. He immediately closed his eyes as well, but he wasn't practicing. System, what is my current emotional value? Ding, the current emotional value of the host has reached 750,000. Do you want to participate in the lottery? Draw for me, draw for me. Ding, the lottery is being drawn, please wait a moment. After the words fell, the dial began to spin, and after a moment it stopped. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained a golden treasure chest 1. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained Zuansuoden 5. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained Miraculous Potion 6. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained a Digimon Ultraman Leather Case 1. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained 5 Dolly Pills. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained 8 Extreme Pills. As soon as Lin Yu heard that he had obtained a golden treasure chest, he nearly let out a cry of surprise. This is a golden treasure chest, and last time it produced SSS-class Dragon Abyss Sword. I wonder if I will get anything good this time. System, open the golden treasure chest. Ding, the treasure chest is opening. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained a copy of the S-class breathing technique, the Hanshuang Gong. This technique can quickly absorb the energy of heaven and earth, and also refine the body. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Lin Yu's eyes lit up. He never imagined that the system would be so considerate as to proactively offer a technique after realizing that he needed to practice. Am I that awesome? System, I want to practice this Hanshuang Gong. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully cultivated. After a short while, the system's voice sounded again in his head, and Lin Yu then felt that he had an additional memory. It was none other than the cultivation method for the mixed Yuan Gong. Immediately, Lin Yu began to breathe in and out according to the content recorded on it. In an instant, the surrounding heavenly and earthly essences all rushed towards him, and were then absorbed into his body at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, Ouyang Qian couldn't help but look over, and when she saw the terrifying speed at which he was absorbing it, she was momentarily stunned. She had never seen such a scene before, and she knew that she could not even do this at her current level of golden 2 stars. Could this be the talent of an SSS-class demon? It really is terrifying. Ouyang Qian muttered to herself. The other students were all startled by Lin Yu's actions, and they looked at him and discussed among themselves. Damn it, is this the talent of an SSS-level demon? Damn, is this guy even human? I don't know if Lin Yu has a girlfriend or not, but if he does, he can be a little. You should just give up. Didn't you hear that yesterday Lin Yu was going to woo Li the school flower? That's right, and you don't even look like her, so you can't compare. You guys, humph. Stop arguing, and take a good look at how the big guy practices, we can learn from him. Ah, yes, yes, yes. Everyone began to observe Lin Yu, wanting to learn from him. Ding. Li Hanshuang's emotional value plus 666. Ding. Zhou Pangzi's emotional value plus 666. Ding. Ouyang Qian's emotional value plus 666. The system prompt echoed in his mind, but it did not affect Lin Yu's cultivation in the slightest. It was as if he had already said goodbye to the world, and at the moment, he had entered a state of enlightenment. He didn't feel anything about what was happening in the outside world. Everyone, don't disturb Lin Yu's cultivation, hurry up and find a free place to cultivate. Ouyang Qian couldn't help but urge everyone when she saw them stop. Hearing this, everyone reacted, and hurriedly found a place to continue cultivating. At the moment, they were completely like they had been pumped up with adrenaline, their fighting spirit high. Of course, this was mainly due to the blow from Lin Yu. Brother Yu is worthy of the name, this forced outfit is truly awesome, no, I have to hurry and practice, I can't fall behind. Zhou Pangzi couldn't help but let out a sigh as he watched the scene, and then closed his eyes and frantically practiced the qi breathing technique. Li Hanshuang, who was not far away, suddenly felt the pressure. She had thought that her talent was only one level apart from this guy's, and that the cultivation method her family had given her was enough to match him. However, she did not expect that the other party made such a big noise during her first practice, which made it even more difficult for her to add to her originally competitive and aggressive personality. Without hesitation, she closed her eyes and continued to practice. However, our instigator, Lin Yu, was still immersed in the strangeness brought about by the mixed Yuan Gong. It has to be said that this S-level technique is awesome. At this moment, Lin Yu's original Bronze 3-star realm vaguely showed signs of a breakthrough, and he was only one step away from breaking through to Bronze 4-star. However, just as he was about to make the breakthrough, he got stuck. Lin Yu then remembered what Ouyang Qian had said before, that breaking through to 3 stars required the absorption of an animal core. For a moment, Lin Yu was a little overwhelmed. Suddenly, he thought of something. He quickly opened his eyes and looked at Ouyang Qian, who was not far away, and shouted, "Qian Jie, do you have an animal core?" Upon hearing this, Ouyang Qian's pupils suddenly contracted, and she looked incredulous. "Lin Yu, did you break through to Bronze 3 stars? It's only been an hour or so, and no matter how evil you are, you can't possibly break through to 3 stars in such a short period of time. Lin Yu, why are you asking this? Did you break through to 3 stars? Yes, otherwise why would I ask you for beast cores? Logically speaking, the Dragon Kingdom should issue some resources, right?" Lin Yu said. From his past life experience, the country will provide certain resources for students to cultivate. After all, most awakened people are from the bottom of society, so the country will provide cultivation resources for a certain period of time. Just like in his past life, the country implemented 9 years of compulsory education to cultivate talent for the country. Sure enough, after Lin Yu finished speaking, Ouyang Qian nodded silently. Then he said, "You're right, the government did allocate some cultivation resources, but did you really break through to Bronze 3 stars?" In the face of Ouyang Qian's doubts, Lin Yu did not hesitate to condense a fireball the size of an egg in his hand. Feeling the energy fluctuations coming from it, Ouyang Qian was convinced that he had broken through to Bronze 3 stars, and there were faint signs of a breakthrough to 4 stars. The people around them, who had been awakened by Lin Yu's noise, were stunned when they learned that Lin Yu had broken through to 3 stars. They had barely just broken through to the 1st star, and some of them didn't even have one. Li Hanshuang had just barely broken through to the 2nd star, and that was only because of the cultivation method her family gave her. Chapter 14, Comprehending Skills. At this time, the system prompt suddenly sounded in Lin Yu's head. Ding Li Hanshuang's emotional value plus 999. Ding Ouyang Qian's emotional value plus 999. Ding Zhou Pangzi's emotional value plus 666. It sounded for almost 100 times before it gradually stopped. System, can you turn that sound down a little? My head is about to explode. Ding. The system prompt has been adjusted to the minimum after detecting the host's request. After the words fell, Lin Yu let out a breath and then continued to look at Ouyang Qian. "Sister Qian, can you give me a fire beast core?" "Sure, just wait a moment, I'll go and explain to the principal." Ouyang Qian gave Lin Yu an order and then ran towards Wang Fujuan. After Ouyang Qian left, Zhou Pangzi licked his lips and came over with a lewd look on his face. "Brother Yu, did you really break through to Bronze 3 stars?" "Of course, why would I lie to you? If it weren't for the lack of a beast core, I might have broken through to 4 stars. Lin Yu said nonchalantly. As soon as the words fell, a student who was eavesdropping nearby nearly choked to death on his own saliva. He originally felt that Lin Yu's breakthrough to 3 stars was already the limit, but he didn't expect it to be just the beginning. Zhou Pangzi saw this and gave the man a cold stare, but did not drive him away. He just liked the way others looked at him and Lin Yu acting cocky. However, Lin Yu did not react to this in any way. He was just waiting for the other person to crazily create emotional points for himself. 3 minutes passed. 10 minutes passed. Just as Lin Yu was getting a little impatient, he saw Ouyang Qian walking over with a fiery red stone in her hand. Wait, a stone? No, is this the beast core? Lin Yu was thinking this when Ouyang Qian had already walked over. Here, the fire beast core you wanted. By the way, Lin Yu, the space beast core is currently unavailable. You know that space cores are inherently rare, and they are relatively rare among monsters as well. I understand, but it's okay, take your time, you'll encounter it sooner or later. Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively. With the system in place, this really isn't a problem. The worst that can happen is that you just go to the system mall and buy one, even if it is a bit expensive. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Qian nodded with satisfaction, and then handed Lin Yu the fire beast core, and gave him a piece of advice. This is the beast core of a flame tiger, which is ranked high among the fire elemental monsters. I hope you can comprehend a powerful ability. Okay, I got it. Lin Yu nodded, then sat cross-legged, with the fire beast core spread out in the palm of his hand. He immediately began to absorb the energy contained within the beast core, as well as the strange substances within, using the mixed yuan technique. Suddenly, Lin Yu's consciousness fell into a strange world. This world was gray all over, and there was no end in sight. At that moment, a flash of fire appeared in front of Lin Yu, and then it turned into a tiger that was emitting flames. This was the flame tiger that Ouyang Qian had mentioned before. Although Lin Yu had never seen it before, it was not difficult to guess based on what Ouyang Qian had said before, plus the flames on this tiger. Just as Lin Yu was in a daze, the flame tiger pounced at him violently. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yu dodged sideways. Seeing that Lin Yu had dodged his attack, the flame tiger roared, and the flames on its body became even more vigorous. The next second, a huge fireball shot out of its mouth and headed straight for Lin Yu's face. Damn, this tiger doesn't know the meaning of martial ethics, bullying a young man of 18. Lin Yu cursed. He had never seen such a tiger that did not follow the rules of martial arts, spewing at him without warning. Lin Yu was instantly angered by the flaming tiger, and directly grabbed the fireball with both hands as it spewed at him, and then slammed it hard at the flaming tiger. Bang bang. The flaming tiger, which had been hit, let out a few muffled sounds before being knocked flying to the ground. Seeing this, Lin Yu condensed a fireball in his hand and slammed it at it again. The flame tiger was once again smashed several meters away by him, and Lin Yu continued to gather fireballs and smash them at it. His belief in life was that he would never give his enemies a chance to turn the tables. While the flame tiger was unable to stand up, Lin Yu smashed it furiously. With the final blow, the flame tiger disappeared into this strange world as a dot of light. Phew, that was close. Luckily, I watched a lot of cartoons in my previous life, or else I would have really been fooled by this guy. Lin Yu panted and muttered to himself. A trace of smugness was visible on his face. The next second, Lin Yu disappeared into the strange world. When he opened his eyes again, he found that the area was already surrounded by people. They all wanted to know what would happen to Lin Yu after he absorbed the beast core. No, why are you all looking at me like that? Are you all charmed by my handsome appearance? Lin Yu saw everyone staring at him, and he scratched his head in confusion. However, all he got were unanimous disgusted looks from everyone. Plus an uncountable amount of emotional points. Ding Zhangsan emotional points plus 999. Ding Li Si emotional points plus 999. Ding Wang Wu emotional points plus 999. Ding Zhaolu emotional points plus 999. As he listened to the constant voice of the system, Lin Yu couldn't help but think to himself. Classmates, you are all good, let the emotional value come even more violently. Just as Lin Yu was still thinking, a voice from the crowd interrupted his fantasy. Lin Yu, did you feel anything just now, or do you have any experience that you can tell us about? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu stretched his chin and pondered for a moment before speaking. I just entered a strange world for no reason, and then a tiger with flames coming out of its head appeared in front of me. As the words fell, the entire audience fell into a strange silence. Of course, Ouyang Qian was not surprised, as she had experienced this many times before. However, what made her curious was the ability that Lin Yu had realized, so she immediately asked. Lin Yu, do you have the ability to comprehend? Yes, Qian, do you want to try my move? Lin Yu's mouth slightly curled upwards. Seeing this, Ouyang Qian did not decline, but instead smiled and said. Okay, go ahead and try. The rest of you, step back, don't want to get hit. After she said this, the onlookers scattered, not wanting to suffer any unnecessary harm. Seeing that the people around him had dispersed, Lin Yu mobilized the aura within his body and began to condense a fireball the size of a watermelon in his hand. Flaming fireball. Accompanied by Lin Yu's roar, the fireball smashed straight towards Ouyang Qian. At the same time, the fireball transformed into a flaming tiger in the air and pounced towards Ouyang Qian. Good. Watch me, the water enchantment. Ouyang Qian immediately formed a cover made of water around her body, directly blocking Lin Yu's fireball. Seeing this, the crowd was not surprised. After all, Ouyang Qian was so many levels higher than Lin Yu, how could she be defeated by him? Chapter 15 Zhou the Fat Boy, Unscrupulous. Not bad, the power of your flame fireball is very great, and given time, it will surely become your trump move. Ouyang Qian could not help but praise, feeling the power of the fireball. She had to know that she was now 2 realms above Lin Yu. And Lin Yu's fireball could actually shake her water barrier, which was enough to prove that the move was not without power. If Lin Yu reaches the same realm as her, the power of this technique can be imagined. Lin Yu heard this and sighed. Alas, I thought that this technique of mine could break your defenses, but it seems that I was just being wishful thinking. Don't sigh, after all, I'm 2 realms above you, it's normal that you can't break it. If you were to break it, it would instead seem that there's something wrong with you. Ouyang Qian saw this and immediately comforted. However, Lin Yu did not listen to her, but was thinking about a question. If he could use the spatial ability to teleport in front of Ouyang Qian, and then a fireball smashed into her face, would it kill her with one move? The more Lin Yu thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. So when he was about to implement the idea and try it out, he suddenly remembered that he still couldn't teleport. Sister Qian, can you find a spatial beast core? Lin Yu then looked at Ouyang Qian and asked. As a result, Ouyang Qian shook her head helplessly. After all, spatial monsters are relatively rare. If it had happened 10 years ago during the beast tide, they might have encountered one. Nowadays, it is simply impossible to find a spatial monster. After all, which spatial monster doesn't teleport? So even if one is found, it is difficult to catch it. Although Lin Yu was a little disappointed, he was not discouraged. If there really is none, he can only go to the cheating system and buy one. Okay, I got it. Lin Yu responded. Then he planned to continue practicing, when Zhou Pangzi came over with a 13-faced expression. Brother Yu, that move of yours was really cool. Ha, it was just so-so. It didn't even break through Qian's defense. Okay. By the way, Brother Yu, do you think Flowerly will still give you trouble now? Zhou Pangzi did not discuss this matter at length, but instead turned to Li Hanshuang. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu said indifferently, so what if she comes? What's the big deal? Why do you think I'm afraid of her now? However, just as he finished speaking, an icy and menacing voice sounded behind the two of them. Oh, really? The two of them turned around together and saw Li Hanshuang standing behind them at some unknown time. There was not the slightest change in her expression. If she didn't move, someone might think she was a statue. Zhou Pangzi couldn't help but swallow when he saw this, and then slowly retreated behind Lin Yu, taking advantage of the fact that the two of them hadn't noticed him to make his escape. By the time Lin Yu came back to his senses, he had already disappeared. Damn, this fat bastard is really unprincipled, abandoning me and running away. Next time I will definitely get you. Lin Yu cursed in his heart, then looked at Li Hanshuang and smiled. Is there something wrong, classmate Li Hanshuang? Li Hanshuang did not immediately reply, but looked at him with a cold face. For a moment, Lin Yu was a little overwhelmed. The two just looked at each other for several minutes. Lin Yu really couldn't stand it anymore, and finally spoke up to explain. Li Hanshuang, I'm deeply sorry about what happened yesterday. I really didn't mean it. The main reason was that the fat guy bet me at the time that whoever had the better talent would publicly confess their love for you. So if you want to blame someone, blame the fat guy. I had no choice but to do it. Lin Yu didn't hesitate to sell Zhou Pangzi, without the slightest hesitation, and tried to turn himself into a victim as well. Just then, the system's voice rang in Lin Yu's head. Ding! Li Hanshuang's emotional value plus 999. Ding! Li Hanshuang's emotional value plus 999. Damn it, how can she still have emotions towards me? I did bring out the fat guy, didn't I? Why is this girl still getting emotional towards me? Could it be that this girl doesn't believe what I said? What should I do? Lin Yu kept guessing in his heart, but he was never able to find out the reason, so he simply stopped guessing. He turned around directly and was about to leave when Li Hanshuang suddenly stopped him. Stop! Seeing this, Lin Yu very tactfully stopped in his tracks and quickly turned around to look at Li Hanshuang again, except this time her eyes were no longer cold. What's wrong, Li Hanshuang? Is there something else you want? Lin Yu asked in confusion. Why did you break through so quickly? After thinking about it, Li Hanshuang finally asked the question on her mind. She had to know that ever since she had awakened yesterday, she had started practicing the family's martial arts technique, and it was only today that she had broken through to the 2nd star of bronze. However, Lin Yu had broken through to the 3rd star of bronze in just over an hour, which made her question her own talent. Could it be that a difference of one level in talent could throw someone so far behind? Lin Yu saw that she had not taken what had just happened to her to heart, and so he let out a sigh of relief. Immediately afterwards, he spoke up to explain. After I returned home yesterday, I felt the aura enter my body, so I practiced all night, and as a result, this morning I inexplicably broke through to bronze 2 stars. After he finished speaking, Lin Yu looked at Li Hanshuang with an expression of "that's the way it is." As a result, after she heard him, her brows furrowed even tighter. Just as Lin Yu felt that this excuse was not enough to fool her, she unexpectedly revealed an expression of sudden enlightenment. Did she buy it? Lin Yu thought to himself, and saw Li Hanshuang speak with a faint smile. I see, thank you, Lin, for clearing up the confusion. I have things to do, so I won't disturb you anymore. With that, Li Hanshuang bowed slightly to Lin Yu, then turned and walked away into the distance. Phew, that was close, but it's over now, and I don't have to be on edge every day anymore. Seeing the person go away, Lin Yu let out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Zhou Pangzi, who was watching from a short distance away, saw Li Hanshuang leave and immediately trotted over, beaming. His face was covered in a lewd expression. Brother Yu, how is it? Has the matter been resolved? Will Flower Girl Li still cause trouble for us? Lin Yu couldn't help but glare at the fat bastard for his lewd expression. This dog always turns his back on me. I really want to punch him in the face. Last time he told Li Hanshuang where we were, and this time he just left without me. If he wasn't such a good friend, no, a best friend, of the original me, I would have kicked him out a long time ago. Cough. Brother Yu, you've got me all wrong. I went to help you call the teacher because I was afraid you couldn't beat Li Xiao. Lin Yu interrupted before I could finish. Okay, fatty, I know your character. Let's go. Let's go to the cafeteria and eat first, I'm a little hungry. Oh, let's go, you go, I'll treat this time, to celebrate your successful breakthrough to 3 stars. Zhou Pangzi laughed. In response, Lin Yu just nodded, indicating tacit approval. The two walked towards the cafeteria. Chapter 16, Opening the Treasure Box. I'll be damned, brother Yu, you sure can eat. Are you sure you can finish it all? Can I have some? Zhou Pangzi exclaimed, looking at the food in front of Lin Yu. Go to hell, that's not even enough to fill my stomach. If I wasn't worried about you not being able to pay, I would definitely order more than this. Lin Yu glared at Zhou Pangzi impatiently. Since taking the marrow cleansing pill yesterday, his physical fitness had improved tremendously, and compared to other awakened people, his appetite had increased by an astonishing amount. What was originally the appetite of one person could now be compared to the appetite of 5 adult men. Therefore, Lin Yu didn't even pay attention to the food in front of him. Ding. Zhou Pangzi's emotional value plus 666. The system's voice suddenly sounded, but Lin Yu didn't pay any attention to it and continued to eat the food in front of him. Brother Yu, you can eat so much, will your family collapse from eating? Zhou Pangzi joked. If it collapses, I'll go to your house to eat, I believe Uncle Zhou shouldn't mind. This is true, yesterday Zhou Pangzi went back and told Lin Yu's awakening to Zhou Dafu. As a result, he was grabbed by Zhou Dafu by the ear, who demanded that he must cling to Lin Yu's thighs, otherwise he would not have a son like him. So when he heard Lin Yu say that he wanted to come to his house to eat, Zhou Pangzi nodded without saying a word. Okay, no problem. Brother Yu, let me tell you, my father told me yesterday to cling to your thigh in the future. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but be stunned. Good guy, are you preparing for the whole family to rely on yourself? Hey, fatty, since your dad said to hold on to my thigh, then when you were facing Li Hanshuang before, you ran off by yourself? Lin Yu's mouth curled up into a wicked smile in response. Hearing this, Zhou Pangzi looked around a little overwhelmed. Brother Yu, I told you before, I wasn't running away, I was going to get the teacher, you have to believe me. Do you think I would believe you? This. Okay, if you want me to stop obsessing about this, you know what to do. Lin Yu glanced at the tray in front of him, and when he saw that, Zhou Pangzi knew immediately that he wasn't full. Okay, you wait here for a bit, I'll be right back. Without another word, Zhou Pangzi immediately picked up Lin Yu's tray and went to line up. Hey, isn't that Li Feiyu? Just as Lin Yu was getting a little bored, he suddenly saw a familiar figure in the distance. On second thought, isn't this another chance to fleece someone? Without hesitation, he got up and walked towards Li Feiyu. At that moment, Li Feiyu didn't know that the 6th brother was about to come and cause trouble for him, and was still munching on the chicken leg. At that moment, a large hand suddenly pressed on his shoulder, scaring him so much that he almost dropped the large chicken leg in his hand, but fortunately he reacted in time. Who the hell is this? Li Feiyu was about to swear, but then he turned his head and saw Lin Yu, and suddenly his mouth felt like he had eaten a dead rat, and he no longer made a sound. Ding. Li Feiyu's emotional value plus 555. Ding. Li Feiyu's emotional value plus 999. As he listened to the system prompt, Lin Yu's mouth curled up. Sure enough, this sheep really has a lot of wool on it. If you pluck 10,000 a day, wouldn't that be more than 3 million emotion points a year? Li Feiyu saw Lin Yu staring at him, not saying a word, and thought he was going to cause trouble. Lin Yu, why are you here? You're not here to cause trouble, are you? Yes, I admit it. I told people to isolate you before. I apologize. As he spoke, Li Feiyu bowed his head and apologized to Lin Yu, but Lin Yu just looked at him quietly without reacting. Ding! Li Feiyu's emotional value plus 1,000. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded. Upon hearing that Li Feiyu's emotional value had broken through to 1,000, Lin Yu was momentarily stunned. The last time it broke through 1,000 was when Li Hanshuang did it. Both of them have the surname Li, could they be related? Just as Lin Yu was rambling, Li Feiyu spoke again. Lin Yu, no, brother Yu, you see, you are a generous person, let me off. It's okay, don't be alarmed, I'm not here to cause trouble. I was just over there watching you eat alone, so I came over to say hello. Okay, you continue eating, I won't bother you anymore. After saying this, Lin Yu patted his shoulder and turned around to walk back to his original position. After a while, Li Feiyu came back to his senses, and then kept thinking to himself, what kind of person is this, just saying hello, why did he scare me, what a jerk. Ding! Li Feiyu's emotional value plus 999. Upon hearing the system's prompt again, Lin Yu's mouth curled up slightly, revealing an expression of joy. In just a moment, Lin Yu had plucked almost 6,000 emotional points from Li Feiyu. A proper emotion generating machine, I'll continue to tease him next time. Brother Yu, here's your food. At this time, Zhou Pangzi's voice came from afar. Lin Yu looked closely and saw that the fat guy was afraid of not being able to support himself to death. Zhou Pangzi walked over with a large plate full of food, including chicken legs, lobsters, and no less than 10 other types of food. The key point is that there is no vegetables at all, it's all fucking meat. Fatty, are you planning to starve me to death so that you can inherit my superpowers? Brother Yu, look what you're saying, am I that kind of person? Ha, don't you know what kind of person you are? Air. Zhou Pangzi was suddenly speechless by Lin Yu's words. He really hadn't thought about this. Ding! Zhou Pangzi's emotion value plus 666. Okay, I was just joking. Don't take it to heart. This amount of food is barely enough for me to get 70% full. Lin Yu then patted his shoulder and beamed. Ding! Zhou Pangzi emotion value plus 555. 10 minutes later. The two patted their stomachs and left the cafeteria contentedly. Brother Yu, are we going back to the classroom or to the gym to continue training? Zhou Pangzi looked at Lin Yu and asked. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu did not hesitate to reply with 2 words, classroom. Oh. Very soon, the two returned to the classroom, which was almost empty at this time. Lin Yu walked straight to his seat, and Zhou Pangzi followed suit. Fatty, I'm going to take a nap first, and wake me up if there's anything. Brother Yu, just sleep peacefully, don't worry, I'll take care of everything, Zhou Pangzi smiled with his big white teeth. Lin Yu didn't say anything more, and immediately laid his head on the table, but he didn't really intend to sleep. System, haven't I still opened a few treasure chests? Ding! Yes, the host has previously won 2 bronze treasure chests and 1 silver treasure chest. Then open them for me. Ding! The host's request has been detected, the treasure chests are being opened, please wait. Ding! The treasure chest has been successfully opened. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a level B weapon, a crossbow X1. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 20 level C weapons, wind-breaking arrows X20. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the space-related monster, the Phantom Lynx Beast Core X1. Lin Yu, who had been feeling a little sleepy, suddenly sat up when he heard that he had obtained the space-related Beast Core. Zhou Pangzi, who was standing next to him, was startled, and his hand, which was still picking his nose, suddenly froze in mid-air. Brother Yu, what's wrong? Cough. I'm sorry, I had a nightmare, it's okay, you can keep picking. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu coughed lightly. Then he lay back down again, and Zhou Pangzi, who was watching the scene, was full of question marks. Chapter 17, Molesting Ouyang Qian? Lin Yu looked excitedly at the Phantom Lynx Spirit Beast nucleus displayed on the system panel, and for a moment, he felt a sense of unreality well up in his heart. But the facts were right in front of him, and he had to believe it. He didn't expect that he would actually open a spatial beast nucleus. Damn, I'm afraid I'm not possessed by the European Emperor. System, did you arrange this? Ding's system doesn't understand what the host is talking about. This is all random, and the system cannot intervene. You really didn't do it? Ding's system is sad that the host doesn't believe it. Damn it, are you even human? Ding's system doesn't need the host to be suspicious. Hearing this, Lin Yu was full of disbelief. Is this system really that intelligent? In the system novels I read in my previous life, weren't the systems in them all a bunch of idiots? He couldn't figure it out for a while, so Lin Yu simply didn't bother to think about it, believing firmly that there would be a day when the truth would be revealed. Subsequently, Lin Yu closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Earlier, when he was understanding his abilities, it took a lot of mental energy, and then he fought with Ouyang Qian, which also consumed a lot of physical energy. He was very tired at the moment, otherwise he would not have come to sleep in the classroom. An hour had passed. At this time, many students began to arrive in the classroom one after the other. Of course, these were students who did not have awakening abilities. They could only take the college entrance exam and take another path. Although there were many more awakens in Longhua than in other countries, the quality was mostly low, with most people being level B, which caused many people to get stuck at gold and platinum. Although the countries have formed a federal government, there is still friction between countries. In the past, when the aura did not recover, countries constantly competed with each other using technology. Now that the aura has recovered, the competition has gradually begun for talent. Of course, the development of a country is definitely inseparable from the construction of infrastructure, and most of these students who have not awakened have been put into the construction of the country. Brother Yu, get up, Shenjie is coming over. Zhou Pangzi whispered in Lin Yu's ear. Lin Yu was sleeping soundly, but when he heard Zhou Pangzi's voice, his bad temper came back. What's the point of shouting? She can do whatever she wants when she's here. As soon as he finished speaking, Ouyang Qian's voice sounded next to the two of them. Is that so, Lin Yu? It seems you don't take me seriously. I'm just joking, Qian. Although I don't take you seriously, I do keep you in mind. Ding. Ouyang Qian's emotional value plus 1,000. Wow, another 1,000 points. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Yu couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Did he just say something wrong? Shit, I think I just said, keep her in mind. This girl won't misunderstand that I'm interested in her, will she? Come on, that's going to get me banned. I have to explain, or she'll get the wrong idea. Hey, Xian, don't get me wrong. What I meant was that you're very important to me. Ding. Ouyang Qian's emotion plus 999. Ding. Zhou Pangzi's emotion plus 666. Zhou Pangzi, who was standing nearby, was amused by Lin Yu's flustered appearance and secretly praised him in his heart, saying, TSK, no wonder it's brother Yu, he dares to flirt with even sister Qian, I'm at a loss for words. At the same time, Ouyang Qian blushed for a while before suppressing the restlessness in her heart and then said coldly. That's enough, classmate Lin Yu, hurry up and go to the gym to practice, don't disturb the other students' studies here. Yes, I'll leave right away. Saying this, he walked towards the door with a guilty conscience, and when Zhou Pangzi saw this, he followed him obediently. Damn, fatty, why didn't you scream for help? Lin Yu complained to Zhou Pangzi next to him. I did. Zhou Pangzi looked at Lin Yu innocently with his eyes blinking. On hearing this, Lin Yu suddenly felt a little embarrassed, but he still spoke seriously in nonsense. You were shouting too quietly, I didn't hear you. Next time, shout louder. Seeing this, Zhou Pangzi couldn't help but mutter, I see. It's obvious that you're not getting up, and you're still saying that Qian Jie is here, so what can she do to you? Hearing him mutter, Lin Yu asked suspiciously, what did you just say? Nothing. Zhou Pangzi nearly blurted it out, but fortunately swallowed it back. Okay, hurry up and go. Lin Yu stopped dwelling on it and hurriedly urged him to go. Oh. Soon, the two of them arrived at the gymnasium again, but it was already full of people, all of them like they had been pumped up with adrenaline, constantly breathing in the essence of the world. Of course, the main reason for this frenzy was still the blow from Lin Yu. After all, he was the first to break through to 3 stars, and he had also comprehended an ability, which made those of them who felt their own extraordinary destinies feel pressured. They all wanted to become the second person to break through to 3 stars, but in Lin Yu's opinion, they were all just small fry. He was now mainly earning emotional points. Brother Yu, do you have any way for me to quickly break through to 3 stars? Zhou Pangzi looked at Lin Yu with hope. Lin Yu thought about it for a while, shrugged helplessly, and said, no. In fact, he really wanted to give the fat guy a pill that would change his marrow, but he was a little worried that the guy would sell him out again. This was a product of the system, and he didn't know if there was a pill that would change one's marrow for sale in this world. If he gave it to the fat guy, with his character, it was estimated that someone would come to investigate him in less than a day. He might as well wait a few days and find a suitable excuse. Zhou Pangzi sighed in resignation when he heard that Lin Yu was unable to do anything. He then sat down with Lin Yu and closed his eyes to continue his cultivation. Brother Yu, I'm going to start cultivating. HM. Lin Yu nodded and immediately began to breathe in and out the energy of the world using the Hanshuang technique. Time passed slowly, and it was not known how long it had been. Suddenly, Lin Yu opened his eyes abruptly. He had successfully broken through to the 4th star of bronze. Phew, I've finally reached the 4th star. This Hanshuang Ju is really something. I don't know if I can teach it to that girl Xinyan, but never mind, I'll wait until she wakes up. It's still early anyway. System, open the personal information panel. Ding. Request detected. Personal information panel loading. In a moment, a blue panel appeared before Lin Yu's eyes. Host, Lin Yu. Age, 19. Level, bronze 4 star. Personal items, magic potion, purity potion, vigor potion, speed potion, kidney potion, SpongeBob SquarePants underwear, Patrick Star underwear, Ultraman underwear. Abilities, SSS level spatial ability, SS level fire ability flaming fireball. Skills, Junior Master Chef, Junior Driver, Junior Masseur. Techniques, S level mixed energy technique. Weapons, S-class Long Yuan sword, B-class crossbow, C-class wind-breaking arrow. Pet, none. Emotion points, 521413. System, I want 30 consecutive draws. I don't believe it, this time you won't give me something good. Ding, the request from the host has been detected. The draw is in progress, please wait a moment. Chapter 18. Can I still spend my own emotional points? Ding, congratulations, you have obtained SpongeBob SquarePants Socks X5. Ding, congratulations, you have obtained the Marrow Cleansing Pill X2. Ding, congratulations, you have obtained the Strength Enhancing Pill X3. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained 3 bronze treasure chests. After 30 draws, he had obtained 3 bronze treasure chests. For a moment, Lin Yu nearly coughed up a mouthful of blood. This is really too unfair, and he seriously suspected that the system was behind this. System, did you do something? Ding, please do not slander the system. The system definitely did not do anything behind your back. You're panicking, and you're still saying that it didn't happen. Ding has detected that the host is slandering the system. The system will automatically lower the odds of the lottery. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu immediately became anxious. I'm just joking with you, don't take it seriously, system. However, after waiting for a while, the system still did not respond. Just as Lin Yu was annoyed, a voice once again refreshed his outlook on life. Ding. Lin Yu's emotional value +1. Ding. Lin Yu's emotional value +1. I'm so fucking pissed, can this still increase my emotional value? For a moment, Lin Yu felt like his brain wasn't enough to use. Can you still feel emotions towards yourself? Isn't this a bug? Doesn't the system care about this? Hey, system, come out here, there's a bug, why don't you come out and deal with it? Lin Yu shouted in his head. But the voice of the system still didn't appear. Suddenly, Lin Yu began to panic. Could it be that the system was angry with him and had left? If it left, would it take his SSS level spatial ability with it? How would he be able to dominate the future if that happened? Damn, he shouldn't have been so rude and slandered the good system, now he's happy, right? Ding, the host has deeply realized his mistake, and the system will cancel this punishment. The voice of the system sounded again, and Lin Yu couldn't help but be startled, and he immediately started dancing excitedly. A few classmates who had just finished their training saw this scene and were full of doubts, and they immediately whispered to each other. Holy cow, could it be that this guy has broken through again? No way, he only broke through to 3 stars this morning, and how long has it been before he breaks through again? Maybe this is the world of geniuses. Sigh. Ding Wanwu emotion value +999. Ding Jialu emotion value +999. Ding Wang Daxiang emotion value +999. Abruptly, several prompts sounded in Lin Yu's mind. He was still happy, but then he froze again, and several big question marks appeared in his mind. What did he do again? Why did someone give him emotion points for no reason? I can't figure it out, I really can't figure it out, forget it, who cares? System, open the bronze treasure chest. Ding, the treasure chest is opening. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the 9 Revolutions Blood Recovery Pill 1. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the C-class weapon, the Red Snake Fang 1. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Super Compass 1. System, what is this 9 Revolutions Blood Recovery Pill for? Ding, the 9 Revolutions Blood Restoring Pill, as the name suggests, is a pill that can restore blood after consumption. No matter how serious the injury, it can save the life. After listening to the system's explanation, Lin Yu was a little puzzled. System, is this awesome pill appropriate to be placed in a bronze treasure chest? There won't be any side effects, will there? Let me be clear, if there are side effects, I won't eat it even if it means death. Ding, Zhou Zhuano Adan, although it can save lives, you will be unable to move for 3 days after eating it. Shit, there are indeed after effects. Fortunately, I asked in advance. Damn, the system is really a scam. Lin Yu was a little speechless. He had thought that this thing could save his life, and that he could go surfing, but he didn't expect to just lie down after eating it. Although he really wanted to lie down in his previous life, now that he had the system, he decided not to be a loser anymore. Lin Yu then set his sights on another item. System, what is the function of this super compass? Ding, super compass, as the name suggests, is better, more accurate and stronger than an ordinary compass. It can also be used in places with relatively strong magnetic fields. After hearing this, Lin Yu exclaimed, good stuff. Is this to prevent me from getting lost? Forget it, it's better to have it than not. Just in case I need it one day. Lin Yu gathered himself together, ignored the system, and then looked at Zhou Pangzi next to him. At the moment, Zhou Pangzi was surrounded by aura, and there were faint signs of a breakthrough. Judging from the energy fluctuations, he should be a bronze 2-star. In fact, this is already considered good. You have to know that most of the people present only have bronze 1 stars, and only Li Hanshuang has just barely broken through to 3 stars. Now the difference in talent is undoubtedly showing. Bang bang. Suddenly, several muffled groans came from Zhou Pangzi's body, and then the aura around him quickly rushed towards him. 1 minute. 5 minutes. 10 minutes passed, and the aura around him stopped rushing towards him. Then Zhou Pangzi slowly opened his eyes. When he saw Lin Yu looking at him, he was first taken aback, and then said with a face full of excitement. Brother Yu, I've broken through, I'm 1 step closer to you. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu said nonchalantly, oh, really? That's great, I just managed to break through to bronze 4-star as well. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Pangzi's jaw dropped in shock, his face full of disbelief. He had thought that Lin Yu might break through to 4-star today, but he didn't expect it to be so fast. You have to understand that the higher the realm, the slower the rate of improvement. Ding. Zhou Pangzi's emotion value plus 555. Ding, Zhou Pangzi's emotional value plus 666. It's okay, fatty, don't be sad. You're not the only one who can't compare to me. Lin Yu patted his shoulder to comfort him. This comfort was not good, and Zhou Pangzi suddenly felt numb. This is too frustrating. Just as Zhou Pangzi was about to say something, Lin Yu walked straight ahead. At this moment, the distance was already full of people, wondering what had happened. This student, what happened up ahead? Why are you all rushing there? Lin Yu grabbed a male student and asked. The male student, seeing that it was Lin Yu, immediately beamed and said, it turns out to be Lin Shuwei. It seems that Li Hanshuang, the school beauty, has successfully broken through to the 3 stars and is now absorbing the beast core. Oh, I see, I understand, thank you, classmate. Lin Yu, who had waited for the information, immediately walked towards the distance. Some people who knew Lin Yu let him through as soon as they saw him coming. After all, this was a super demon, and even if they couldn't get along with him, they couldn't provoke him. Lin Yu saw that they were so sensible and walked straight towards the inside. When he reached the first row, he saw Li Hanshuang with his eyes closed, and large drops of sweat dripping from his face. It seemed that he had encountered a problem. Could it be that he couldn't defeat the demon beast in the illusion? Just as he was thinking this, a voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Student Li Hanshuang has been trapped by the demon beast's Yuanling, what should we do? Lin Yu turned his head and looked over to find Ouyang Qian muttering beside him. Chapter 19, Li Hanshuang breaks through. Sister Qian, you said that student Li was entangled by the beast's Yuanling? Lin Yu asked curiously. Ouyang Qian, who was standing nearby, nodded when she heard Lin Yu's words and then began to explain. It was the flame tiger you saw when you first comprehended. When each beast is killed, a trace of its Yuanling is absorbed into its beast core. When absorbing the beast core, it will be sucked into a grey world by this Yuanling, and thus comprehend the abilities of the beast within. These are things that Lin Yu has not encountered before. After all, what he has learned before has nothing to do with cultivation. After listening to Ouyang Qian's explanation, Lin Yu gained a new understanding of the world of awakened people. Then, Qian Jia, do you have any way to help Li Shui? Lin Yu looked curiously at Ouyang Qian. Seeing this, Ouyang Qian shook her head helplessly. It's useless. At the moment, Li Hanshuang's consciousness cannot perceive external sounds. Even if I had a way to do it, there's no way I could transmit it to her. For a moment, Lin Yu fell into deep thought. He really wanted to help Li Hanshuang, as an apology for what happened yesterday. Suddenly, Lin Yu seemed to think of something. Don't I still have the system? System, is there any way to contact Li Hanshuang's consciousness? Ding, yes. Quickly say, what is the way? Ding, the host can purchase a super long-distance sound transmitter, which can accurately transmit the content of what you want to say as long as the host silently recites the name of a person. Lin Yu was instantly interested when he heard this. System, what are you waiting for? I want it. Ding, purchasing this super long-distance sound transmitter will cost 200,000 emotion points. Does the host wish to purchase it? Damn it, system, are you deliberately inflating the price because I still have more than 200,000 emotion points left? Upon hearing the system's offer, Lin Yu was a little unnerved. What the hell is it going for 200,000? Ding system products are produced with integrity and are absolutely good value for money. Pfft, only a fool would buy it. Lin Yu's face was full of scorn. At that moment, Ouyang Qian's voice became a little hurried. Oh no, classmate Li Hanshuang may not be able to hold on much longer. Lin Yu was a little puzzled and asked, Sister Qian, what will happen if this fails? If it fails, either consciousness will be damaged and it will take a few months to recover, or, in a more serious case, consciousness will be shattered and she will become stupid. Ouyang Qian explained to Lin Yu. Lin Yu was shocked. He had never imagined that there was such a big hidden danger. Fortunately, his mental strength was stronger than the others at the time, so he was able to successfully comprehend without incident. However, Li Hanshuang was different. Her spiritual power was not as strong as Lin Yu's, and the beast core she chose to absorb was also several realms higher than her. The reason she chose to take the risk was mainly due to the blow she received from Lin Yu. Of course, Lin Yu didn't know this. Lin Yu looked at Li Hanshuang's expression of great pain, and with a hard heart, he decided to buy the super long-distance sound transmitter. Then he asked Ouyang Qian, who was standing nearby, Zhenjia, what was the method you mentioned earlier? Alas, there are two ways. One is to find the weak point of the monster and kill it with one blow. The other is to further strengthen Li Hanshuang's spiritual power so that it can completely suppress the monster. Having obtained a solution, Lin Yu no longer hesitated. After saying hello to Ouyang Qian, he squeezed his way through the crowd and walked towards the toilet. He wanted to tell Li Hanshuang the solution before she failed. System, I want to buy the super long-distance sound machine. Ding, the host's request has been detected. The super long-distance sound machine has been successfully purchased. Please check your mailbox. In no time, Lin Yu arrived at the toilet and immediately asked the system to issue the super long-distance sound machine. The next second, a super long-distance sound machine that looked a bit like a pistol appeared in Lin Yu's hands. System, how do I use this? Ding. The host presses and holds the button, mentally recites the name of the recipient, waits 3 seconds, and then speaks the content to be transmitted to send it. Lin Yu then followed the system's instructions and successfully transmitted the solution to Li Hanshuang. Meanwhile, Li Hanshuang's consciousness appeared in the great world, and above her head was a huge blue bird hovering. The blue bird was condensing a ray of energy in its mouth, but at the moment Li Hanshuang was on the verge of collapse and was teetering. She had been fighting this blue bird for half an hour, and every time she tried to attack it, it would dodge. However, the blue bird's attacks always hit Li Hanshuang precisely. However, just as she was about to despair, Lin Yu's voice suddenly came through. Li Hanshuang, can you hear me? This is an emergency. Listen to me. There are currently 2 ways to resolve your predicament. Lin Yu was afraid that Li Hanshuang hadn't heard him, so he simply sent a few more messages to her. After hearing Lin Yu's voice, Li Hanshuang first froze for a moment, then her eyes narrowed as she looked at the blue bird. At this time, the blue bird was still gathering its strength, preparing to strike her down with a single blow. Li Hanshuang took this opportunity to run behind the blue bird. Seeing that it had not reacted for a moment, she condensed an ice cone 1 meter long in the palm of her hand and shot it with all her strength at the belly of the blue bird. Whoosh! Then she heard the blue bird let out a mournful cry. Immediately afterwards, the blue bird stumbled from the sky and fell straight in front of Li Hanshuang. Without hesitation, her face hardened, and she gathered another ice cone in her hand, stabbing it straight at the blue bird's head. Hua hua! The blue bird let out a few mournful cries, and eventually disappeared into a ball of light. Li Hanshuang also broke free from the gray space and slowly opened her eyes. The next second, she was a little stunned in place, because the area was already surrounded by people. At this time, Ouyang Qian, who was among the crowd, seemed to see her at a loss, so she hurriedly yelled at the crowd. What are you all doing? Hurry up and go practice. Just look, today alone, 2 of you have successfully broken through to 3 stars, and look at you. After hearing Ouyang Qian's words, the students who were watching were ashamed and left the scene one after another. It was too damn discouraging. They were all practicing together, so why were they practicing so quickly while they were still stuck at 1 star? For a while, everyone blamed Lin Yu for being an ungrateful son of a bitch. And Lin Yu, who had just come out of the bathroom, inexplicably received a large wave of emotions. Ding Zhang San emotion value plus 999. Ding Li Si emotion value plus 999. Ding Wang Wu emotion value plus 999. Ding Li Han Frost's emotional value plus 1000. Holy shit, this is so unfair. How can there be so many emotional values? I don't seem to have done anything. Do you have a bug? System, you haven't made any bugs, have you? Ding's system is running normally. Hearing the system's reply, Lin Yu was even more confused. If this wasn't a system bug, then what was the meaning of these inexplicable emotional values? System, what is my current emotional value? Ding, the current emotional value of the host is 250,940 points. Holy shit, I just spent 200,000 yuan, and now I've inexplicably earned it back. This is really awesome. Chapter 20, Pressure is put on Lin Yu. When Lin Yu arrived at the place where everyone had gathered before, it was already deserted, and Li Hanshuang had also followed Ouyang Qian and gone somewhere. Suddenly, the voice of Zhou Pangzi came from nowhere. Brother Yu, where did you just go? I couldn't find you for a long time. I just went to the bathroom. What's wrong? Has something happened? Lin Yu coughed dryly and then asked about his condition. Zhou Pangzi didn't care what he had gone to do and instead urged, Brother Yu, it's getting late. Let's go back to the classroom to get our things and get ready to run away. Hearing him say this, Lin Yu realized that it was almost time for school to end, so he nodded. Okay, let's go. And walked towards the gymnasium door. Seeing this, Zhou Pangzi hurriedly followed suit. Brother Yu, you just didn't know, Li Hanshuang, the school beauty queen, has successfully broken through to the 3 stars, and has also comprehended a very awesome ability. Zhou Pangzi walked while narrating what had happened earlier. On hearing this, Lin Yu became instantly interested. Oh yeah? Tell me, fatty, what ability did she realize? Hey, let me tell you, Li's previous move, the Extreme Cold Ice Thorn, was super awesome, and it was no match for your Flame Fireball. Even Sister Lian's water barrier almost couldn't block it. Zhou Pangzi recounted the previous incident with great enthusiasm. After he finished speaking, Lin Yu suddenly exclaimed, Damn, does this girl need to be so fierce? Can she even shake Sister Qian's water barrier? All of a sudden, the pressure was on Lin Yu. He had to know that his Flame Fireball was completely useless against Ouyang Qian's water barrier. It was completely like an itch, and that was his full strength blow. However, what Lin Yu didn't know was that his fireball was completely restrained when facing Ouyang Qian's water binding. In contrast, Li Hanshuang's extreme cold ice spikes could not achieve the same restraining effect, but they were much stronger than Lin Yu's. The 2 of them chatted as they walked, and before they knew it, they had reached the teaching building. Although the school bell had already rung to signal the end of the day, many students were still studying. They were unable to awaken their supernatural powers, so they could only study as hard as they could in the hope of entering the Spirit Equipment Academy. This was their chance to change their fate. In this world where strength is paramount, only those with a certain level of strength can survive. Otherwise, if the beasts once again unleash a wave of beasts, then all they will get is death. Lin Yu and the other two walked into the classroom, immediately attracting a lot of discussion, and the originally quiet classroom suddenly became lively. Do you know, I just got the news, it is said that Lin Yu has broken through to bronze 3 stars. Really? Of course it's true, and it is said that he even fought teacher Ouyang. Holy shit, is Lin Yu that strong? That's right, it is said that Li Hanshuang, the school beauty queen, originally wanted to cause trouble for him, but he beat her up and she was hospitalized. Is that true? How could he dare to lay hands on such a pretty girl? Yes, Lin Yu even confessed to Li Hanshuang in public yesterday, so how could he have hit her? You don't know this, but it is said that Li Hanshuang wanted Lin Yu to take responsibility, but Lin Yu didn't want to, so Li Hanshuang kept pestering him, and in the end Lin Yu beat Li Hanshuang up. Damn, isn't this a perfect scumbag? Lin Yu listened to the sound of his classmates' discussions, and his face suddenly turned black as coal. When did he hit Li Hanshuang, and why wasn't he responsible? No, he didn't do anything to Li Hanshuang, so why should he be responsible? Zhou Pangzi, who was standing nearby, saw her embarrassment and immediately shouted at the entire class. Okay, stop fighting. When did Brother Yu do anything to hurt Li Hanshuang? Brother Yu is a blameless person. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire classroom fell silent. Everyone looked at each other, feeling so embarrassed. Is it really okay to discuss someone in front of them? However, Lin Yu no longer paid any attention to them, and walked towards the door of the classroom on his own. Seeing this, Zhou Pangzi immediately followed him, shouting out loud before leaving. Okay, you bunch of losers, hurry up and study, there's still time to gossip. After saying this, Zhou Pangzi chased after Lin Yu without looking back, leaving behind a group of confused classmates. Over here, after chasing after him, Zhou Pangzi quickly caught up with Lin Yu. Brother Yu, don't pay any attention to their nonsense, they're just jealous of your talent. Well, I don't really care. Lin Yu shrugged helplessly. Then why do I see you looking so worried? I thought you were interrupted by Lin Yu in the middle of a sentence. Don't think what you think, just hurry up and go. Fatty, if you don't go now, don't blame me if it rains later. Upon hearing this, Zhou Pangzi looked up at the sky, which was already covered in dark clouds. The two then quickened their pace and headed straight for home. They parted ways at an intersection. Brother Yu, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Zhou Pangzi's house was several blocks away from Lin Yu's, and the distance between the two was not very long. 10 minutes later. Lin Yu arrived at the door and skillfully prepared to take the key out of his pocket. Just then, the door suddenly opened, and there was no need to guess that it was Tang Xinyan who had opened the door. Sure enough, after the door opened, a petite and cute figure appeared inside, and it was none other than Tang Xinyan. Brother, you're finally back. What's wrong? You look like you're in trouble. Nothing, I just missed you. You've been gone all day, and I'm bored. Tang Xinyan pouted, looking displeased. Lin Yu laughed out loud at this. Haha, who told you to drop out of school? You should have stayed in school, not just stay at home. Humph. Tang Xinyan huffed angrily. Seeing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but pinch her plump little face a few times. In an instant, Tang Xinyan's little face went from milky white to red, and she was so angry that she stamped her feet in place. She also wanted to pinch Lin Yu's face, but she couldn't reach it. With her small frame of 1.6 meters, how could she reach Lin Yu's 1.8 meter frame? She could only see Lin Yu holding her head down with one hand, so she basically couldn't get close. After a while of fighting, Tang Xinyan really couldn't compete with Lin Yu, and she sat on the ground helplessly, panting heavily. Her eyes were full of murderous intent, however. Humph. Lin Yu, I'm going to tell my mom that you bullied me. Heh, do you think Auntie Lin will believe you? Well, I'll make my mom believe me. Lin Yu didn't pay any attention to her, however, and walked towards her bedroom on her own. Ding. Tang Xinyan's emotional value plus 555. Ding. Tang Xinyan's emotional value plus 999. Tang Xinyan's emotional value was exploding in Lin Yu's head, and Lin Yu just felt extremely happy. Chapter 21, Giving Lin Yushan an Umbrella. Outside the window, the sky was dark as ink, and rain the size of beans fell from a height of 10,000 meters. Pedestrians hurried along the road, completely unprepared for the sudden downpour. Lin Yu walked out of the bedroom and saw Tang Xinyan watching SpongeBob SquarePants, with a lollipop in her mouth, looking very happy. Looking around, she noticed that Lin Yushan had not returned yet, probably still working overtime. Xinyan, Lin Yushan hasn't returned yet? No, she's probably on her way. Tang Xinyan replied without turning her head as she watched TV. Then did Lin Yushan bring an umbrella? Lin Yu was a little worried. Seeing this, Tang Xinyan scratched her head and thought for a moment, as if she hadn't. Okay, then wait at home, I'll go give Lin Yushan her umbrella. Oh, I see, the earlier you go, the earlier you'll be back. Tang Xinyan replied, then looked at the TV by herself. Lin Yu saw this and shook his head helplessly. Then he put on his shoes, took 2 umbrellas and went out. Lin Yushan's workplace was about 20 minutes away, so Lin Yu went straight to where she worked. Outside the suburbs of Zhangchang, 2 figures were chasing each other, and one of them yelled, "Zhang Jun, stop right there. If you keep running, don't blame me for taking action." The figure named Zhang Jun, upon seeing this, said with disdain, just a golden 9-star wants to stop me, really not knowing your own measure. Zhang Jun, you'd better surrender. The people from the Dragon Protection Squad will be here soon. If you go back with me now, you might be able to get off lightly. The figure continued to yell. However, the middle-aged man named Zhang Jun gave him the finger and his face was full of scorn. Seeing this, the figure began to condense an ice cone in his hand and shot it straight at Zhang Jun. Ice Dragon Drill. Just as the ice cone was only 2 meters away from Zhang Jun, he let out a furious yell. Flame Fury. The next second, Zhang Jun's entire body was surrounded by flames, and then he turned around and grabbed the incoming ice cone. As the ice cones approached Zhang Jun, they began to melt rapidly, until the last one, more than 1 meter long, melted to the size of a silver needle. Seeing his ice dragon drill easily broken, the figure's brows tightened. Then, his hands clenched, and 2 ice cones, longer and thicker than before, were held in his hands. Then, with a strong grip, he shot them straight at Zhang Jun again. Whoosh! 2 piercing sounds accompanied the unstoppable might as they came at Zhang Jun. However, Zhang Jun paid no attention to this, and only saw the flames on his body suddenly soar. At this moment, he looked completely inhuman, his entire body covered in flames. From a distance, it looked like a walking fireball. The key was that this fireball was quite fast. But no matter how fast it was no match for the 2 ice cones that had shot at him, and they had already caught up to him in just one flash. But before he could get close to him, the ice cones melted into water at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the water quickly turned into water vapor and dissipated into the air. Seeing that his 2 attacks had been neutralized by the other party, the figure suddenly became furious. Zhang Jun, don't resist anymore, just immediately come back with me for interrogation. Ha, is that all you've got? You can't beat me, and you want me to surrender? What are you dreaming about? Zhang Jun's tone was very arrogant. He didn't take the figure in the slightest, and for a moment, he was both ashamed and annoyed. But there was nothing he could do, as his other abilities basically had no long-range attack. Soon, the 2 of them arrived from the suburbs all the way to downtown Zhangchang. With the presence of the crowd, the figure in the shadows was also very concerned and did not attack again. You must know that their duty as dragon protectors is to protect the common people. So he will not attack unless he is sure, because if he injures an ordinary person, he will most likely be dismissed and investigated. This is the oath he took the day he joined the Dragon Protection Guards. On the other side, Lin Yu was rushing towards where Lin Yushan worked, holding an umbrella. System, what is my current emotional value? Ding, host's current emotional value is 389,408 points. System, give me a lucky draw. This time, I want something good to come up. Ding, the lucky draw is in progress, please wait a moment. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained a Class B weapon, the Tianji Umbrella 1. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained a 7 Ultraman Holster 1. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained 5 thank you for your patronage. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained 2 Pleasant Goat Rain Boots. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained 2 Lazy Goat Raincoats. Upon hearing the system's report, Lin Yu was first overjoyed, but then his face instantly turned black. 20 draws, and he only drew a B-class weapon, and it's still an umbrella. Who would fight with an umbrella, and he's not even a master at that? Isn't this just asking for trouble? But the next second, Lin Yu froze, and he looked at the introduction to the Tianji umbrella and immediately felt happy. Holy shit, this thing actually has hidden weapons. What do you mean by special metal? System, aren't you going to come out and explain to me? Ding. The special metal has a strong anti-shock force and can bounce enemies back to death at the right time. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu let out a cold breath, and then became a little suspicious. If this thing is so awesome, how come it's only a B-class weapon? Could it be that System 6 is hiding something? It seemed to sense Lin Yu's thoughts, and the voice of the system came again. Ding, the reason why the Tianji umbrella is only a B-class weapon is that this special metal can only bounce back a certain amount of damage, and once it exceeds the range that the Tianji umbrella can withstand, then it will be scrapped. Damn, I was saying, how can something so strong only be a B-class? It's like a disposable item. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu immediately cursed. System. Immediately, Lin Yu took the Tianji umbrella out of the system. But I must say, the umbrella is quite handsome in appearance, with a special metal surface that shimmers faintly. When he opened the umbrella, the scene inside immediately took him aback. He never expected it to be filled with pictures of various anime characters, including SpongeBob SquarePants, Pleasant Goat and the Big Wolf, and almost 100 other characters. System, aren't you going to come out and explain? And why are the reward underpants all of these anime characters? Ding, this is all a reflection of the host's inner interests. You're full of shit. I'm not, don't talk nonsense, or I'll sue you for defamation. Lin Yu would never admit that this was his inner thought. Although in his previous life, when he stayed at home every day, he liked to watch these anime. But he would never have this hobby himself, well, he would never admit it. System. Chapter 22, Fierce Battle. While Lin Yu was still arguing with the system, a figure suddenly flew past his head. Huh? What just flew past? A bird? That doesn't seem right. Lin Yu looked up and saw nothing, so he thought he was hallucinating. However, the next second, another figure flew past his head. Holy shit, Superman! No, it should be the Awakener. What's going on? Upon thinking of this, Lin Yu hurriedly chased in the direction where the figure disappeared. Zhang Jun, don't waste your energy. Surrender, I have already notified the Jiangcheng Dragon Protection Guards, you cannot escape. Ha, your Dragon Protection Guards are really useless, but don't even think about me surrendering. Zhang Jun sneered. He didn't take the Dragon Protection Guards into consideration at all, and continued to flee towards the front, although he was not afraid at all with his strength of Platinum 2 stars. However, it would still be difficult to solve the Dragon Protection Guards in a short period of time, and although the opponent was only 2 realms lower than himself, his strength should not be underestimated. Furthermore, if he fought with the Dragon Protection Guards, what if his support arrived in time? The best way at the moment was to escape to the city and hide from the chase with the help of the tall buildings. The Dragon Guardian was also aware of this, and put in even more effort to capture Zhang Jun. Ice Dragon Drill. The Dragon Guardian once again used the move Ice Dragon Drill and shot straight at Zhang Jun. However, once again, he was able to neutralize it. Seeing that Zhang Jun was getting closer and closer to the city, the Dragon Guardian began to panic. If Zhang Jun enters the city, it will be completely impossible for him to make a move. Zhang Jun. Since you are looking for death, then don't blame me for being rude. Ice sealed desolate land. With these words, snowflakes began to fall from the sky. At the same time, the flames on Zhang Jun's body gradually began to subside. He was originally wrapped in a ball of fire, but suddenly his figure became visible. Then, the flames on his body gradually dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye, finally revealing his form. Damn, this Dragon Guardian is so difficult to deal with. Zhang Jun looked at the flames on his body dissipating and suddenly became furious. I didn't expect the opponent's strength to be so formidable. I'm a Platinum 2 star, and the opponent is only a Gold 9 star, a difference of 2 realms. An enormous ice cone with unstoppable power shot straight at Zhang Jun. Seeing the flames on his body disappear, Zhang Jun panicked. Without time to react, he could only use his hands to hold the ice cone tightly, but his right hand was still pierced by the ice cone. Damn you, Dragon Guardian! Zhang Jun cursed. Soon, the flames covered his body again, quickly melting the ice pick. He then continued running towards the city, a bit faster than before. The Dragon Guardian behind him saw that he still refused to surrender, and instead quickened his pace, becoming anxious. So he could only desperately chase after Zhang Jun, determined to stop him outside Jiangcheng. After a while, the two entered Jiangcheng together, but Zhang Jun was long gone from his previous arrogance. After the blow from the Dragon Guardian, although his palm no longer bled, the wound had become infected in the rain. He was now in a dizzy state, and he knew that it would not be long before he died. But even if he was to die, he would have to kill the Dragon Guardian, who was relentlessly pursuing him. So the two men arrived at Jiangcheng Park, which was deserted due to the heavy rain. "Come on, let's end this." Zhang Jun stopped in his tracks. Seeing this, the Dragon Guardian panted heavily, but still shouted, "Zhang Jun, I'll give you one last chance. Surrender and stop being so stubborn." "Humph. Dream on. I'd rather die than obey. Since I can't escape today, I'll take you down with me." Zhang Jun snorted. The next second, a huge fireball began to coalesce in front of him, and judging from its size, it was estimated to be 4 or 5 basketballs in size. "Fireball!" Zhang Jun shouted, and the fireball flew straight towards the Dragon Guardian. It was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was only 3 meters away from him. The Dragon Guardian never expected the other party to start fighting as soon as they disagreed, and for a moment, he did not react. Just as the fireball was about to close in, the Dragon Guardian suddenly dodged to the side, but was still burned by the heat of the fireball on his arm. At the same time, a figure in the distance was secretly observing the fight between the two. Yes, this person was Lin Yu VI. At the moment, he was holding an umbrella and hiding behind a crooked neck tree, quietly observing the two. This was the first competition he had ever seen in this world. Although he had fought Ouyang Shan before, it was just a test. So this was the first time he had seen such a fierce battle. Unlike the special effects he had seen in his previous life, this was real. Bang! The two men's fists and feet collided with each other, emitting a dull sound. Again! With a roar, the two men gathered a weapon in each hand. Clang! The weapons clashed, producing a crisp sound. At this time, Lin Yu, who was hiding behind a tree, felt his nose itch, and the next second, he sneezed. Seeing this, the Dragon Guardian hurriedly looked in Lin Yu's direction. At this moment, Zhang Jun, who had originally fallen below, immediately hit him with a heavy punch. He was unable to defend himself and stumbled backwards, until his body fell to the ground. "Ha, you still dare to be distracted when fighting me, do you know where you get your courage from?" Zhang Jun spat out a mouthful of blood disdainfully. Then his gaze looked in the direction where Lin Yu was. "What kind of person are you? Hurry up and come out. If you don't come out, don't blame me for using you as a sacrifice to the sword." Hearing Zhang Jun's words, Lin Yu hated himself for not being able to hold back just now. "Now it's good, you've gone from being a visitor to being a person being visited. Damn, this old Bidian, he still dares to threaten me. I'll let you taste the might of the young master later." With that, Lin Yu was about to walk out. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Lin Yu's pace. "Don't come out, hurry up and call the police, just say that there are awakened people causing trouble here, and tell the people from the Dragon Protection Army to come quickly for support." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was momentarily stunned. He didn't expect the other person to be someone from the Dragon Protection Army. He knew from his original memories that the Dragon Protection Army was an organization in the Dragon Kingdom that specialized in managing awakened people. Its purpose was to prevent some people from acting domineeringly after awakening their superpowers. It seems that the guy who just told him to go outside should be a criminal. Just as Lin Yu was speculating, the voice of the system suddenly sounded in his head. Ding Zhang Jun's emotional value plus 1000. Ding Li Ming's emotional value plus 999. Upon hearing the system's voice, Lin Yu quickly deduced who the two people were. The guy who threatened him to go outside should be Zhang Jun, and the other one was Dragon Protection Guard Li Ming. So, Lin Yu no longer hesitated and directly called the police, telling them the situation here one by one. At the same time, Zhang Jun was furious when he saw that Lin Yu did not come out for a long time, and immediately wanted to run over to Lin Yu. However, he was stopped by the Dragon Protection Guard Li Ming standing nearby. "Zhang Jun, don't even think about going over there. Humph. You can barely defend yourself, and you're still worrying about others. Protecting the people is our duty as dragon protectors." Li Ming staggered to his feet. His gaze fixed on Zhang Jun, and he was determined to put up a fight if Zhang tried to get past him. However, Zhang Jun was already at the end of his tether, and was unable to strike again. Chapter 23, Tell me your last words. Just as the two were at a stalemate, Lin Yu's figure walked out of the small forest. When the two saw him, they were both taken aback. They didn't expect the person to be a 17 or 18-year-old boy. But upon closer inspection, they noticed spiritual energy fluctuations coming from him. "Are you an awakened person too?" Li Ming asked tentatively. "Yeah, so what?" Lin Yu tilted his head in puzzlement. On hearing this, Li Ming's hopes were momentarily restored. Did you just call the police? Yes, I did. The police will be here soon. Lin Yu nodded. Pretending to be very obedient, Zhang Jun was furious when he heard that Lin Yu had called the police. Immediately afterwards, a fireball smashed directly towards Lin Yu. But it was quickly stopped by Li Ming, who had reacted. Although he was communicating with Lin Yu, he was always paying attention to Zhang Jun's movements. So when he fired a fireball at Lin Yu, he immediately intervened to stop it. Then Li Ming shouted at Lin Yu, "Little brother, you better hide, this is not a place for you to be." However, how could Lin Yu leave? This was a rare opportunity to earn emotional points. Didn't you see that Zhang Jun's emotional points just now have exceeded 1,000? It's okay, I'm standing so far away, he can't possibly hit me. By the way, is he about to die? Why don't I help you kill him later? Lin Yu said with a smile. Li Ming couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. He never expected that this young man in front of him was so courageous. Who is this guy's subordinate? At this moment, Zhang Jun, who heard Lin Yu's words, was instantly infuriated. He had never seen such a reckless guy before. Ding! Li Ming's emotional value plus 666. Ding Zhang Jun's emotional value plus 1,000. Ding Zhang Jun's emotional value plus 1,000. The voice of the system once again rang in his head, and Lin Yu's eyes immediately lit up. He never expected Zhang Jun to contribute such a large amount of emotional value, a full 50,000 points. He's rich, he's rich. In an instant, Lin Yu's gaze on Zhang Jun changed. Isn't this a damn ATM? No, it's a damn emotional production machine. Zhang Jun, who was far away, saw the light in Lin Yu's eyes from afar and subconsciously trembled a few times. It was as if he had been fixed by some powerful monster. Hey, that idiot who keeps trying to kill me, are you sure you still want to kill me? I'll give you one chance, kneel down and apologize to me, and maybe I'll let you go. Lin Yu continued to provoke Zhang Jun. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jun could no longer hold back. You little brat, you're looking for death. Ding! Zhang Jun's emotional value plus 1,000. Ding! Zhang Jun's emotional value plus 1,000. The next second, a huge fireball condensed in Zhang Jun's hands, and then it was directly smashed towards Lin Yu's direction. Li Ming, who was standing aside, saw this situation and began to condense an ice cone in his hand and attack towards the fireball. Suddenly, the moment the two attacks collided, a huge airwave was generated. Bang! Lin Yu saw this and a smile curled the corner of his mouth, and then he miraculously disappeared from the spot. When the smoke cleared, there was no trace of him. Li Ming watched Lin Yu disappear, and subconsciously felt that he had been killed by the two attacks. Regret immediately filled his mind. Why did I let my little brother get involved in this fight? I should have scolded him before. Zhang Jun! I want you dead. Li Ming then yelled. An ice cone that was many times larger than before slowly condensed above his head. Super Ice Dragon Drill. Bastard, do you want to die together? Originally, when he saw Lin Yu disappear, Zhang Jun was about to laugh out loud, but he never expected Li Ming to start condensing his ultimate move and prepare to die together with him. Zhang Jun, you shouldn't have dragged an innocent person into this, and you shouldn't have killed in front of me. You will definitely die today. Hyper Ice Dragon Drill. Go! With these words, the enormous ice cone, no, it should be called an ice pillar, shot straight at Zhang Jun. The pressure was so great that Zhang Jun could barely defend himself. Drink the demon's fury! Zhang Jun shouted, and flames instantly covered his body. Then a huge figure covered in flames began to soar into the sky. Before the raindrops in the air could get close, they turned into steam and returned to the sky. Then, the huge figure directly grabbed the approaching icicle, and then, under the impact of the icicle, the huge figure retreated backwards. I don't know how long it took. The two of them collapsed helplessly to the ground, letting the rain pat on their faces. Just then, a teasing voice exploded in their ears. Damn you, I didn't think you had a backup plan. Luckily, I didn't lose my temper. Heh, you're out of tricks, now it's my turn to strike. After saying this, Lin Yu's figure suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. Looking at Lin Yu, who was unharmed, Li Ming suddenly felt relieved. He had originally thought that even if Lin Yu wasn't dead, he would be seriously injured. However, he didn't expect that he was fine, while in contrast, he himself had suffered damage to all of his meridians and had no strength left. Lin Yu supported himself with the Tianji umbrella and walked step by step towards Zhang Jun, his face full of teasing. Zhang Jun watched him with clenched teeth, wishing that he could chop him up and feed him to the dogs, but his situation was similar to Li Ming's. The only thing that was better than Li Ming was that he could speak. "How come you're not dead?" Watching Lin Yu walk over, Zhang Jun still asked the question in his heart. However, how could Lin Yu easily tell him, "Guess"? You. Ding Zhang Jun's emotional value plus 1000. Ding Zhang Jun's emotional value plus 1000. Once again, 50,000 emotional points were credited, and Lin Yu was suddenly so excited that he wanted to hug Zhang Jun and kiss him wildly. What a good person. May you live a long and happy life. It had only been a short while, but he had already earned a full 100,000 points of emotional value. Just as Lin Yu was about to fleece Zhang Jun again, the system's voice rang in his head. Ding. System prompt: the host can only earn 100,000 points of emotional value from one person per day. Hearing the system's words, Lin Yu was stunned. What the hell? How can one person only earn 100,000? But after thinking about it, he felt relieved. If he caught someone, he would skin them alive. Thinking about this, Lin Yu suddenly had no desire to catch Zhang Jun anymore. He came up to Zhang Jun and said coldly, "I was just curious to come and see. You guys fight your own battles, why do you have to involve such a weak spectator like me? I'm still very helpful. Tell me your last words, so I can feel better." Zhang Jun struggled to get up, but at the moment, he had no strength left. After just getting up for a while, he collapsed without strength. "Okay, since you're like this, I'll give you a ride, so you don't have to suffer in the world. Remember, in your next life, don't mess with me." After saying this, Lin Yu took out the red snake fang he had obtained earlier from the system space, and then the sharp blade cut across Zhang Jun's throat. At this point, Zhang Jun completely stopped breathing. After doing this, Lin Yu came to Li Ming's side and watched him breathe in and out. Lin Yu fell into deep thought, wondering if he should save him. After a while, he decided to save him after all. After all, he had just planned to do this in order to help himself take revenge. System, issue the 9 Revolutions blood restoring pill to me. Ding. 9 Revolutions blood restoring pill issued successfully. The next second, a blood red pill appeared in Lin Yu's hands, and without saying a word, he stuffed it into Li Ming's mouth. The pill melted the moment it entered his mouth, and as the 9 Revolutions blood restoring pill entered his stomach, Li Ming's injuries began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the damaged meridians also began to slowly repair under the effects of the 9 Revolutions blood restoring pill. Seeing that the sky was getting darker and darker, Lin Yu suddenly remembered why he had come out. So, he carried Li Ming on his back and went to the crooked tree to find a drier place to put him down. Then, Lin Yu left Jiangcheng Park without looking back, holding the Tianji umbrella. However, halfway there, he vomited violently. This was the first time he had killed someone, even though it was a criminal, and it was still hard to accept for a while. Chapter 24: Lin Yu cooks. Leaving Jiangcheng Park, Lin Yu ran straight to where Lin Yushan worked. However, just then, his phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Tang Xinyan calling. "Hey, what's wrong with Xinyan? Brother, where are you? I asked you to deliver an umbrella, where did you deliver it?" "Well, I just ran into something, and I'm rushing to Auntie Lin right now." "You hurry back, Mom is already back." Auntie Lin is back?" Lin Yu looked incredulous. He hadn't even delivered the umbrella to her yet. Tang Xinyan on the other end of the phone was momentarily speechless when she heard Lin Yu's words, and then teased, "What do you think? It's probably going to be dark when you get there." Okay, hurry back, you're useless at everything." After saying that, without waiting for Lin Yu to argue back, Tang Xinyan quickly hung up the phone. "This girl, I need to teach her a lesson when I get back, she really gave you face," Lin Yu muttered. Then he hurried home, and just then, the sound of a police siren sounded in the distance. "I guess it should be the police I called before, but this speed is too slow, isn't it? I've already solved everything, what else do I need you guys for?" However, what Lin Yu didn't know was that this time, there was not only a group of police, but also Jiangcheng's Dragon Guardian. Therefore, the speed of the police response was naturally much slower, but it was already fast enough. If Lin Yu had listened to Li Ming's words and left in time, perhaps Li Ming could have really held out until the support arrived. He would not have had to risk dying together. Fortunately, Lin Yu still had a 9 Revolutions blood restoring pill, otherwise Li Ming would really have been finished today. At the moment, although Li Ming had fallen into a deep sleep, his bodily functions were intact, he just couldn't wake up and would need 3 days to recover. Lin Yu no longer cared about the police and hurried home. If he returned late, he would probably have to endure Lin Yushan's nagging again. Since integrating the memories of his previous body, he knew everything. He remembered that once, because he returned late, his previous body was nagged by Lin Yushan for an entire night. The next morning, she scolded him again from bed. The pain was comparable to the monk reciting the tight hoop spell. At the moment, although the rain had eased a little, there were basically no people on the road. Seeing this situation, Lin Yu immediately stopped hiding. Phantom step. As soon as he spoke, Lin Yu appeared 10 meters away. This is a spatial ability he has learned from absorbing the spirit beast core of the phantom cat. He can instantly appear in a designated location according to his own wishes. Of course, with his current strength, he can only teleport up to 10 meters at the moment. It also consumes a lot of spiritual energy, and during the previous battle, he had already used up 1.5 points of spiritual energy. Fortunately, he has the Hanyuan Gong technique, which allows him to quickly absorb the energy of heaven and earth to replenish his energy. After about 7 or 8 minutes, Lin Yu appeared at the door. System, help me put away the Tianji umbrella. Ding, the Tianji umbrella has been put away. As soon as the words fell, the Tianji umbrella, which was still dripping with water, disappeared into thin air. Seeing this, Lin Yu was about to take out the key to open the door, but he realized that he had forgotten to bring it. Well, maybe I should just knock. After thinking about it, Lin Yu knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. After a while, the door opened, and Tang Xinyan was looking at him with a displeased expression. Hey, Xinyan, why are you looking at me like that? Lin Yu scratched his head in confusion. Upon hearing this, Tang Xinyan snorted, "Humph. You didn't even buy me any snacks when you got back. Well, you didn't tell me, so how can you blame me? Cut it out, can't you be more self-aware if I don't tell you?" Ding. Tang Xinyan's emotional value plus 999. Lin Yu saw that this girl was getting more and more arrogant, so he hurriedly comforted her. Okay, don't be angry, I'll buy it for you next time, okay? Saying this, Lin Yu walked up to her and pinched her plump little face. Tang Xinyan let go of him in response and stopped pestering him. She then ran off to watch TV. As soon as Lin Yushan saw Lin Yu come in the door, she was already busy in the kitchen. She smiled when she saw him. Lin Yu is back. How is it? Is your hair wet? It's a pity that I forgot my umbrella today, so you had to run all the way here. It's fine, Auntie Lin, I was just bored and decided to go for a walk. Ah, you're so silly. Alright, go wait outside, dinner will be ready soon. Auntie Lin, let me cook today, so you can taste my cooking. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Lin Yushan's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Yu saw her shock and laughed. Don't worry, Auntie Lin, I'll make something delicious. Okay, then I'll taste Xiao Yu's cooking tonight. Lin Yushan put down the kitchen knife in her hands with a smile. Seeing this, Lin Yu immediately walked up, picked up the kitchen knife on the cutting board and started showing off. At the same time, the junior chef skill he had previously drawn was activated, and Lin Yu, as if possessed by the god of cooking, quickly used the kitchen knife in his hands. In just a moment's time, the carrots, which had not yet been cut, were instantly cut into thin strips of the same size. Lin Yushan, who was standing nearby, was instantly amazed by Lin Yu's knife skills. Xiao Yu, you. Hey, Auntie Lin, how's my knife skills? Lin Yu said smugly. It's fine. Lin Yushan could only reply with these 2 words. Because she really didn't know how to describe it. She herself couldn't do what Lin Yu did, with each root of carrot the same size and so slender. Auntie Lin, you go out and wait to eat, I'll be fine on my own. That's fine, just let me know if you need anything. Lin Yushan nodded helplessly. She had originally thought that she would help Lin Yu out, but she never expected that he would not need her help at all. Lin Yushan then walked out of the kitchen and sat down in the living room. Tang Xinyan's brain suddenly stopped working when she saw that her mother was not cooking, but was instead sitting with her. Mom, why are you out here? Aren't you cooking? Your brother is cooking inside, so I was let out. What? Tang Xinyan stood up immediately when she heard that Lin Yu was cooking inside. Her expression was as if she had seen something terrible. No, what's wrong with your brother cooking? Lin Yushan was a little puzzled. Tang Xinyan had a bitter smile on her face. Mom, you don't know, earlier when you weren't home, my brother cooked a meal, and it was really hard to describe the taste. What, was it hard to eat? Lin Yu asked doubtfully. Not only was it bad, it was really bad. It was so bad that it was almost good enough to give you food poisoning. Whatever he cooked was either too salty or too bitter to eat. Hearing Tang Xinyan say this, Lin Yu became worried. Was it really that bad? Just then, Lin Yu's voice came from the kitchen. Tang Xinyan. Don't eat what I cook later. I wouldn't eat what you cook even if I jumped from here. Tang Xinyan shouted. Then you're a dog if you eat it. Humph. Whoever eats it is a dog. Brother, you did a good job. You're so obsessed with it, I still want to eat it. Didn't you say you wouldn't eat it before? Did I? When did I say that? Ha! Chapter 25, The Orb of Separation. Zhangcheng First People's Hospital. Doctor, how is the patient? Why hasn't he woken up yet? The patient is currently in a state of self-preservation and will take some time to wake up. In other words, his life is not in danger, right? Well, there is nothing abnormal about the patient's body, only his brain has entered a coma. Upon hearing the doctor's reply, a middle-aged man let out a sigh of relief. He is Zhang Tailin, the head of the Jiangcheng Guardian Dragon. After receiving Lin Yu's emergency call, he rushed to Jiangcheng Park. However, when he arrived at the scene of the fight, he was shocked. The whole park was in ruins, with debris everywhere. At the same time, a corpse was lying on the ground. At first, he thought it was one of the Dragon Protection Squad members, but after a closer look, he realized that it was the fugitive Zhang Jun. Meanwhile, the others found Li Ming, who was still breathing, under the crooked neck tree, and finally sent him to the First People's Hospital for rescue. On the other side of the street, Tang Xinyan kept saying that no dog would eat the food Lin Yu cooked, but the next second, she was eating it like a dog. Lin Yu then mocked her for her previous words, but was stopped by her shamelessness. Seeing this, Lin Yu completely saw her bottom line, which was that she simply did not have one. Tang Xinyan, you're going to wash the dishes later, got it? Why? Tang Xinyan was a little unconvinced. Lin Yu stared straight at her. Just because I'm your brother, the eldest brother is like a father, I let you do whatever I want, why so much nonsense, otherwise you don't eat the food I cook in the future. Cut it out, I'll wash them, if it weren't for the food, I wouldn't bother. Tang Xinyan muttered. Then she walked towards the kitchen with a bowl of chopsticks, and Lin Yu on the side saw it and her mouth slightly raised. Watching the two of them bicker, she suddenly felt relaxed. Although Lin Yu was not her son, she had raised him as if he were her own since he was a child. Now that her son had grown up and become successful, she, as his mother, was very gratified. Suddenly, Lin Yu seemed to remember something, so she said to Lin Yu beside her. Xiaoyu, you sit here for a while, I'll get you something. What is it? Lin Yu was a little confused. She didn't know what she was going to give him, but it seemed very important. Could it be something left behind by the original owner's parents? Lin Yu didn't answer his question because she didn't know what it was either. She hurriedly walked back to the bedroom, and after rummaging around for a while, she finally found a wooden box in the corner. I found it, this is it. Lin Yu took the box back to the living room. When Lin Yu saw her holding a wooden box, his doubts deepened. Auntie Lin, what is this? Lin Yu asked. Lin Yu walked over to him and gently handed the wooden box to Lin Yu. I don't know what it is. Your mother gave it to me when they left. She said that if you successfully awakened, you would be given this object, and if you did not awaken, then let me sell this object. Seeing Lin Yu say this, Lin Yu was instantly interested. Recalling the novels he had read in his previous life, the things left behind by the protagonist's parents were extraordinary in one way or another. Thinking about this, Lin Yu immediately opened the wooden box. The next second, a fiery red bead appeared inside the box. Auntie Lin, do you know what this is? I don't know either, this is the first time I've opened the box. Lin Yu shrugged helplessly. After receiving the wooden box from Lin Yu's mother, she had not opened it until today when she saw what was inside. For a moment, the two of them stared at each other, not knowing what use the fiery red bead could possibly have. Lin Yu's thoughts were racing. Could it be the legendary golden pill? No way, aren't all golden pills golden? This one obviously isn't. Could it be the legendary Fire Spirit Orb? But this size doesn't fit, does it? The Fire Spirit Orb is at least the size of a table tennis ball. This thing is only the size of a quail's egg, how could it be the Fire Spirit Orb? At this time, Lin Yu spoke up, okay, Xiaoyu, if you can't figure it out, don't think about it. Okay, Auntie Lin, can I take it? Lin Yu grabbed the bead and tried to slip away. Lin Yushan didn't care about this, since it was originally meant for him anyway. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu grabbed the bead and returned to his room. Although Lin Yushan didn't know anything about this object, it shouldn't be difficult for the system. System, help me see what this bead is for. Ding. The system has detected the host's request and has begun testing. Please wait. Ding. This object is called the Li Hanshuang, which contains a trace of Nanning Li Hu and can burn all evil spirits in the world. The host can perform a blood test to recognize the owner, and then incubate it in the lower abdomen to quickly absorb the fire element between heaven and earth. After listening to the system's explanation, Lin Yu suddenly exclaimed excitedly. He never imagined that this small bead actually contained Nanning Li Hu. In his previous life, he had read a lot of novels and naturally knew the power of Nanning Li Hu. It ranked among the top in all the rankings of divine flames, and its power was simply outrageous. Moreover, it was the companion flame of the divine beast vermilion bird, which immediately raised the overall quality. After Lin Yu had calmed down a bit, he immediately took out the fang of the red snake and made a bloody mark on his finger, and the blood directly dripped onto the Li Hanshuang. The originally dull and lifeless Li Hanshuang suddenly radiated with light, and the next second it magically floated in the air, and then it directly penetrated into Lin Yu's body. What the hell, how did it enter my body? System, how did Fei see, how did this thing run into my body by itself? Ding. The host is already the owner of the Li Hanshuang and can control it in and out at will. How do I control it? The system will allow the host to control the orb by simply thinking about it. Immediately following the system's instructions, Lin Yu began thinking about the orb in his mind, and then shouted. Come out. The fiery orb immediately flew out of Lin Yu's body. It then began spinning around Lin Yu, like a mischievous little fellow. System, open the personal information panel. Ding. Personal information panel loading. Host, Lin Yu. Age, 19. Level, bronze 5-star. Personal items, super long distance sound machine, super compass, magic potion, marrow cleansing pill, pill of great strength, pill of extreme speed, pill of strong kidneys, SpongeBob SquarePants underwear, Patrick Star underwear, Ultraman Taro underwear. Abilities, SSS level spatial ability phantom step, SSS level fire ability flaming fireball. Skills, junior master chef, junior driver, junior masseur. Techniques, S-level mixed energy technique. Weapons, S-level Long Yuan sword, B-level crossbow, C-level windbreaker arrow, C-level red snake fang, B-level Tianji umbrella, Li Hanshuang. Pet, none. Emotion value, 2222222. Damn it, system, what's going on? Why has my fire attribute been upgraded to SSS level? When the host's blood was used to mark the host, a strand of Nanning fire from the Li Hanshuang was absorbed by the host, so the host's fire attribute was upgraded to SSS level. What? You can play like this? Lin Yu was suddenly shocked, and he didn't expect a strand of Nanning fire to upgrade his SSS level fire attribute. Chapter 26, Why don't you just rob it? System, can this ability be upgraded? Lin Yu then asked the question in his heart. Ding. Yes, but it requires the ability to use the heaven and earth treasures, and one's physical fitness must be able to withstand the destruction of the heaven and earth treasures. Upon hearing the system's words, Lin Yu suddenly had an idea. Right, system, do you have anything that can give someone superpowers? Ding. Yes, there are superpower fruits for sale in the system mall. Psyche fruit? Ding. Psyche fruit can randomly awaken a psychic ability in humans without psychic powers, and the level is also random. Then can I awaken new psychic abilities after eating it? Lin Yu asked suspiciously. Ding. Psyche fruit can awaken psychic abilities in 100% of humans without psychic powers, but in humans with psychic powers, there is only a 1% chance of awakening. Hearing the system's explanation, Lin Yu was a little disappointed. A 1% chance basically means that it is impossible to awaken. But this is normal. If I could awaken my superpowers just by eating this superfruit, then the system would be losing out. Okay, system, I'll buy a superfruit. Ding, the host's emotional value is insufficient. Damn it, system, how much emotional value does this superfruit cost? Ding, one superfruit is worth 50 million emotional points. Damn, 50 million, why don't you just rob it? I don't want it. Lin Yu was instantly taken aback by the price. What is this, 50 million emotion points for a piece of shit fruit, and there's no guarantee what superpower it will awaken. Only a fool would buy it. Lin Yu then stopped paying attention to the system, which was indeed too devious. After working hard for a whole day, he could only earn a few 100,000 emotion points, and 50 million would take months to earn even if he worked day and night. Lin Yu immediately took the Li Hanshuang out of his dantian and then placed it in his hands to play with it. He had to say that at this time, the Li Hanshuang gave off a slight warmth, completely different from the cold touch it had before. If this was in winter, it would be a perfect hand warmer, and it would also be the kind that would never get cold. Wait, something's not right. How did Dad and the others get their hands on such a powerful item? And they even asked Auntie Lin to give it to me. Could it be that they knew it was the Li Hanshuang as well? Suddenly, Lin Yu thought of something and muttered to himself. But Lin Yu quickly dismissed the idea. His cheap parents shouldn't have known what it was either, or they would have taken it with them, and there's no way they would have left it with him. Thinking this, Lin Yu's eyes gradually narrowed, and before long, a snoring sound resounded throughout the room. Fortunately, soundproofing had been done, otherwise if Tang Xinyan heard it, she would probably come over and knock on the door. The next day, Lin Yu got up early from bed. After getting dressed, he left the house. Meanwhile, Tang Xinyan was still lying in bed, fast asleep. She had eaten too much last night, and it took until midnight to digest it all, so she didn't go to bed until 1 or 2 in the morning. No, she's still asleep there, like a dead pig. Lin Yu didn't pay any attention to her, though. She just ate or slept at home every day, and then watched TV when she woke up. She was already living an old person's life. Soon, Lin Yu walked towards school at a pace that didn't recognize any relatives. As he approached the school gate, Zhou Pangzi stopped Lin Yu again. "Brother Yu, wait for me." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu looked back at Zhou Pangzi. It was a shock to see him. My goodness, this guy has a pair of black eyes. Fatso, what happened to you? Did someone beat you up? Stop it. When I got home yesterday, I told my old man about your breakthrough to the 3rd star level. Do you know how he reacted? How did he react? He actually told me not to sleep all night until I broke through to the 3rd star level. I couldn't resist, so. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Yu already guessed what he was going to say, so you just trained hard for one night? Well. Zhou Pangzi nodded heavily, his expression extremely aggrieved. Brother Yu, what ability do you think I will comprehend today? As he walked along the road, Zhou Pangzi asked Lin Yu. For a moment, Lin Yu fell into deep thought. Fatty, I think it would be best if you comprehended an ability related to defense. Oh, why? Zhou Pangzi looked at Lin Yu in puzzlement. Hey, Fatty, think about it. We'll team up to kill monsters together, you'll be in the front row as the meat shield, and I'll be standing behind you, harvesting the rewards. Are you serious, brother Yu? Of course. And Fatty, don't you think that with your build, you're perfect for being the meat shield? You'll just stand there, and no one will be able to hit you. Zhou Pangzi was suddenly intrigued by Lin Yu's words. Why hadn't he thought of that before? All of his abilities are defensive, so no one can beat him. Just lie down and die. Upon thinking about this, Zhou Pangzi affirmed Lin Yu's idea in his heart. Okay, brother Yu, I'll do whatever you say. Seeing Zhou Pangzi say this, Lin Yu's wicked sense of humor was instantly satisfied. He had originally only planned to trick this guy, but he didn't expect the guy to actually take him seriously. However, since it had come to this, he had no intention of confessing to Zhou Pangzi. After all, the fat guy was quite suitable for the defensive route. We'll see if we can find some good stuff to take his S-class Earth element anomaly to the next level, to the SS or even SSS level. It was still too early to say. The two then walked towards the classroom. As they passed the door to Class 1, Lin Yu suddenly saw Li Hanshuang in the first row. As if she had sensed something, Li Hanshuang immediately looked out the door and noticed a gaze looking at her from outside the classroom. Upon closer inspection, she saw it was Lin Yu. Brother Yu, let's go, what are you still looking at? Oh, you were looking at Li's school flower. Zhou Pangzi walked halfway and noticed that Lin Yu had not followed, so he turned back and found him looking at Li Hanshuang, and immediately teased him. Go, what are you talking about? Don't let Li Hanshuang come looking for trouble with you again. Lin Yu gave him a blank look and replied curtly. Then he quickened his pace towards Class 15, and Zhou Pangzi looked at him and then at the direction of Li Hanshuang, hurrying to follow. He didn't want to face Li Hanshuang alone, that ice cube. She wore a cold expression all day, without a hint of emotion, and whoever married her would have the worst luck. But Zhou Pangzi hoped that Lin Yu could handle Li Hanshuang, so that he could brag about it. Very soon, the two walked shoulder to shoulder into the classroom of Class 15. At this time, Lin Yu began to show off his presence again. Hey, everyone, good morning. Oh, classmate Li Feiyu is studying, do your best. Ding. Li Feiyu's emotional value plus 1000. Ding. Wang Defa's emotional value plus 999. Ding. Zhou Pangzi's emotional value plus 666. Accompanied by the system's prompt tone, Lin Yu let out a smug smile. I never thought I would earn 50,000 emotional points in just one morning, I'm so happy. Chapter 27 Watch My Move. Inside the gym. Brother Yu, can you tell me about the problems you encountered when you were understanding the power? Zhou Pangzi asked Lin Yu, looking at him. Seeing this, Lin Yu pondered for a moment before slowly saying, there's nothing to tell. It's just a matter of how it makes its move. You just have to learn to make the move like it. In short, don't be scared, just do it, what's there to be afraid of? The worst that can happen is that you'll be a good guy again in 18 years. With that, Lin Yu patted him on the shoulder. Brother Yu. Zhou Pangzi suddenly felt speechless. This is too unreliable, what do you mean just do it? Didn't you hear Ouyang Qian say that if you're not careful, you'll become an idiot? I haven't even touched a girl's hand, how can I just give it up so easily? Ding. Zhou Pangzi's emotional value plus 999. Zhou Pangzi's emotional value plus 999. Emotional value plus 999. Upon hearing the system's voice, Lin Yu's mouth curled up in a smile. Sure enough, this fatty is an emotional machine. Just this alone earned nearly 6,000 emotional points. Okay, fatty, I'll tell you, will that do? Look at the pitiful look on your face. Listen carefully. Once you enter the world of consciousness, the first thing you need to do is find the monster's weak point and deal it a fatal blow. Lin Yu looked at his aggrieved appearance and spoke. Upon hearing this, Zhou Pangzi's eyes lit up, and he immediately asked curiously, so how am I supposed to find its weak point? Well, anyway, just keep attacking its mouth or its belly. Lin Yu was at a loss for words in response to Zhou Pangzi's question, but a flash of inspiration came to him. Zhou Pangzi couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he heard Lin Yu's words, but then he thought, it was reasonable after all. After all, except for some special monsters, most monsters are weaker in these two areas. Okay, I'll trust you for now, said Zhou Pangzi. Soon, Ouyang Qian walked over from afar, holding several beast cores in her hands, some red and some blue. Lin Yu looked at the beast cores in her hands and said doubtfully, Fatty, what do you think Qian is doing with so many beast cores? Could it be that someone else has also broken through to the 3-star level like you? It seems that a few A-level students have also broken through to the 3-star level. Zhou Pangzi thought about it for a while and said with some uncertainty. Lin Yu heard this and stopped dwelling on it, then sat cross-legged and began to run the Hanyuan Gong, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. The next second, wisps of white fluff began to converge on him, mixed with a little red substance. That was the element of fire. As he ran the Hanyuan Gong, exhaling and inhaling the essence, the Li Huozhu in his body began to spin invisibly, absorbing the weak element of fire in the air. Zhou Pangzi looked at the commotion caused by Lin Yu and was speechless. This is so annoying. Why didn't I have this kind of commotion when I was cultivating? Thinking about this, he stopped looking at Lin Yu and turned towards Ouyang Qian. Hey, Qian, where's mine? Zhou Pangzi looked at her with a smile on his face as he walked up to Ouyang Qian. Here's your Earth Beast Core. This is the Beast Core of a bronze 5-star explosive rock mad ape. Be careful, don't get caught in its quicksand vortex, or you'll be dead. Ouyang Qian handed Zhou Pangzi a brown Beast Core in her hand and reminded him. Okay, I got it. Thanks for the reminder, Qianjie, I'll be careful. Zhou Pangzi took the Beast Core and then thanked her before leaving. Suddenly, Ouyang Qian stopped him and asked, where is Lin Yu? Isn't he with you? He's practicing, Zhou Pangzi said, pointing to Lin Yu in the corner. Looking in the direction he was pointing, Ouyang Qian saw Lin Yu in the distance, sitting cross-legged in meditation, surrounded by a halo of spiritual energy. Ouyang Qian was shocked, but soon she was relieved. After all, the world of geniuses needs no explanation. After a while, Ouyang Qian reminded Zhou Pangzi again and then turned around and left. Zhou Pangzi, on the other hand, happily returned to Lin Yu's side with the Beast Core. Seeing that there was no one around, he immediately began to meditate and absorb the beast core. The next second, Zhou Pangzi arrived in a gray world, recalling Lin Yu's previous words, and he immediately calmed down. Just then, a 2-meter-tall black gorilla suddenly appeared in front of him. Exploding rock wild gorilla. Zhou Pangzi looked at this black gorilla and couldn't help but murmur. Suddenly, at the moment he spoke, the exploding rock wild gorilla suddenly opened his eyes and stared at him. Suddenly, Zhou Pangzi felt his whole body start to tremble. This was the first time he had faced a demon up close. Roar! The mad ape looked at the tiny human in front of it and immediately roared, which scared him so much that he froze in place. Then the mad ape slammed its hands into the ground, and huge boulders immediately smashed towards Zhou Pangzi. At this critical moment, Zhou Pangzi instantly reacted and frantically dodged into the distance. Damn, do you have to be so fierce? Damn it, it seems that you have to taste the might of the Fat Master. As he spoke, he saw him press his hands against the ground, and huge boulders rose up from the ground, directly surrounding the explosive rock wild gorilla. Roar! The explosive rock wild gorilla roared a few times, and his huge fists slammed towards the rocks. Soon, the rocks summoned by Zhou Pangzi were hammered to pieces by the rock-blasting mad ape. He did not panic, however, and once again slapped his palms against the ground. The ground began to roll, and the rocks immediately encased the rock-blasting mad ape like maggots on bones. Only its mouth and abdomen were left uncovered, so Zhou Pangzi quickly ran towards the rock-blasting mad ape, and when he was less than a meter away, and punched it in the abdomen. There was only a clang. Zhou Pangzi's face turned extremely ugly. Damn, you're really thick-skinned. He suddenly felt like he had hit an iron object, but the good thing was that this was not the real world, otherwise he would probably have to give up on this hand. You beast, let your fat master beat you up. Zhou Pangzi roared and jumped up, and a big mouth lashed out towards its face. The next second. Shit. The mouth of the explosive rock wild gorilla was incredibly hard, and Zhou Pangzi slapped it, as if slapping a rock. Instantly, the pain was unbearable. Fortunately, this was not the real world, otherwise this hand would probably be useless. Just then, the explosive rock wild gorilla roared, and all the stones on its body shook and flew off. Zhou Pangzi watched this scene and immediately wanted to curse, but before he could, he saw a whirlpool gathering at his feet. A quicksand whirlpool. Damn it, you shameless bastard, you're already using your trump card? While shouting, Zhou Pangzi ran towards the open area. After running for a while, he finally managed to get out of the range of the quicksand whirlpool. Hooray! You beast, you've exhausted your master. Damn it, what's this dog's weakness? Wait a minute. Explosive rock gorilla, it's a gorilla. I know its weakness. Suddenly, Zhou Pangzi thought of a possibility, and immediately put his hands on the ground again. A root of stone thorns rose up, wildly attacking explosive rock gorilla. Seeing this, explosive rock gorilla roared and immediately jumped up. I've been waiting for you to jump. Zhou Pangzi's mouth curled up, and then a stone thorn shot towards the rock-bursting gorillas but at a fast speed. Watch my 1,000-year kill move. Chapter 28, Did I Eat Poisonous Mushrooms? The stone thorn pierced straight into the rock-bursting gorilla's rear end, and then came out of its mouth. Before rock-bursting wild monkey could roar, it died of suffocation and fell from the air. Subsequently, rock-bursting wild monkey's figure began to dissipate, and Zhou Pangzi's consciousness gradually returned. When he opened his eyes, he saw Lin Yu looking at him with concern. Brother Yu. Fatty, what happened? Why did it take so long? I thought you had met with misfortune. Lin Yu said with a sad face. Upon hearing this, Zhou Pangzi sighed, alas, it's hard to explain. What you said before didn't work at all. Lin Yu suddenly felt like crying or laughing. He had only suggested it, and the specific situation had to be considered. Then how did you find its weakness? Haha, I gave it a 1,000-year kill, and directly made it go in through the mouth and out through the mouth. Zhou Pangzi couldn't help but slightly raise the corner of his mouth when he said this. Lin Yu felt like punching him. This guy was as usual as wretched as ever, and he could even think of such a mean trick. But this was a good method, and he could try it himself next time. Although it was a bit immoral, there was no need to talk about morality with those animals. Okay, fatty, look at you being so smug, let's go. Go where? Where do you think? To the cafeteria, can't you see it's mealtime? Lin Yu gave him a cold glare. Zhou Pangzi hurriedly took out his phone and looked at it, discovering that there were only 5 minutes left until class ended. If they waited any longer, they might not be able to get in line. Let's go, you, hurry up, we don't want to be late and miss our place in line. Zhou Pangzi hurriedly followed Lin Yu and urged him. In the past, he and Lin Yu were the kings of the class when it came to eating. Basically, before the end of class, they would already be in the cafeteria eating. By the time the other students arrived, they would have already finished eating and gone back. Now, they were even more awakened, and didn't need to be in the classroom for those boring trigonometry lessons. Soon, the two arrived at the cafeteria, which was still relatively sparse at the moment. Suddenly, Zhou Pangzi seemed to have seen something, and kept nudging Lin Yu. Damn, brother Yu, look, it's Li Hanshuang. Looking in the direction he was pointing, Lin Yu saw Li Hanshuang in the distance, taking small mouthfuls of food. I don't know if Zhou Pangzi's voice was too loud, but while Lin Yu was watching, Li Hanshuang's head, which had been bowed, slowly lifted up. Those beautiful eyes, without any emotions, just looked straight at the two of them. Cough, fatty, let you talk, hurry up and go. Seeing this, Lin Yu coughed dryly and then whispered a comment to Zhou Pangzi next to him. Zhou Pangzi realized that he had spoken too much and quickly turned his head away from Li Hanshuang and walked straight towards the meal window. He didn't want to be pointed at by Li Hanshuang with a gun again. At the same time, Li Hanshuang couldn't help but slightly raise the corners of her mouth as she watched the two men panic. Fortunately, there was no one else around, or else they would have dropped their jaws. You have to know that Li Hanshuang has never smiled at anyone in the past 3 years. But Lin Yu and the others didn't know this, and even if they did, what did it matter? The two quickly ordered their meals, and of course, this time, Zhou Pangzi paid the bill. After all, his father had told him to cling to Lin Yu's thigh. No sooner had he repeated Lin Yu's story yesterday than Chow Tai-Fook increased his allowance from 500 to 1,000. That's a day's allowance. 1,000 a day, just thinking about it is terrifying. So Zhou Pangzi was happy to pay for Lin Yu's meal. Of course, Lin Yu knew what he was thinking, and he didn't refuse. It would be stupid not to take advantage of a bargain. By the way, Fatso, which school are you going to? Lin Yu suddenly asked. I haven't decided yet. What about you, brother Yu? Which school are you going to? Zhou Pangzi shook his head and then asked Lin Yu. Lin Yu thought about it and blurted out, the Demon Sea Academy. What? You plan to go to the Demon Sea Academy? It's full of demons and monsters, are you sure you want to go? Zhou Pangzi was a little shocked. He had done some research on the Demon Sea Academy and knew that it was full of geniuses, and most of them were the children of wealthy families. Although his father, Zhou Dafu, is considered wealthy in Jiangchang, he is completely unremarkable in the demon capital. Before the recovery of spiritual energy, the demon capital was the economic center of the Dragon Kingdom, and there was no shortage of wealthy people. But on second thought, it makes sense. After all, Lin Yu's talent is there, an SSS-class spatial ability and an SS-class fire ability, or should be an SSS-class fire ability now. Of course, Zhou Pangzi didn't know that Lin Yu's fire elemental ability had already been upgraded. If he knew, he would probably be shocked. Since the recovery of spiritual energy, there has never been a double SSS level awakened person, so it can be said that Lin Yu's talent is already the best in the world. However, with your talent, brother Yu, you should be able to find a place in the Demon Sea School. Brother Yu, let me go with you to the Demon Sea School. Zhou Pangzi immediately grinned from ear to ear when he thought about Lin Yu's demon-like talent. The main reason is that Qian Jie told me before that there is a space master at the Demon Sea School, and that is why I am going there. Lin Yu directly confessed to the conversation he had with Ouyang Qian that day. Upon hearing this, Zhou Pangzi's mouth once again widened. Brother Yu, the big shot you mentioned couldn't be Lu Hongba, the Lu family patriarch, could it? Yes, it's the Lu family patriarch. Lin Yu nodded. Damn, the Lu family patriarch is a peerless 9-star big shot, brother Yu, don't you mean you'll be walking sideways at the Demon Sea Academy? Cough, keep a low profile. Lin Yu coughed lightly to indicate that Zhou Pangzi should lower his voice, but the smile on his face could not be stopped. Ding! Zhou Pangzi's emotional value plus 666. Zhou Pangzi's emotional value plus 666. Emotional value plus 666. At this time, the system's prompt suddenly sounded in his head, which made Lin Yu, who was still laughing, nearly laugh too hard. Just then, a figure silently walked over to Lin Yu and sat down next to him. This made Zhou Pangzi, who was sitting opposite Lin Yu, suddenly stare with his eyes wide open, his mouth wide open and unable to make a sound, and he could only start dancing his hands and feet. Lin Yu looked at him in some confusion at his strange appearance. It's not the fat guy, what's wrong with you, is your throat stuck? In response, Zhou Pangzi's eyes frantically signaled him to look to his left. This immediately made Lin Yu even more confused, thinking to himself that the fat guy must have gone epileptic. Suddenly, a voice without emotion sounded in Lin Yu's ear. Lin Yu, are you planning to go to the Demon Sea School? Hearing this voice, Lin Yu mechanically turned his head and saw Li Hanshuang's expressionless pretty face. Li Hanshuang, is there something wrong? Nothing, I just heard that you were going to the Demon Sea School when I passed by, so I came to ask. Well, I do plan to go to the Demon Sea Academy. Oh, I see. By the way, Lin Yu, may I ask what realm you are in? Bronze 5 stars. Okay, I understand. I'm sorry you've already eaten. With that, Li Hanshuang got up, bowed to Lin Yu, and left without looking back. Lin Yu and Zhou Pangzi looked at each other, and they both saw confusion in each other's eyes. Brother Yu, did I eat poisonous mushrooms and hallucinate? Zhou Pangzi adjusted his fat face and asked doubtfully. Maybe we both ate poisonous mushrooms. Never mind, let's hurry up and finish eating and go back to bed. Lin Yu shook his head helplessly. Chapter 29, Practice hard and you'll catch up to me. By the way, Brother Yu, is it true that you said you've broken through to 5 stars bronze? Zhou Pangzi suddenly asked. He couldn't believe it. It had only been a short while, but Lin Yu had already broken through to 5 stars, while he himself had worked hard all night and only reached 3 stars. It would be false to say that he wasn't jealous. Lin Yu, on hearing this, nodded nonchalantly. After he went back yesterday and absorbed the beast core of the Phantom Lynx, he had crossed from the early stage of 4th star to the late stage of 4th star. After that, after absorbing a trace of the southern Ming Li Hua from the Li Hua bead, he had successfully crossed to 5th star, and now was only 1 step away from breaking through to 6th star. Soon, he would be able to absorb another beast core and gain enlightenment, but Lin Yu felt that there was no rush, and he planned to use the southern Ming Li Hua to temper his body. It's okay, fatty, you just focus on your cultivation and you'll catch up with me. Lin Yu patted Zhou Pangzi on the shoulder and comforted him. He was lucky to have done so, because Zhou Pangzi nearly couldn't hold back his emotions. It was so frustrating. He had stayed up all night just to catch up with Lin Yu. But now, the gap between them was widening. He might as well just lie down and relax. He would just cling to Lin Yu's leg and forget about cultivation. Brother Yu, is there really no way to quickly improve your cultivation? Zhou Pangzi looked at Lin Yu in confusion. Lin Yu smiled sheepishly and said, no. One should be down to earth and not aim too high. The same goes for cultivation, there's no rush. Alas, it's still because of you that I'm being beaten. Look, it's only been a short while, and you've gone from bronze 1 star to 5 stars. Look at me, I'm only bronze 3 stars, there's a big difference. Zhou Pangzi sighed. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu didn't know what to say. How about I slow down my cultivation? No, you're a genius, don't slow down your cultivation for me, or I won't be able to live with myself. Zhou Pangzi hurriedly refused. However, Lin Yu had already planned this. He wanted to temper his body, so these days he didn't plan to cultivate his aura. He just couldn't say this to Zhou Pangzi. Soon, the two returned to the teaching building. When they passed by a classroom again, they noticed that Li Hanshuang was not in her seat. Lin Yu guessed that Li Hanshuang must have gone to the gym to practice. When he had said that he had broken through to 5 stars, her expression had changed significantly. Her expression had been full of shock and disbelief. She felt that she should also be able to break through to 5 stars. However, Lin Yu did not care about this and walked straight towards class 15. Meanwhile, in the small forest at Jiangcheng Middle School, Li Hanshuang was sitting cross-legged on a large stone, her eyes closed in meditation. Aura was constantly converging on her from all around, and she was on the verge of breakthrough, just 1 step away from reaching 4 stars. The next second, she let out a cold snort. Breakthrough! The spiritual energy in her body kept churning, and the aura around her body was instantly sucked into her body. Bang bang bang! Suddenly, several dull sounds exploded inside her body, but soon it returned to silence. Li Hanshuang had successfully broken through to the 4th star of bronze. Still too slow, this is only a breakthrough to the 4th star. Li Hanshuang let out a breath of turbid air, and then muttered to herself. If Lin Yu were here, he would know what she meant, but unfortunately there was no one around. Li Hanshuang stood up, stretched her muscles a little, and then walked out of the grove and straight towards the gym. She wanted to see if Lin Yu was secretly training without her. A few minutes later. Li Hanshuang looked around and found no sign of Lin Yu. This made her feel puzzled. Could it be that Lin Yu wasn't training in the gym? Or was Lin Yu breaking through somewhere else like herself? Upon thinking of this, Li Hanshuang looked for a corner and began to practice furiously. At this time, Lin Yu, who was sleeping, suddenly heard the voice of the system. Ding. Li Hanshuang's emotional value plus 999. Li Hanshuang's emotional value plus 999. After listening to the system's prompt, Lin Yu opened his dazed eyes in confusion, and then scanned the surroundings, only to find that there was no sign of Li Hanshuang. This made him feel confused. Could it be that the system had another bug? Or did Li Hanshuang suddenly go crazy? Otherwise, if he was sleeping well, why did his emotional value suddenly increase so much? Unable to figure it out, Lin Yu continued to lie down, but he wasn't sleeping. System, what is my emotional value now? Ding. The current emotional value of the host is 333,333 points. System, I want to draw. Let's start with 10 consecutive draws. Ding. The system has detected the host's request and is currently drawing. Please wait. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Purity Elixir 3. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Power Elixir 2. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Magic Running Shoes 1. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Basic Swordplay Mastery, which has been automatically learned for the host. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Basic Boxing Mastery, which has been automatically learned for the host. Upon hearing the system's report, Lin Yu's eyes widened. He had never expected to draw 2 more skills. And they're in the areas of swordsmanship and boxing. This time, I've finally drawn something good. System, I want to draw 10 more times in a row. Ding. System is drawing, please wait. Ding. Congratulate the host on obtaining thank you for your patronage 5. Ding. Congratulate the host on obtaining SpongeBob SquarePants Underwear 3. Ding. Congratulate the host on obtaining Bronze Treasure Chest 2. Lin Yu was about to complain when he heard the system's report, but the words that followed made him swallow hard. I didn't expect to draw another treasure chest. You know there's basically no junk in treasure chests. System, hurry up and open the bronze treasure chest for me. Ding. The bronze treasure chest is opening. Ding. Congratulations, host, on obtaining a level C treasure artifact, the Cloak of Invisibility. Ding. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the 9 turns blood restoration pill X1. Holy shit, the Cloak of Invisibility? System, how can something so awesome only be a level C treasure artifact? Lin Yu exclaimed. Ding. The invisibility cloak only lasts for 15 minutes, and it cannot make you completely invisible. Well, that's a letdown. Lin Yu felt a little speechless, and instantly felt that this item was just a bit of a letdown. System, I'm going to keep trying the lucky draw, I just don't believe that I won't get something good. Lin Yu then told the system again. Upon hearing this, the system did not hesitate for a moment and started the lucky draw. Ding. The system is currently drawing, please wait a moment. After a while. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Extreme Speed Pills X3. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Kidney Strengthening Pills X2. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Thank You for Your Business X4. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Silver Treasure Box X1. Hearing that he had won a Silver Treasure Box, Lin Yu almost shouted out in excitement. System, open the Silver Treasure Box. Chapter 30, A Class Destruction Gun. As Lin Yu's voice fell, the system's voice immediately sounded. Ding. Congratulations, host, on obtaining an A-class weapon, the Disintegrator. Another weapon, and it's an A-class one too. Lin Yu was overjoyed. He had definitely not lost out this time. So far, he had only had the S-class Dragon's Abyss sword to show for his efforts, but now he had the Disintegrator too, which was like adding wings to a tiger. After the excitement had died down, Lin Yu calmed down and shouted at the system. System, open the Personal Information Panel. Ding. Personal Information Panel loading. Host, Lin Yu. Age, 19. Level, Bronze 5-star. Personal items, Magic Running Shoes, Super Long Distance Sound Transmitter, Super Compass, Magic Potion, Marrow Cleansing Pill, Strength Pill, Speed Pill, Kidney Strengthening Pill, SpongeBob SquarePants Underwear. Abilities, SSS level Spatial Ability Phantom Step, SSS level Fire Ability Flaming Fireball. Skills: Junior Master Chef, Junior Driver, Junior Massage Expert, Junior Sword Master, Junior Boxing Master. Energy Technique: S-Class Mixed Energy. Weapons: S-Class Dragon Sword, A-Class Disintegrating Spear, B-Class Crossbow, C-Class Windbreaker Arrow, C-Class Red Snake Fang, B-Class Sky Umbrella, Li Hanshuang. Pet: none. Emotion points: 33333. Lin Yu looked at the information displayed on the panel, and his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Just then, Zhou Pangzi's voice interrupted Lin Yu's thoughts. Brother Yu, let's go. Oh, I see. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu reluctantly stood up and then left the classroom with Zhou Pangzi. As soon as they arrived at the gym, Lin Yu felt dozens of pairs of eyes staring at him, but this feeling quickly disappeared. It turned out that since some people had successively broken through to the 3-star comprehension level, some less talented students had begun to withdraw inwardly. They all stayed in the gym to practice continuously, so much so that some students simply didn't even eat lunch, but withdrew inwardly instead. However, the two oddballs, Lin Yu and Zhou Pangzi, actually still had time to take a nap, and their grievances suddenly began to erupt. So the moment the two of them entered, the hateful stares of the crowd locked onto them. Luckily, this is school, otherwise they would have to give them a kick. Brother Yu, I feel like there's something wrong with the way they're looking at us. Did you offend them again? Fuck off, I'm fucking crazy, why would I provoke them? Lin Yu immediately gave Zhou Pangzi a kick. Zhou Pangzi, who was in pain, was a little puzzled. They looked at us with strange eyes, a bit like the envious eyes of someone who got first place on an exam. Ha, I think it's the jealous look in their eyes at how quickly we've cultivated. Lin Yu's words hit the mark. However, Zhou Pangzi didn't think so. I think they're envious of us. Lin Yu didn't say anything, and walked towards a corner on his own. Seeing this, Zhou Pangzi hurriedly followed suit. Brother Yu, I think it's still. Better not talk. Fatty, did you hear any strange noises? Before he could finish speaking, Lin Yu immediately interrupted. Strange noises? What noises? Brother Yu, are you hearing things? Zhou Pangzi looked at Lin Yu in confusion. However, Lin Yu ignored him and began to look around, noticing that everything was normal. Suddenly, the strange noise grew louder, and Zhou Pangzi began to hear it as well. Damn, Brother Yu, there really is a sound. Why does this sound so creepy? It's underground. Lin Yu said, immediately crouching down and listening towards the ground. Fatty, the sound is coming from below. Below? No way, the ground beneath this stadium is made of concrete. Zhou Pangzi exclaimed. At the same time, the students who were originally meditating were all awakened by this strange sound. Everyone immediately looked around to see where the sound was coming from, and that's when they saw Lin Yu, who was lying on the ground in the distance, doing something. So everyone started talking. Where is this sound coming from? Are you going to let us meditate? Yes, I was about to break through to 3 stars, and suddenly I was woken up by this sound. Isn't that right? I just broke through to 1 star, and I haven't had time to consolidate it, and it was terminated by this inexplicable sound. No, classmate, you just broke through to 1 star, what are you showing off for? What's it got to do with you? If you're so capable, you can compete with Li Hanshuang. You. Okay, stop arguing, look at that person. Why is he lying on the ground? Could the sound be coming from underground? That person looks like classmate Lin Yu, why is he lying on the ground? Just as everyone was discussing this, the strange sound grew louder and louder, and could be heard throughout the gymnasium. At the same time, on top of a mountain, an old man suddenly opened his eyes and muttered to himself. The seal has been broken for 10 years. I wonder what's going on inside. It looks like it's in the direction of Jiangcheng. Oh, that's right, I think that little guy is in Jiangcheng too. I'll go check if he's really that evil. With that, the old man disappeared. This person was the number 1 in the space department of Longhua, Lu Hongba, also known as Grandpa Lu. 10 years ago, Jiangcheng Middle School did not yet have the current gymnasium, and a space crack unexpectedly appeared in the location of the gymnasium. At that time, Lu Hongba happened to pass through Jiangcheng and saw the space crack, so he curiously walked in. At that time, he had not yet reached the extraordinary 9 stars, only the strength of the king's 5 stars. But he still rushed in without hesitation. After going in, he observed it for a while and discovered that it was an evil beast's secret realm. Dozens of monsters lived there, and it took Lu Hongba a week to figure out the situation. The strongest monster was only at the level of a golden 3 star. Lu Hongba did not immediately kill it. However, in order to prevent the monsters from coming to the human world through the space crack and causing a threat, Lu Hongbo sealed up the space crack. At that time, his strength was a bit low, so he could only seal it, but not completely erase it, which left a big hidden danger. Until today, the seal has begun to loosen, and Lu Hongbo has just recalled this incident. Lin Yu sighed. As the sound got louder and louder, the ground began to tremble slightly. The crowd then determined that the strange sound came from underground, and they became panicked. What's going on? Is there an earthquake? No way, there have never been any earthquakes in Zhangcheng throughout history. This is not an earthquake. Then what is it? Why is the ground shaking, and why is this strange sound so creepy? Look, it seems like the ground has cracked open. Damn, what the hell is going on? Could it be an attack by some kind of monster? The scene instantly descended into chaos, with people saying all kinds of things. However, Lin Yu sensed a trace of spatial energy, as if some kind of seal had been broken. Chapter 31, Space Crack. At this time, the ground shook more violently, and at the same time, the strange sound became louder and louder. Rumbling. Rumbling. The sound continued for a long time before stopping, and just as everyone relaxed, the center of the stadium suddenly began to crumble, and then it began to spread outward at a speed visible to the naked eye. The students who were originally watching from below saw such a horrifying scene and immediately ran frantically towards the upper bleachers. Earthquake! Lin Yu saw this and directly grabbed Zhou Pangzi and ran towards the upper spectator seats. After a while, the shaking of the ground gradually weakened, and the cracks stopped spreading, but then the auras around them all converged towards the center. They gradually coalesced into a vortex in the center, and the auras were crazily sucked into this vortex. This process continued for about 20 minutes before it slowly stopped. Suddenly, cracks began to appear on the upper part of the center like a mirror surface. Soon, there were more and more cracks. At that moment, a sound like a broken mirror resounded through the gymnasium. Crack! Crack! The next second, space shattered, and a vortex emitting a blue glow appeared before everyone. At the same time, an incredibly strong suction force suddenly emanated from the vortex. Some students who were closer to the front were instantly sucked in by the suction force. Help! Help me! Before the voice could be uttered, it was sucked into the vortex. Subsequently, more and more people began to be sucked into this mysterious vortex. Brother Yu, what the hell is going on? Zhou Pangzi looked at the disappearing backs of his classmates and said with a trembling heart. I don't know, but it doesn't look dangerous. Fatty, do you want to go in and take a look with me? Lin Yu said. Upon hearing this, Zhou Pangzi's eyes widened, and he looked at Lin Yu in disbelief. Brother Yu, you're not running a fever, are you? How dare you go in there? As he spoke, Zhou Pangzi tentatively reached towards his forehead, but was slapped away by Lin Yu. Fatty, I just felt a fluctuation in the space, which should be a passage to another world. Are you sure you don't want to take a look? Really? Of course it's real, when have I ever lied to you? Zhou Pangzi was suddenly hesitant, but how could he miss such a good opportunity? Let's do it, brother Yu, let's go. Zhou Pangzi said, preparing to go forward. Seeing this, Lin Yu followed him and gradually moved closer to the vortex. However, before the two could get close, they were instantly sucked in by the blue vortex. When they opened their eyes again, the scenery in front of them immediately stunned the two of them in place. All they could see was a lush green meadow that stretched as far as the eye could see. Brother Yu, where have we come to? I don't know, but it shouldn't be the blue star. Lin Yu shook his head. So what do? We don't know this place, so how are we going to get back? Zhou Pangzi suddenly felt a little regret. He shouldn't have let him brainwash him, and now he was stuck. Lin Yu ignored him and started observing the surroundings on his own. Apart from an endless expanse of grass, there was basically nothing else, and he didn't even see the classmates who had been sucked in before. Fatty, we should have teleported to another place. Look around and see if there are any other classmates. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yu spoke up. What? Zhou Pangzi hurriedly got up from the ground and looked around. Brother Yu, what now? Let's go, Fatty, let's walk forward first and see if we can meet other classmates. Lin Yu said, and then took a big step in one direction. Seeing this, Zhou Pangzi hurriedly followed. The two of them walked for an unknown length of time. Plop. Zhou Pangzi sat down on the grass with some difficulty. Puff, 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 brother Yu, how much further do we have to go? I really can't walk anymore. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu looked around again. In the distance, there seemed to be a forest in front of them. Fatty, look, there seems to be a forest in front of us, Lin Yu said excitedly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Pangzi looked up in the direction Lin Yu was pointing, and saw a dark area in front of him. It looked like a forest indeed. Brother Yu, let's rest for half an hour before we set off again. I really can't walk anymore. Zhou Pangzi immediately felt happy, and then turned to Lin Yu and asked. Okay, let's rest for a while in the same place. With that, Lin Yu planned to sit down and rest for a while. Just then, there was suddenly a roaring sound in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Upon seeing this, the two immediately stood up alertly. They then looked upwards and saw a black dot in the distance in the sky rapidly approaching the two of them. The reason they were so sure was because the black dot was gradually expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fatty, run quickly! Lin Yu shouted, then pulled his legs and ran, and upon hearing Lin Yu's shout, Zhou Pangzi immediately came back to his senses. Damn it, Brother Yu, you're so unfeeling, how could you just leave me behind and run? Brother Yu, wait for me. With that, Zhou Pangzi pounded his two thick thighs and sprinted after Lin Yu. Lin Yu kept an eye on the black spot in the back as he ran, and saw that it was getting bigger and bigger. System, can you tell what that is? Lin Yu immediately thought of the omnipotent cheating system and asked. Ding's system is currently being tested, please wait a moment. Ding testing complete. The Swift Wind Thunder Eagle is a bronze 8-star monster with extremely high speed and destructive power. It preys on weak beasts, and any target it locks onto will not escape its talons. Upon hearing the system's voice, Lin Yu suddenly felt numb. Damn, it's a bronze 8-star monster, and he's only a bronze 5-star. How can he fight it? Damn. System, does this Swift Thunder Hawk have any weaknesses? Lin Yu asked the system in his head as he ran. Ding, the Swift Thunder Hawk's mouth and claws are its hardest weapons, but its feathers are its softest spot. You mean to tell me to pluck its feathers? How can I do that? Ding, the host only needs to set its feathers on fire. Upon hearing the system's words, Lin Yu suddenly remembered that he could set fire to things, so why bother plucking feathers? Having obtained a solution, Lin Yu slowed down. Meanwhile, Zhou Pangzi saw him slow down and thought that Lin Yu couldn't run. Brother Yu, hurry up and run, or that ghost thing will catch up to us, Zhou Pangzi urged anxiously. Seeing this, Lin Yu's mouth slightly rose, and then he shouted at Zhou Pangzi behind him. Fatty, let's not run anymore. You will be the cover, and we will both fuck him together. Zhou Pangzi was a little confused when he heard this. What did he mean by letting him be the cover? Just as he was still confused, Lin Yu slowly stopped. Seeing this, Zhou Pangzi hurriedly slowed down and charged straight towards Lin Yu. Fortunately, he stopped when he got close. Ha! Brother Yu, what did you just say, asking me to act as cover? Zhou Pangzi gasped heavily. Well, Fatty, later on, you try to hold that guy off for a bit, and I'll let him taste the power of my fireballs. Brother Yu, can you be trusted? Zhou Pangzi looked at Lin Yu with some doubt, but Lin Yu just gave him a blank stare. Chapter 32, Gale Thunder Eagle. Zhou Pangzi looked at him with a doubtful expression, but Lin Yu just gave him a blank stare. Get ready, Fatty. I'm always ready, Brother Yu. Flaming Fireball. With a roar, Lin Yu threw a fireball the size of a soccer ball. It flew straight towards the Swift Wind Thunderbolt, and this ball carried the breath of the southern Ming Li Hua, its power several times greater than before. Luckily, Lin Yu's strength was not small, otherwise he might not have been able to throw it that high. After just a brief encounter, the fireball accurately hit the Swift Wind Thunderbolt's left wing. The flames quickly burned the Swift Wind Thunderbolt's left wing, and in just a moment, most of the Swift Wind Thunderbolt's left wing feathers were burned. Go! Then the Swift Thunder Eagle let out a mournful cry and shot straight downwards. It intended to make the two little bugs below pay a price. Lin Yu was overjoyed when he saw his fireball hit the Swift Thunder Eagle. Fatty, see? My strength is that awesome. Brother Yu, something's wrong, that black spot is getting bigger and bigger. Just as Zhou Pangzi was about to praise him, he saw the black spot above their heads coming towards them at breakneck speed. Hearing this, Lin Yu hurriedly looked up, and his brows instantly tightened. Did his fireball just now not cause it any damage? Logically speaking, it should be said that it shouldn't. How could a bronze 8-star beast possibly be able to withstand this move? Just as Lin Yu was pondering, he heard Zhou Pangzi shout. Earth Barrier. The next second, the ground began to shake, and then a thick stone wall suddenly rose from the ground, instantly surrounding the two of them. At that moment, the wind and thunder hawk charged straight at the two of them with all its fury. With a loud rumble, the wind and thunder hawk crashed hard into the stone wall, which immediately began to crumble. At the same time, the wind and thunder hawk was knocked off balance and nearly fell from the air. Fatty, you're useless. How come it cracked just from a single impact? Brother Yu, don't tease me. Let's just find a way to get through this crisis. Zhou Pangzi frowned. Lin Yu immediately laughed upon hearing this. I just saw obvious scorch marks on the left wing of that demon beast. I guess it's injured. Really? Well, I just took a quick look through the crack. Brother Lin, how many times can you use that technique? Well, I can use it about 5 more times before my spiritual energy runs out. And you, Fatty, how long can your barrier hold? Alas, my barrier can only withstand 2 more impacts like that, and it will shatter. Zhou Pangzi sighed helplessly. Lin Yu suddenly fell into thought. Since Fatty can only withstand 2 more violent impacts, he needs to end this quickly. Fatty, after that monster hits again, you immediately remove this barrier, remember to be quick. Why? Zhou Pangzi was a little puzzled. Just do as I say, don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you. Lin Yu patted his chest and promised. Zhou Pangzi hesitated for a moment, nodded heavily, and said, okay, whatever you say, I'll do whatever you say. Lin Yu smiled at this sight, and then continued to look outside through the gap. At this time, the swift wind thunder eagle was furious when he saw that he could not crash through the barrier with one blow. He let out a few snarls, soared towards the sky, and when he reached a certain point, he suddenly turned around and crashed towards Lin Yu and the others again at a very fast speed. This time, the impact was several times stronger than before. Seeing the fast approaching gale thunder eagle, Lin Yu immediately shouted at the fat man, be careful, the monster is coming. Yes, brother Yu. After saying that, Zhou Pangzi supported himself with both palms on the ground, ready to remove the barrier at any time. Meanwhile, Lin Yu began to gather flames with both hands, and a fireball the size of 3 footballs began to gather in his hands. While the two anxiously waited, there was a loud noise above their heads. The two knew that it was the gale eagle striking again. Immediately afterwards, the earth barrier, which had been torn apart, began to shake violently. Some pieces of rubble began to fall. Zhou Pangzi saw this and quickly used both hands to dispel the barrier. Lin Yu immediately looked at the gale eagle, which had not gone far, and threw the fireball with all his strength, sending it straight towards the gale eagle. It did not deviate, and it hit the back of the gale thunder eagle just right. The fireball, which carried the southern Ming fire, began to burn the wings of the gale thunder eagle like maggots attached to bones. Then the gale thunder eagle let out a mournful cry and plummeted straight towards the ground. Lin Yu and Zhou Pangzi were overjoyed when they saw this. They had finally finished off this guy. Brother Yu, this dog thing should still be alive, right? Zhou Pangzi said with some concern. Don't worry, this beast was hit by my fireball, it will be either dead or crippled. Besides, this beast still has a beast core inside, we can sell it and make a lot of money. Lin Yu patted his shoulder and said nonchalantly. Seeing this, Zhou Pangzi didn't say anything more. After all, he also wanted to see what the beast that attacked him was. Let's go then. The two men strode in the direction of the fallen Thunderbolt Hawk. At this moment, the Thunderbolt Hawk was already dying. A large hole had been burned in its back, and all its feathers had been burnt off. Coupled with the fall from a great height, it was now gasping for breath. It looked as if it was about to die. When the two men were only 10 meters away from it, they stopped. Brother Yu, it looks like this thing is done for. That's for the best. Let's wait a while and see if it responds. Okay. That was it. The two waited for half an hour until the swift Thunder Hawk didn't respond at all, and then they crept closer. They were afraid that the beast was faking death and would give them the final blow. However, what they didn't know was that the swift Thunder Hawk had died 10 minutes earlier, and couldn't have died anymore. Lin Yu quietly went to the nape of the swift wind Thunderbolt Eagle's neck, then slid his arm deep into his pants pocket and took out the red snake tooth from inside. He had taken it out of the system space before, but in order to prevent Zhou Pangzi from suspecting, he had put it in his pants pocket. Just as Lin Yu was less than half a meter away from the swift wind Thunderbolt Eagle, he quickly struck, instantly cutting open the swift wind Thunderbolt Eagle's neck. Fortunately, the Swift Wind Thunderbolt was still in the bronze stage, otherwise the red snake Fang really wouldn't have been able to cut through its skin so easily. Brother Yu, it seems that this beast is really dead. Hey, Brother Yu, where did you buy this dagger? It's pretty cool. Zhou Pangzi saw this and walked over with a smile, just in time to see the red snake Fang in Lin Yu's hand. Oh, I picked that up on the way here. I don't know whose it was. I saw that it was quite nice, so I kept it with me. Oh. Zhou Pangzi gave a nonchalant oh and stopped paying attention. Instead, he looked at the burnt and unrecognizable Swift Thunder Eagle in front of him. Lin Yu immediately let out a sigh of relief when he saw that he had fooled him. He then also began to look at the Swift Thunder Eagle that he had killed. Zhou Pangzi suddenly asked, Brother Yu, do you know this beast? Well, it seems to be an eagle, and yes, it seems to be a Swift Thunder Eagle. Lin Yu had long since learned about this beast from the system, but he had never dared to say so directly, for fear of not being able to explain it. However, now that the fat man had asked, he still had to pretend. Chapter 33 Brother Yu, this eagle meat is so fragrant. Swift Thunder Eagle? Never heard of it. Brother Yu, what do you think this beast is capable of? Zhou Pangzi shook his head. I guess it should be around the 8th star. If it were a 9th star, my flames shouldn't have been able to hurt it so easily. Lin Yu spoke out the realm of the Swift Wind Thunder Eagle and also gave a reasonable explanation. Zhou Pangzi's mouth immediately opened wide upon hearing this, and he looked at Lin Yu with disbelief. After a long while, he said, Brother Yu, you're not joking, are you? Is this Swift Wind Thunder Eagle as powerful as you say it is? Forget it, believe it or not, hurry up and come over here and help me turn it over. Lin Yu gave him a dirty look before shouting. Oh. Zhou Pangzi responded, and then followed Lin Yu around like a puppy, and the two of them then worked together to turn the Swift Wind Thunder Eagle over. With Zhou Pangzi's puzzled gaze, Lin Yu took the fang of the red snake and began cutting into the Swift Wind Thunder Eagle's body. Brother Yu, what are you doing? To get the beast core. The beast core is in the monster's brain, not its stomach. Lin Yu's hand, which was cutting, suddenly stopped. Cough. I know, you don't need to tell me. I'll just cut some meat first, and we'll taste the monster meat later. Lin Yu coughed dryly. Oh, well, now that you mention it, my stomach is starting to rumble. Zhou Pangzi patted his fat six-pack. In no time, Lin Yu cut off a piece of the Swift Thunder Eagle's meat that weighed about 10 kilograms, and then he went up to the Swift Thunder Eagle again. Without blinking, he stuck the fang of the red snake into the Swift Thunder Eagle's brain. After some stirring, he finally found a shiny stone, no, a beast core. Lin Yu looked at the green beast core in his hand and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This is the first demon beast he has killed in this world, and it is still quite memorable. Fatty, catch. Suddenly, Lin Yu shouted at Zhou Pangzi and threw the green beast core in his hand to him. Brother Yu, what are you doing? Didn't you kill it? Why are you giving it to me? Zhou Pangzi was a little confused. Take it, and give it to your father when you go back. Tell him to sell it, and we'll split the profits 30-70. Lin Yu explained. The main reason why he wanted to ask Chow Tai Fook to help sell it was that he was attracted to Chow Tai Fook's connections. If he sold it himself, he wouldn't know if he was being ripped off. And if Chow Tai Fook helped sell it, the price might be a bit higher than the market price. Zhou Pangzi thought about it for a while, and then put the beast core in his pocket. This is all money, and although he doesn't lack money, no one can get enough of it. Brother Yu, let's grill some meat quickly. I've never tasted this hawk meat since I was young. Okay, no problem. With that, Lin Yu plucked the remaining feathers of the Swift Thunder Hawk and built a small fire. Then he gathered a ball of flame in his hand and instantly ignited the feathers. After about half an hour had passed, the air was filled with the aroma of meat, which immediately made Zhou Pangzi's mouth water. Brother Yu, can we eat now? I'm starving. Here, eat, fatty. Lin Yu handed a piece of grilled meat to Zhou Pangzi. Upon seeing this, Zhou Pangzi hurriedly took it and, without waiting for it to cool down, bit into it. Ah, it's so hot. It smells so good, Brother Yu, you should try it. Zhou Pangzi was suddenly burned, but he gritted his teeth and took a bite, his eyes lighting up immediately. Lin Yu looked at him eating so happily, and immediately cut himself a piece, then devoured it with gusto. The two had been traveling for so long that they were starving. Now that they finally had meat to eat, and the meat had a wonderful texture, naturally they ate it like starving wolves. It was a pity that there was no wine. A good meal with a good wine would be perfect. After a while, the two sat on the grass, full in content. Brother Hayu, this meat is really delicious. Not only is the meat tender, but there is very little fat, and it tastes tender and has no fishy smell. It is several times better than the beef I have eaten before. Zhou Pangzi burped, his face full of smiles, and he was still chewing on a piece of grass. Lin Yu saw this situation and didn't say much, but the corner of his mouth slightly rose. He had never eaten such delicious meat in his previous life. Just this meal alone made him feel that this trip was worthwhile. After the two rested for a while, they continued to rush towards the distant forest. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm. At the moment, Jiangcheng Middle School, which had been orderly, had already fallen into chaos. The students, who were still in class, fled after hearing that strange sound. Wang Fujuan was also the first to rush to the gymnasium with a group of teachers. However, just as they were about to go in and take a look, they discovered that the gymnasium was covered by an invisible light screen. Principal, what's going on? What exactly happened inside? At this time, Ouyang Qian suddenly walked up to Wang Fujuan and asked in a stern voice. His face was extremely ugly. If something happened, the school would be hard-pressed to escape blame. Wang Fujuan's face was even uglier than hers at the moment, his entire face was black beyond recognition. I don't know what this light screen is. Principal, why don't you ask the dragon protection guards to come and take a look? If anything happens, our school won't be able to explain it. At this time, a middle-aged man wearing black glasses walked out from the side and said in a deep voice. He was Li Gang, the homeroom teacher of Class 1. Just now, he learned that Li Hanshuang was also in the gymnasium, which immediately made him worry. Upon hearing this, Wang Fujuan nodded. Seeing this, Li Gang walked over to the side and called the dragon protection guards. Of course, he just called the police station, and the people at the police station notified the dragon protection guards. At this time, in the middle of the top of the gymnasium, there was a figure standing in midair. This person was Lu Hongba, who had arrived in a hurry after noticing that the seal had been broken. After noticing the situation here, Lu Hongba used spatial transfer to teleport himself over. The seal has already been broken in part. Fortunately, I arrived in time, otherwise the entire Jiangcheng would have been drawn in. Yes, that light screen was the work of Lu Hongba, who arrived shortly after Lin Yu and the others were sucked in. To prevent any unexpected situations, he used his power to envelop the entire stadium. It seems that the kid should have gone in, but that's good, just to see how strong he is. With that, Lu Hongba disappeared into thin air. Inside the secret realm. After an hour's journey, Lin Yu and Zhou Pangzi finally entered the forest. However, as soon as they entered the forest, a strong wind hit the two of them, blowing them about. Damn, brother Yu, this wind is so strong, I can hardly keep my eyes open, Zhou Pangzi shouted. Fatty, you quickly use that move again. Oh, okay. Zhou Pangzi immediately supported himself with his hands, and a stone wall suddenly stood in front of the two of them. It directly blocked this strange strong wind. Chapter 34, Fireflies and Green Deer. The strange wind lasted for more than 10 minutes before dissipating. Seeing this, Lin Yu tentatively poked his head out and looked into the depths of the forest. Seeing that there was no more strange wind, Lin Yu looked back at Zhou Pangzi and said, "Let's go, Fatty, it should be fine." Brother Yu, should we wait a little longer? What if, that strange wind blows again? Zhou Pangzi's face looked a little timid. But this is normal, after all, this is not Blue Star, and there are many unknown things here. In response, Lin Yu patted his shoulder, reassuring him that everything would be fine. Besides, I'm here, so what are you afraid of? Seeing Lin Yu say this, Zhou Pangzi immediately felt much more at ease, and the two of them then walked deeper into the forest. After walking for about 10 minutes, Lin Yu suddenly stopped in his tracks. Zhou Pangzi was nervous and asked, "What's wrong, brother Yu? Is there something going on?" "Well, I saw a deer in front of me," Lin Yu said. "A deer?" Zhou Pangzi felt puzzled. Could it be that there are still deer in this world? You have to know that 20 years ago, after the recovery of the aura, all the animals on the Blue Star underwent a mutation. Many vegetarian animals actually turned into carnivores after this mutation. Of course, there are still some animals that have not changed during this mutation, and that is domesticated livestock kept by humans. However, despite not having undergone the mutation, their meat quality has been greatly improved. So after hearing Lin Yu's words, Zhou Pangzi felt puzzled and confused. Could it be that there are still deer here that have not undergone the mutation? It seems that he has seen through Zhou Pangzi's doubts, and Lin Yu immediately made way for him. You'd better come and see for yourself. Upon hearing this, Zhou Pangzi immediately came up and looked in the direction Lin Yu was pointing. He saw a deer drinking water on the distant lake. It looked the same as the deer before the anomaly, with the only difference being that the deer was green, yes, green, not the dark green kind, but a kind of turquoise green. More importantly, the deer was surrounded by a halo, making it look very sacred. Zhou Pangzi was instantly transfixed, unable to take his eyes off it for a while. System, help me check the information on that deer. Lin Yu immediately communicated with the system in his mind. Ding, request detected. Please wait. Ding, flowing firefly azure mist deer, silver 3 stars. Flowing firefly azure mist deer likes to live alone in the depths of the forest. It has a gentle personality, but don't provoke it, or else you will be responsible for the consequences. After listening to the system's explanation, Lin Yu had a general understanding of this deer. He just never imagined that this deer's strength had reached the level of silver 3 stars. He should just leave quickly, he really can't win. Fatty, don't look, just leave quickly, we can't afford to provoke this deer. After Lin Yu spoke, he didn't see Zhou Pangzi reply. In response, Lin Yu immediately went up and nudged him a little, but he saw that he didn't move at all. This made him feel puzzled. Could it be that this guy is looking at some beautiful woman who can't walk? It's true. At this moment, the scenery that Zhou Pangzi sees in his eyes is a bunch of naked beauties standing in front of him. Lin Yu's figure was long gone, so he didn't hear a word Lin Yu just said. Seeing that Zhou Pangzi didn't move at all, Lin Yu suddenly became anxious. Damn it, could it be that this fat guy has been affected? Suddenly, Lin Yu seemed to remember what the system had said during the introduction. This lucid dreaming deer seems to have the ability to create an enchanting illusion. Could it be that this fat guy is addicted to the illusion created by the lucid dreaming deer? System, help me check if this fat guy has been affected. Ding, request from host detected, processing. Ding, the other party has already been affected by the lucid dreaming deer's illusion and is currently in a trance. Damn, as expected, this fat guy is unreliable. System, is there any way you can wake him up? Ding, there is only one way at the moment, kill the streamer deer, and the illusion will naturally be lifted. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu froze. What the heck, asking a bronze 5-star rookie like him to do it, this is no joke. System, don't you have any other way? Ding, there is only this one way at the moment. The system's answer was concise, but Lin Yu refused to give up. He had already spent a lot of effort killing the swift thunder eagle before. However, just then, the flowing firefly azure cloud deer was walking towards the two of them. When the two of them switched positions earlier, they made quite a bit of noise, causing the flowing firefly azure cloud deer to instantly lock onto Zhou Pangzi and then cast a spell on him. Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a thud in his heart as he listened to the footsteps getting closer and closer. Oh no, that streamer-tailed deer must have found them. Since it had come to this, he could only grit his teeth and go with the flow. Immediately, Lin Yu stood up and strode out of the grass, facing the streamer-tailed deer head-on. When the firefly green roe deer saw Lin Yu come forward of his own accord, it couldn't help but be taken aback. It didn't expect the ant that was Lin Yu to come forward on its own. So it looked at Lin Yu with wary eyes. Although it had never seen a human before, it seemed to sense something hostile in the other's breath. Yo yo! The firefly green roe deer then gave Lin Yu a warning by chirping twice. However, Lin Yu did not know beast language, so he did not know what it meant. He just stared at the deer with dead eyes, and as soon as it attacked, he would immediately dodge. The man and the beast just stood there, neither daring to make a move. Lin Yu thought to himself, why doesn't this beast make a move? I'm getting numb from standing here. Damn it, if it doesn't make a move soon, I'm going to make one. At the same time, the deer looked at Lin Yu, who was motionless. With its deer brain the size of a fist, it simply could not understand. It did not understand why the humanoid creature in front of it was not moving. In this way, the man and the beast glared at each other for half an hour. Until Lin Yu could no longer feel his legs, he finally could not stand it anymore and shouted at the deer. Hey, let's talk about this. How about you help my brother escape from this illusion, and I'll take him away with me. After saying this, Lin Yu pointed his finger at Zhou Pangzi, who was still in the grass, and at the moment, his drool was all over the ground. The deer looked in the direction Lin Yu was pointing, and immediately understood what he meant, and then it gave a double neigh. Neigh, neigh. Zhou Pangzi, who had been lost in his reverie, heard the two calls of the deer, and all the beautiful sights in his eyes disappeared. Ha! Wasn't I just on the beach? Where is my beauty? Zhou Pangzi, who had come back to his senses, let out a soft neigh and then looked around, realizing that this was the same grassy area where he had been with Lin Yu. Right, where is Lin Yu? Zhou Pangzi immediately became anxious when he saw no sign of Lin Yu anywhere. Without thinking about it, he immediately started shouting. Brother Yu! Where are you? However, before he could finish shouting, Lin Yu's voice came from outside the grass. Okay, fatty, stop shouting and come out quickly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Pangzi immediately felt happy and immediately got up from the ground and walked straight out of the grass. Chapter 35, Meeting an Acquaintance. As soon as Zhou Pangzi came out, he saw a scene that shocked him. Lin Yu was actually mingling with the monsters. Ding! Zhou Pangzi's emotional value plus 999. Ding! Zhou Pangzi's emotional value plus 999. Brother Yu, what are you? It's okay, fatty, don't be alarmed. This streamer antlered deer has no ill will towards us. It's just that we disturbed it while it was drinking, and that's why it created an illusion to trap you. Lin Yu hurriedly explained. This finally put Zhou Pangzi's worried heart at ease. Brother Yu, since this deer has no hostility towards us, can we leave now? Well, let's go. We still need to meet up with the other students. Lin Yu responded, then waved at the deer and continued walking with Zhou Pangzi. The deer watched the two leave, then turned and walked deeper into the forest. System, you cheating bastard, you really did it. You knew there was another way, but you made me go for the hard way. Are you planning to trick me to death so you can find a new host? After leaving the range of vision of the streamer, Lin Yu cursed the system in his head. System. Seeing that the system didn't say anything, Lin Yu suddenly lost his temper. This dog system cannot be kept, it's too treacherous. If it dares to encourage you to challenge it today, it will dare to let you go to shit tomorrow. Lin Yu held his breath and ran all the way, not knowing how long he had been walking when he suddenly stopped. Zhou Pangzi saw this and was a little puzzled. Could it be that they had encountered some kind of monster again? Brother Yu, what's wrong again? Could it be that some kind of monster has appeared again? Fatty, come take a look, is that Li Feiyu? Lin Yu urged. Upon hearing this, Zhou Pangzi was taken aback, and then his eyes widened as he stared fixedly at a figure in the distance in the forest. He saw the figure sneaking around, looking left and right, as if it was avoiding something. After watching for a while, Zhou Pangzi vaguely saw that it was indeed Li Feiyu, and then a lewd smile appeared on his face. Hey, brother Yu, it really is that guy. Should we go scare him? I think we'll scare the piss out of him. Let's wait a bit longer. He looks like he's hiding from something. Lin Yu could see further and more clearly than Zhou Pangzi. So he got a rough idea of the expression on Li Feiyu's face. From a distance, Li Feiyu's expression showed some panic and fear. And the only thing that could scare him in this place was probably a powerful monster. In any case, it was best not to act rashly, or the consequences would be absolutely miserable. Lin Yu thought so far ahead mainly because in his previous life, he had stayed at home and watched a lot of adventure movies, like Raiders of the Lost Ark, and he had watched a lot of them. Then the two lollies sneaked towards Li Feiyu, looking around from time to time. Hee, brother Yu, what do you think Li Feiyu's expression will be when he sees us? Will he be very excited, or will he be scared shitless? Zhou Pangzi's face revealed a wicked smile, and he looked at Lin Yu, who was walking ahead, with a full face of ferociousness. Lin Yu didn't react much to Zhou Pangzi's words. After all, he didn't have any hatred for Li Feiyu, and the only thing was that he could fleece Li Feiyu again. Thinking about this, Lin Yu's mouth also revealed a wicked smile. That smile was even more wretched than Zhou Pangzi's, and fortunately Zhou Pangzi was following behind him, otherwise he would have to yell, "Hey, it's one!" very quickly. The two were less than 10 meters away from Li Feiyu, of course, because the two deliberately hid, Li Feiyu did not discover them. While Li Feiyu was still looking around, a plump, meaty hand was quietly approaching him. The distance was getting closer and closer. In the blink of an eye, that meaty hand pressed down on Li Feiyu's shoulder. Ah! Don't eat me! I'm not tasty! Li Feiyu suddenly curled up in shock, shouting loudly. At the same time, a pale yellow mysterious liquid flowed from under him. Zhou Pangzi looked at his cowardly appearance and couldn't help but sneer. Gee, brother Yu, look at how timid he is. Li Feiyu, look up and see who the fat master is. Upon hearing this, Li Feiyu shivered and raised his head. When he saw that it was Zhou Pangzi, his heart was suddenly set at ease. Ha! Zhou Pangzi, it's you. No, why the hell did you scare me? Before he could finish speaking, Zhou Pangzi slapped him and said, "Call me Master Fatty, don't call me by my real name, got it?" You what you call Master Fatty? Zhou Pangzi glared at him. Seeing that he couldn't win, Li Feiyu could only compromise, Master Fatty. Here, this is a reward from Master Fatty. Seeing that he was so sensible, Zhou Pangzi took out a piece of meat wrapped in cloth from his pocket. This is the meat of the Swift Wind Thunderbolt Eagle. When they left earlier, Lin Yu used fire to roast the Swift Wind Thunderbolt Eagle's meat until it was dry, and then gave some to Zhou Pangzi to take with him. After all, the situation here is unknown, and they came in a hurry, so they didn't have any food. They made some dried food for emergencies. It so happened that they ran into Li Feiyu, so they simply gave him a piece. They were all classmates, so they could help a little if they could. Li Feiyu looked at the stuff thrown by Zhou Pangzi and was puzzled. Master Pang, what is this? Eat it quickly. It's the meat of a swift thunder hawk that you and I killed before. The taste may be a bit off, but just eat it. Zhou Pangzi gave a brief explanation and then ignored him. Seeing this, Li Feiyu immediately picked it up, opened the rags wrapped around it. No, it should be the school uniform. Zhou Pangzi cut several pieces of the school uniform on his body and wrapped the eagle meat in the fabric. The moment Li Feiyu opened it, a fragrant meat smell spread out, and the meat still had a slight warmth to it. Li Feiyu swallowed, then gobbled it up. He hadn't eaten a thing since he arrived. He didn't know what was going on outside either. By now, it was already sunset outside. The sky had become very dark. Outside the gymnasium, there were already a lot of people gathered. There were parents of students, reporters, and others, and of course, a lot of police were also there. At the moment, they were maintaining order at the scene. Not far from the light curtain, a large group of dragon protection guards were gathered together, seemingly discussing something. Captain, we can't open this light curtain. Yes, even if we all work together, we can't do any damage to this light curtain. Captain, what should we do now? Should we ask for instructions from above? Ask for instructions from above, Captain. After listening to what everyone said, Zhang Tailin hesitated for a moment. He also wanted to quickly open the light curtain. After all, not long ago, Wang Fujuan told him that there was a peerless genius inside, and if anything happened to him, it would definitely be a loss to the Dragon Kingdom. Okay, for now, the only thing to do is to ask for instructions from above, and hopefully they can send some powerful people over. Zhang Tailin nodded helplessly, then took out his mobile phone from his pocket and dialed an unknown number. Chapter 36, The Serpent with Green Scales and Ghostly Eyes. Inside the Secret Realm. Li Feiyu quickly finished eating the hawk meat. Belching Zhou Pangzi, thank you for the meat. If you want to thank someone, thank Brother Yu, he killed the Swift Thunder Hawk and also prepared the barbecue. Zhou Pangzi looked at him with arrogance. Upon hearing this, Li Feiyu hurriedly looked over to Lin Yu, who was looking around. Brother Yu, Fu. Master Lin, thank you for saving my life, please accept my bow. As he said this, Li Feiyu was about to bow to Lin Yu, but was stopped by Zhou Pangzi. It's okay, you brat, brother you can't bear such a big courtesy from you, hurry up and get up. Seeing this, Li Feiyu had 100 mixed emotions. Back then, he was still leading the other students to isolate the two of them, and he was also trying to make things difficult for them. He really was an animal. Ding! Li Feiyu's emotional value plus 1000. Li Feiyu's emotional value plus 1000. Emotional value plus 1000. At this time, the system's prompt kept ringing in Lin Yu's head. In less than a minute, Li Feiyu had contributed 30,000 emotional points. It really is an emotional machine, and it seems I was right about it, Lin Yu thought. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the depths of the forest, instantly raising the three of them's hair on end, especially Li Feiyu. He seemed to know what it was, and said shakily that it should be the guy coming. The guy? What are you talking about? A monster? Zhou Pangzi looked at him with confusion. Well, it's a giant snake, about 7 or 8 meters long and as thick as a bucket. Li Feiyu patiently explained to the two of them, but as soon as he said it, he suddenly made the two of them freeze in place. The Swift Thunder Hawk they encountered before was only about 3 to 4 meters long and wide, but it had a strength of 8 stars of bronze. Then Li Feiyu's description of this giant snake's strength estimated that it was already silver level, and if it wasn't, it was almost at the strength of 9 stars of bronze. Hurry! Let's hurry up and go, I think that snake should already be silver level. Upon thinking of this, Lin Yu's face changed, and he hurriedly called on the two to flee. Zhou Pangzi and Li Feiyu were stunned when they heard Lin Yu's words, and their faces suddenly changed. Without thinking about it, they immediately followed Lin Yu's pace. However, high above a large tree in the distance, there was a pair of dark green eyes staring at the three of them. Who, brother you, we've come this far, we should be safe, right? Zhou Pangzi panted. At this moment, the three of them had already run for an unknown distance, but they thought they should have escaped the range of the giant snake. Master Lin, are we safe now? Li Feiyu asked in a low voice. Lin Yu did not respond to the two of them, but his gaze fixedly looked in the direction they had come from. Quiet. It's really quiet. Along the way, Lin Yu found that the surroundings were really quiet. It was a little scary. Logically, such a large forest shouldn't be so quiet. Unless. The thought just occurred to him, and he saw that the trees in the direction they had come from were moving without the wind. Hurry, fatty, there's no time to lose, hurry and run. Lin Yu shouted anxiously. Zhou Pangzi and Li Feiyu glanced at each other and couldn't help but look behind them. They saw the trees shaking. Without thinking, they started running. Damn it, brother you, that guy's coming after us. Master Lin, what do we do? Run! Lin Yu shouted, gradually picking up his pace, leaving the two behind. The two widened their eyes when they saw how fast he was running. Damn it, brother you, wait for us. Master Lin, don't leave us behind. However, Lin Yu couldn't care about them, his priority was to save his own life. Damn it, that's a silver-level monster, how can I fight it myself? If it were only a bronze 9-star, he might be able to fight it off with the help of the Dragon Abyss sword. System, what's the deal with that snake behind me? Ding is detecting, please wait. Ding Yuyan Bishin snake, silver 1-star, its venom is highly toxic. Hobby, after biting its prey, it likes to inject its venom into its prey and then watch its prey die of poisoning. After listening to the system's words, Lin Yu's whole body went numb. This is a fucking perverted snake. Fatty, run quickly, there's a pervert behind you. Lin Yu then yelled at the two people behind him. Unfortunately, the two didn't hear him, and thought Lin Yu was telling him to run faster. The two men mechanically turned their heads and saw the head of a huge snake, which was looking at the side with death in its eyes, while it kept spitting venom. Seeing this, the two men felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave, and their faces suddenly turned pale. They never expected to be caught up by this beast after all. Zhou Pangzi felt some remorse, wondering why he had come here to die. Lin Yu, who was about to turn back and check on the two men in front of him, suddenly changed expression when he saw the huge snake next to them. Damn it! This freak has actually caught up. Fatty, you guys hurry over to me. With that, Lin Yu quickly stopped, but due to inertia, he still fell to the ground. Fortunately, his physical fitness was excellent. Zhou Pangzi and the other man saw Lin Yu stop, and immediately felt a sense of relief. There was still hope. Xiaofei, let's hurry and run to brother Yu. Upon hearing this, Li Feiyu nodded, and then quickened his pace, running straight towards Lin Yu. Just as the two men were about to approach Lin Yu, they heard Lin Yu shout. Quickly get out of the way. Immediately afterwards, a fireball shot past between the two men and hit the ghost-eyed green-scaled snake straight on. It turned out that just now, the ghost-eyed green-scaled snake was less than 2 meters away from the two men. Seeing this, Lin Yu immediately intervened to save the two men. Ho ho ho, brother Yu, I really can't run anymore. Let's just fight him directly. Zhou Pangzi panted, came to Lin Yu's side, and then sat down on the ground. Fatty, you and Li Feiyu go first, I'll stay behind and hold it off. What? Brother Yu, you're crazy. Zhou Pangzi exclaimed. Li Feiyu on the side also stared at Lin Yu with wide eyes. Lin Yu knew that they were worried, but he still had a backup plan, he just didn't want to show it in front of the two of them, so he planned to let the two of them go first. Okay, Fatty, you guys hurry up and go. Don't worry, I still have a backup plan. Don't forget that I've awakened my dual system powers, and I haven't used my spatial powers yet. But. There's no but. Listen to me, you guys go first, I'll hold it off. Don't worry, if I can't beat it, I can still run, right? Zhou Pangzi was about to say that he hadn't learned the abilities of his spatial powers yet. But seeing him like this, he had no choice but to keep running. Okay, brother Yu, Xiaofei and I will go first. Remember, if you can't beat it, run. Cut the crap, hurry up and go, that pervert is going to be here soon. Pervert? Lin Yu didn't answer, and turned towards the Yao Yan by Lin Snake. Zhou Pangzi saw this and, without thinking about it, immediately fled. I have to say, this fat guy's potential is great. Chapter 37 Give me back my sword. Lin Yu saw that the two had already gone far away, and immediately took out the S-class Dragon Abyss sword from his system backpack. He had to say that the Dragon Abyss sword had a really nice feel to it. When he held it in his hands, he immediately felt like he was one with it. A huge dragon was carved on the body of the sword, its fangs bared and its claws raised, its imposing and domineering aura overwhelming. Looking at the mysterious snake with green scales that had crawled out of the smoke, Lin Yu clenched his hand around the sword. At this moment, a fierce light burst out of the eyes of the snake. It was angry. Although Lin Yu's strike just now did not hurt it, it was very painful. After all, the fireball contained a trace of the breath of the southern Ming fire, and its power was naturally not bad. Sizzling. The snake spit out its tongue, and then opened its huge mouth and charged straight at Lin Yu. It was determined to kill the human in front of it without a burial place. Lin Yu saw this and immediately used mirage steps, disappearing from the spot and reappearing above the serpent with the mystic eyes and green scales. Proficient in basic swordplay. The next second, Lin Yu used the swordplay proficient skill and slashed at its head with a sword. Clang! With just one sword stroke, a 1 centimeter deep sword scar was cut into the serpent with the mystic eyes and green scales' head, and Lin Yu then leapt onto its back. The phantom-eyed green-scaled snake immediately felt pain and hurriedly turned its head to look at Lin Yu. Looking at him, the phantom-eyed green-scaled snake's eyes were filled with rage, and it immediately spat out a stream of venom from its mouth, shooting straight at Lin Yu. However, this time he did not use Mirage Step to dodge, after all, it was too draining of spiritual energy. He simply used Flaming Fireball to fight back. Rumble! The fireball collided with the venom. Suddenly, the venom was completely burned away by the trace of Nanmingli fire in the fireball. After all, this Nanmingli fire specifically destroys the evil and filth in the world, and naturally the venom was also destroyed. The snake with the green scales and dark eyes saw that its venom was easily broken by such a human. First, it was stunned, and then it roared, once again opening its mouth wide and attacking Lin Yu. Seeing this, Lin Yu immediately crossed the dragon spring sword in front of his chest, preparing to fight back. Bang! There was only a muffled sound, and Lin Yu flew backwards a few meters. However, the serpentine snake did not intend to let him go. While he was still reeling from the attack, another stream of venom shot out of its mouth. Phantom steps. Seeing that he really couldn't avoid it, Lin Yu once again used his spatial ability to successfully dodge the sneak attack. You're really despicable, but then again, you're just an animal after all. Lin Yu kept on spitting out insults while constantly dodging the attacks of the ghost-eyed green-scaled snake. Boom! Lin Yu shot another fireball, which slammed into the belly of the ghost-eyed green-scaled snake. It felt the pain and immediately roared. Roar! Immediately afterwards, it gave a snake-like tail-wagging motion and lashed out directly at Lin Yu. Seeing this, Lin Yu gave a hard push off the ground with both feet and jumped straight up, dodging it. Taking this opportunity, Lin Yu gripped the sword in both hands and slashed directly at the 7 inches of the Yu Yanbixin snake. A piercing sound resonated as the sword sliced through the scales. Soon, the Long Yuan sword made a cut, but at that moment, the sword got stuck. At this critical moment, Lin Yu decisively gave up and disappeared with a flash. At the moment, his spiritual energy was almost depleted. After using the phantom step continuously, his spiritual energy had already reached its limit. Damn it! What should I do now? Oh yes, I still have the Li Huazhu. Lin Yu panted heavily, thinking of a way out in his mind. Suddenly, it seemed that he had thought of something. He immediately activated the Li Huazhu. The Li Huazhu, which had originally been quietly resting in the lower abdomen, miraculously began to spin after sensing Lin Yu's call. It then rushed out of his body and floated in the air. Looking at the still spinning Li Huazhu, Lin Yu also felt a burst of excitement. So far, he still didn't know the level of this Li Huazhu. You have to know that the weapons in the system backpack all have levels. This Li Huazhu is simply 3 words, and nothing else, no level, no specific effect, none of that. So Lin Yu also didn't know just how strong this Li Huazhu was. After seeing the Li Huazhu floating in front of Lin Yu, the Yuyan Bishin snake subconsciously sensed a hint of threat. However, before it could react, Lin Yu controlled the Li Huazhu and attacked it. Fortunately, the Yuyan Bishin snake could not speak, otherwise it would have said something like, "You're the 6th one, aren't you?" Just as the Li Huazhu was less than 5 meters away, the Yuyan Bishin snake felt the scorching heat. This was more than it could bear, so, in Lin Yu's shocked gaze, the snake turned around and fled. "Damn you, you beast, hurry up and give me back my sword." At this moment, the Long Yuan sword was still stuck in the snake's body. Lin Yu immediately became anxious. Damn it, that's an S-class weapon, precious. After reacting, Lin Yu immediately chased after the green-eyed snake. The crazily fleeing green-eyed snake felt the human's breath behind it and was momentarily confused. "What's going on? I'm not going to eat you, so why are you bringing yourself to me?" Just as it was puzzled, Lin Yu in the rear suddenly sped up a bit, shouting in his mouth. "Stop! You dog, leave my sword here." The ghost-eyed green-scaled snake looked at the approaching Lin Yu and became anxious. "This damned human, why is he still chasing after me?" Suddenly, the ghost-eyed green-scaled snake felt something on its back and immediately turned its head to look. It saw that a sword was stuck 7 inches from its body. It suddenly realized that the reason the human behind him was relentlessly pursuing him was probably because of the sword. Immediately, it flicked its tail and pulled the Long Yuan sword out, and then with a forceful flick, it sent the sword flying. It disappeared without a trace. Lin Yu looked at the Long Yuan sword that had been flung out and immediately became furious. "Damn you, you really are not a proper son of a bitch." So, Lin Yu did not bother to chase after the Yuyan Bishin snake, and immediately dashed in the direction the Long Yuan sword had flown. The Yuyan Bishin snake looked at the departing Lin Yu and immediately let out a sigh of relief, while also feeling fortunate that he had been smart enough to throw the sword out in time. Meanwhile, after flying hundreds of meters, the Long Yuan sword smashed straight onto the head of an alligator. Looking at the Long Yuan sword falling from the sky, the dumbfounded alligator was dumbfounded. It thought it was food and bit down immediately, but the Long Yuan sword was so sharp that the consequences were serious. In an instant, its mouth was bloody. Roar! Immediately afterwards, he let out a roar and immediately spat the Long Yuan sword out of his mouth. Lin Yu was rushing over here, but halfway there, he encountered the Long Yuan sword flying past him. What the hell is going on? Why is the Long Yuan sword flying by itself? Without thinking about it, Lin Yu once again changed direction and chased after the direction the Long Yuan sword was flying. A few minutes later, Lin Yu finally found the Long Yuan sword in the cesspool. Looking at the Long Yuan sword covered in dung, Lin Yu could only hold his nose and pull it out. "Damn you, you imbecile snake, don't let me see you again, or I will skin you alive and make you into snake meat soup." Roaring, Lin Yu retrieved the Long Yuan sword into the system space and then rushed in the direction of Zhou Pangzi and Li Feiyu's escape. Chapter 38, Zhou Pangzi, Reborn. Just as Lin Yu was preparing to rush towards the two of them. On the other side, Zhou Pangzi was running frantically with Li Feiyu. Suddenly, Zhou Pangzi slowed down, and Li Feiyu was a little puzzled. "Master Pangzi, what's wrong? Why aren't you running?" "Little Feiyu, we can't let brother you face that beast alone." "Ah, Master Pangzi, you're not thinking of." "Well, I plan to go back and face it with brother you. If you're scared, just go ahead. If we don't make it out alive, then you can tell my father what happened." With that, Zhou Pangzi patted Li Feiyu on the shoulder and immediately turned around and ran in the direction they had come from. Li Feiyu watched his departing back, hesitated for a moment, and then with a determined heart, followed him. "Master Pangzi, wait for me, I'll go with you." At this moment, Lin Yu was completely unaware that the two were rushing back, and kept running in their direction. I don't know how long it took. The two noticed that the trees in front of them were shaking non-stop, and for a moment, they slowed down. "Master Pangzi, it can't be that beast coming over, can it?" Li Feiyu warned. Upon hearing this, Zhou Pangzi's face could not help but frown, getting ready for battle. So, the two of them immediately stopped and then each found a tree to hide behind. Just then, a figure whizzed past them. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was Lin Yu, and they were overjoyed. They quickly called out to Lin Yu, who was about to go further away, "Brother Yu, we're over here." Hearing the voices, Lin Yu immediately stopped and turned his head to look back, and saw the two of them waving excitedly. Seeing this, Lin Yu walked towards the two. "No, why are you still here? Logically speaking, you shouldn't have run far, right? Looking at the two, Lin Yu was full of confusion. In his opinion, even if the two ran slowly, they shouldn't have only run such a short distance. Sai, it's not that we were worried that you couldn't handle that beast alone, we were thinking of going back to help you, explained Zhou Pangzi. Lin Yu was a little bit unable to laugh at this. With their current strength, they probably couldn't even get close to the serpent of the dark eye and would probably be eaten in one bite. Alright, let's find a place to rest first, that beast shouldn't dare come over. Lin Yu said. Upon hearing this, Zhou Pangzi and Lin Yu immediately let their hearts drop. Originally, they thought that Lin Yu had fled after being unable to win, but now it seemed that Lin Yu had driven it away. It's true that he fled, and now that ghostly-eyed green-scaled snake is probably hiding in some corner healing its wounds. By the way, Brother Yu, when we first arrived here, we saw a small river. Why don't we go there to rest for a while? Zhou Pangzi looked at Lin Yu for his opinion. Sure, lead the way. And Zhou Pangzi led the way. In the river. Lin Yu was lying naked and still inside, while on his left were Zhou Pangzi and Li Feiyu. Fatty, I don't think it's getting late, so let's set up camp here. Okay, whatever you say. Brother Yu, Fizi, you hurry up and get up and find some dry branches, so we can have some grilled fish. Zhou Pangzi looked at the little fish swimming in the river, and his mouth immediately watered. Li Feiyu, who was standing nearby, heard this and did not dare to argue at all. He stood up from the water and then, with his shirt off, prepared to go find firewood. Brother Yu, how are we going to get out of here then? Will we be stuck here forever? Seeing Li Feiyu leave, Zhou Pangzi looked at Lin Yu and asked. However, Lin Yu seemed to have not heard, quietly closing his eyes. The next second, the aura around him quickly gathered towards him. His realm had already reached the late stage of 5 stars, but he had been suppressing it. After fighting the Yuyan Bishin snake, he could no longer hold it back, and now he had directly broken through to 6 stars. This also meant that he could once again absorb an animal core to gain enlightenment. Pang! A few dull sounds resonated within him, and Zhou Pangzi, who was standing nearby, was suddenly dumbfounded. Brother Yu. Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes. What's wrong? Brother Yu, did you break through again? Well, I've already reached the 6th star. Alas, it seems I'll never be able to catch up with you in this lifetime. Don't be discouraged, Fatty, you'll catch up with me. By the way, don't you feel that the aura here is much denser than that of the blue star? Lin Yu hurriedly comforted him. Upon hearing this, Zhou Pangzi was first taken aback, but soon understood, and immediately prepared to meditate and cultivate. At this time, Lin Yu stopped him. Fatty, this is for you. After you take this, run far away. Saying this, Lin Yu took out a pill of marrow cleansing from his system backpack and handed it to Zhou Pangzi. The reason for giving it at this time is mainly to improve his strength. In this place full of dangers, an extra bit of strength means an extra bit of protection. As for where this thing came from, Lin Yu doesn't plan to tell him, and let him speculate. Anyway, he won't guess that I have a system. Brother Yu, what is this? Zhou Pangzi looked at the marrow cleansing pill in Lin Yu's hand with confusion. Never mind what it is, I won't harm you anyway. Oh, okay. Zhou Pangzi didn't ask any more questions, and took the dan from Lin Yu's hand. Remember, eat it far away from here, don't get it dirty, Lin Yu reminded him again. Seeing this, Zhou Pangzi ran more than 10 meters away with the dan in his hand, and swallowed it in one gulp. Huh, why isn't this thing given to me by Brother Yu effective? Zhou Pangzi muttered, is it expired? That's not right, do I have to wait a while? In this way, Zhou Pangzi lay in the river for 10 minutes, just as he was about to ask Lin Yu. Suddenly, his stomach started to hurt, followed by his limbs. Ah! It hurts. Brother Yu. From afar, Lin Yu watched as he gradually curled up into a ball, and knew that the effects of the Xiao Sui Dan had begun to take effect, so he shouted at Zhou Pangzi. Fat boy, hang in there, you'll be fine. Seeing Lin Yu say that he would be fine, Zhou Pangzi immediately felt relieved. He believed that Lin Yu would not harm him. Got it. I don't know how long it took, but Zhou Pangzi could no longer feel the pain, so he opened his eyes and looked at the figure in the water. Zhou Pangzi froze in place. Is this me? Zhou Pangzi in the water was no longer the same fat and plump person. The fat on his stomach had disappeared, although of course no abs had appeared. His arms were also about a size smaller than before, and the bulge of fat on his face was gone. This was a complete transformation. Just as he was admiring his beautiful face, a foul stench suddenly hit him. Oh, it stinks. Did someone poop? However, the next second he was unable to speak, because the stench was emanating from him. At this point, he understood why Lin Yu had told him to stay away, because he could stink like this. Zhou Pangzi immediately dove into the water and began washing his body. After more than 10 minutes, he came out contentedly. Chapter 39, Sun-Parched Sparrow. Half an hour later, Li Feiyu returned carrying a large bundle of dead branches. When he saw Zhou Pangzi, he froze for a moment and rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Master Pangzi? What do you want, Feizi? What's up? Are you really Master Pangzi? Of course, it's the real deal. Who would dare impersonate you, Master Fat? Zhou Pangzi glared at him in annoyance. Then he ignored him and began to admire his own appearance. Li Feiyu saw this and looked over at Lin Yu next to him. Master Lin, what's going on here? How did Master Fat turn into this state just from gathering firewood? Cough, cough. Well, just now, when the fat guy was by the river, he accidentally picked a fruit and took a bite, and then he turned into this. Lin Yu calmly coughed twice and then started making up stories. Upon hearing this, Li Feiyu's eyes immediately lit up. Is there such a strange thing? Master Lin, do you still have any of that fruit? Can I have a bite? I want to look handsome too. You'll have to ask Fatty, I'm not really sure. Seeing this, Lin Yu directly threw the pot to Zhou Pangzi, who was standing nearby. Hearing someone calling his name, Zhou Pangzi subconsciously looked at Lin Yu. Brother Yu, what did you say? That little rascal just asked me how you became like this, and I said that you became like this after eating a mysterious fruit. He wants to know if you still have any and if he can have one. Lin Yu kept talking while frantically giving him signals. Seeing this, Zhou Pangzi instantly understood that Lin Yu didn't want to tell him the truth, so he said, That little brat, it's really not that I'm not loyal, there was only one fruit, and I ate it. I was jealous at the time, so I picked one off and put it in my mouth, and who would have thought it would turn me into this? Master Fat, do you remember what that fruit looked like? Li Feiyu was still not convinced. Well, it was sort of black, tasted a bit sour, but had a soft texture. Zhou Pangzi thought for a long time before making up all that. As a result, Li Feiyu memorized what he had made up. I see, Master Fat, thank you for letting me know. Cough, that's nothing, a small thing. If you find it, remember to let me know. Although Zhou Pangzi really wanted to tell him that it was just made up, he couldn't help but want to see his joke. Night fell. The three of them gathered around the fire, roasting over the fire, and above the fire, they roasted a few fish. Zila. The oil dripped onto the fire, making a zizi sound. A few minutes later. It's ready, we can eat. Lin Yu shared two of the fish with Zhou Pangzi and Li Feiyu. Zhou Pangzi saw this and immediately took one, then took a bite. Ah! It's hot. Fatty, can't you eat more slowly? No one's taking it away from you, so why are you in such a hurry? Lin Yu said with a sneer. Zhou Pangzi scratched his head apologetically. Well, I just couldn't wait any longer, and who could blame me when you make such a delicious meal? With that, Zhou Pangzi took another bite, and this time he wasn't burned. Lin Yu shook his head helplessly. At that moment, the long-lost system sound sounded again. Ding Zhou Pangzi's emotional value plus 999. Ding Li Feiyu's emotional value plus 999. System, what is my current emotional value? Ding, the current emotional value of the host is 212,194 points. Would you like to participate in the lottery? No, system, how badly do you want me to participate in the lottery? System. Fine, just give me the 200,000 directly. Ding, request acknowledged. System is currently drawing the lottery. Please wait. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained Antidote Pill X4. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained the Fire-type Sunbird Beast Core X1. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained the Water-resistant Pill X4. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained SpongeBob SquarePants Underwear X5. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained Patrick Star Underwear X6. After hearing the system's report, Lin Yu was overjoyed. Someone had indeed delivered a pillow to him while he slept. He had only just broken through, and he had never expected to draw a Fire-type Beast Core. It seemed that the system still loved him. System, you are really cute. System. Fatty, you guys take turns keeping watch, and wake me up after midnight. With that, Lin Yu walked into the simple house built with supernatural powers by Zhou Pangzi. Oh, I got it. Zhou Pangzi immediately agreed, then looked at Li Feiyu. Xiaofei, you go to sleep first, I'll keep watch, and I'll wake you up then. Okay, Master Fat, no problem. Li Feiyu nodded heavily. Then Li Feiyu also walked into the house. It was better to call it a house than a small tent made of stones. It was not large, but sleeping 3 people in it was no problem at all. After the two fell asleep, the world suddenly became quiet. Zhou Pangzi looked around at the darkness and felt a little scared, afraid that a demon beast would appear from any corner. Crackling. The fire burned quietly, the light was not strong, but it made the surroundings a little brighter. In this tense atmosphere, Zhou Pangzi spent the most difficult moment of his life. Then, he worried about the time. It was almost midnight, which was about 11 p.m. So Zhou Pangzi got up and went to Li Feiyu's side. Little Feezy, it's your turn, get up quickly. Zhou Pangzi nudged Li Feiyu and told him to get up. Li Feiyu, who was still having a sweet dream, was suddenly woken up by Zhou Pangzi. He opened his eyes dazedly, and just as he was about to fly into a rage, he saw Zhou Pangzi and instantly calmed down. Master Pangzi, what time is it? It's 11 o'clock. Get up quickly, it's your turn to be on duty, I want to sleep. Oh, okay, I'll get up right away. Seeing this, Li Feiyu immediately got up, then walked out of the stone room and came to the fire. He looked at the fire and then looked around, and in an instant, goosebumps covered his entire body. It's so fucking dark. Just then, a cool breeze blew through the forest, and suddenly Li Feiyu felt like he was being targeted by some powerful monster. He was too afraid to move, and for a moment, he felt homesick. He didn't want to stay in this ghostly place for even a moment. Time passed quickly, and just when he couldn't hold on anymore, Lin Yu walked over and put an arm around his shoulders. Ah! Don't eat me! He was suddenly scared and panicked. Fortunately, Lin Yu was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and covered his mouth with one hand. Don't make a noise, it's me. Li Feiyu saw that the person who came was Lin Yu, and his heart, which had been hanging in the balance, suddenly fell. Who, Master Lin, why didn't you make a sound when you walked? You scared me to death. Well, I just called out to you a few times, didn't you hear me? Lin Yu looked at him suspiciously. Hearing this, Li Feiyu embarrassedly scratched his head. He had almost fallen asleep just now, so where would he have heard Lin Yu's voice? It seemed like he had figured something out, so Lin Yu didn't ask any more questions. Okay, you go rest now, I'll take over. So I'm going to sleep? Go ahead. Lin Yu nodded, and Li Feiyu, upon seeing this, shakily returned to the stone room. Chapter 40, The Blazing Sun Falls. After Li Feiyu left, Lin Yu took out the Fire Beast core from his system backpack. Start absorbing. With a whisper, Lin Yu placed the Fire Beast core in the palm of his hand and sat cross-legged in meditation. The main reason for not absorbing it in front of the two of them was that he was afraid of not being able to explain it. He could not possibly say that Ouyang Qian gave it to him. If in the end Zhou Pangzi ran to Ouyang Qian and asked, then it would be over. Very quickly. Lin Yu's consciousness once again entered that strange world. At the same time, in front of him, a large, fiery red bird slowly coalesced, and that was precisely the Scorching Sun Firebird. In no time at all, a complete Scorching Sun Firebird appeared. The moment it saw Lin Yu, it shot towards him. Seeing this, Lin Yu immediately dodged. This Flaming Sun Firebird should have been a silver-level creature in its former life, and it was quite a bit stronger than that dog snake. Looks like this is going to be a bit difficult. Lin Yu immediately analyzed the Flaming Sun Firebird's general strength. He only heard him yell, "Flaming Fireball!" A fireball quickly shot out of Lin Yu's hand, heading straight for the Flaming Sun Firebird. But it easily dodged it. Lin Yu was not surprised to see his fireball dodged by the Sunbird. After all, the difference in strength between the two was too great, and although the Sunbird was only a remnant consciousness at this time, its strength should not be underestimated. Soon, Lin Yu shot another fireball, which was again unexpectedly dodged. Immediately afterwards, the Sunbird chirped once, its fiery wings flapping rapidly as flames gathered around it. Then the flames turned into fireballs of various sizes. 10. 100. 1,000. There were thousands of fireballs. Looking at so many fireballs, Lin Yu felt a tingling sensation in his scalp. There were too many. Just as Lin Yu was a little at a loss for what to do, the Sunflower Firebird let out a cry. Chirp! Thousands of fireballs shot straight at Lin Yu, who hurriedly dodged, but was still hit by a fireball and flew backwards. He was glad that this was not the real world, otherwise he would probably be dead. Lin Yu got up with difficulty and fixed his gaze on the sunflower firebird. Then flames suddenly erupted from his body, and he began to condense the flames into balls, learning from the trick the sunbird just did. In no time, dozens of fireballs were condensed above his head. The sunbird falls. With a loud yell, Lin Yu smashed the dozens of fireballs straight at the sunbird. From a distance, it looked like a meteor falling from the sky. Chirp chirp. With a mournful cry, the lethal firebird was actually knocked down by him. It eventually turned into a halo of light and disappeared. At the same time, Lin Yu's consciousness began to return to his body. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a golden light flash in his eyes. Phew, that was close, I almost didn't come back this time. System, open the personal information panel. Ding loading. Host, Lin Yu. Age, 19. Level, Bronze 6 star. Personal items, magic running shoes, super long distance sound transmitter, super compass, magic potion, marrow cleansing pill, antidote pill, water repellent pill, pill of great strength, pill of extreme speed, pill of strong kidneys. Abilities, SSS level spatial ability phantom step, SSS level fire ability flaming fireball, blazing sun falling from the sky. Skills, junior master chef, junior driver, junior massage expert, junior sword master, junior boxing master. Martial arts, S-class mixed energy. Weapons, S-class dragon sword, A-class disintegrating spear, B-class crossbow, C-class windbreaker arrow, C-class red snake fang, B-class sky umbrella, Li Hanshuang. Pet, none. Emotion value, 12,194. Not bad. Outside world. Lin Yushan's home. Lin Yushan was pacing back and forth in her room with a worried expression on her face. Xiaoyu, why hasn't he come back yet? I'm so worried. He's not answering his phone or replying to my messages. Mom, come quickly, something big has happened. At that moment, Tang Xinyan shouted anxiously. Upon hearing the news, Lin Yushan hurriedly came over. What's wrong? Has something happened? Is it related to Xiaoyu? Mom, you should watch the news. A mysterious light screen has appeared above the Jiangcheng Middle School Gymnasium, and many awakened people are trapped inside. Tang Xinyan handed Lin Yushan the news she had just seen. After watching it, the mother and daughter were suddenly unnerved. You have to know that Lin Yu is also at Jiangcheng Middle School, and he is also an awakened person. Combined with the fact that he has not returned so far, it is likely that he is also trapped inside this light screen. Xiaoyu, do you think you're also trapped in there? Lin Yushan asked. Mom, why don't you call the school and ask if your brother is trapped inside? Tang Xinyan said. Upon hearing this, Lin Yushan immediately took out her phone and found Ouyang Qian's number and called her. Very quickly. The phone was connected. Hello, who is this? Well, Miss Ouyang, I am Lin Yu's guardian. Lin Yu has not returned yet. Is he also trapped in that light screen? Lin Yushan was full of worry. However, after she said this, there was no more sound from the other end. After a moment of silence, Ouyang Qian's helpless voice came through. Alas, Lin Yu's parents, I am very sorry, Lin Yu is currently trapped in the light screen with the other students. Will he be okay? At the moment, we don't know what the situation is like inside, so we can only wait for the light screen to disappear before we know. Don't worry, we've contacted the authorities, and I'm sure someone will be here soon. Ouyang Qian hurriedly tried to comfort her, afraid that if she couldn't think of anything, something might happen. Upon hearing this, Lin Yushan's worries eased a little, but only a little, as she was still very worried. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yushan sat down on the sofa, feeling a little helpless. Tang Xinyan, who was standing nearby, hurriedly tried to comfort her. Mom, don't worry, your brother will be fine. Well. Lin Yushan helplessly nodded. Since the situation inside was still uncertain, there was still hope. Meanwhile, in another part of the secret realm, a group of people were frantically fleeing, while behind them were a dozen giant snakes. Help! Someone save us! A cry for help resounded through the space, but no one could save them. These snakes were at least silver-level beings, and behind the snakes was a super python, whose strength had reached the gold level. Just as everyone felt that they were going to die at this moment, suddenly, a loud voice spread across the sky. Brute! How dare you! After the voice fell, Lu Hongbao's figure walked out of the void and slowly fell in front of everyone. It's Lu Lao. Hurry, Lu Lao is here to save us, everyone hurry to Lu Lao. A voice came from the crowd, and suddenly everyone saw hope and hurried towards Lu Hongba. Just then, a classmate at the back lost his footing and fell straight to the ground. As he tried to get up, he saw a giant snake approaching. Lu Hongba slowly extended a hand, and then gave it a firm grip, and the giant snake instantly disappeared. Then he pointed again at the snake group in the back, and the golden level super python immediately died.